Looks like he's out.
OP ni Sanding ngayon.
Really tanky.
1-1. OP ni Sanding ngayon mga pre.
Escape. Not only does he not die, but the amount of time that Gaimin just wastes on two of their cores creates
Bumili rin ng
tons of
ano
space down bottom
Bumili ka rin ng ano
to win that fight for Liquid with Nisha and Mickey getting a kill each.
60 to eh.
That will bring Mickey back in a comfortable position now in second on that net worth.
Nabal mo na nga agad yakin.
Liquid gets both wisdoms at the 14-minute. We've seen this time and time again, either the 7 or the 14, having a huge impact.
Pili ka ng
So Liquid definitely not falling behind like we've seen so many times against this Gaimin Gladiators lineup. Okay, let's do a thought experiment. Somehow this game goes late. Who has a better lineup?
Ano magbe-bearing?
I would say absolutely Radiant for me.
Radiant?
Yeah, I think so. I think
Bearing
hang on Insania. Let's do a thought experiment. Where will you respawn in 30 seconds?
It's a very philosophical question.
Oo, kailangan ng pipe.
Dragon Tail from Quinn. No follow-up though. And the Dagon just to get some nice HP back for Nisha. Level 11 now.
So, the reason I think the Radiant lineup is so strong later in the game is that this Wind Ranger carry we've seen many games where it just absolutely obliterates late game, and you're playing it together with two insane AoE support controllers. She wants to work with late. You've got Terrorize. On top of that, Doom is one of the ultimate late gamers. So even if Gaimin Gladiators get really farmed on multiple heroes, they might still just get doomed on 2 cores.
Oh my god, he put him back into the pit, but I don't think there's going to be much follow-up here. Whirlwind to deal with some of these creeps. Mickey's fine. Very close to a kill though for Gaimin. That would have been really crippling for the Windrunner. Top 2 network despite having these 2 deaths for Mickey. Quinn's going to be found by Nisha and Insania, slow to a crawl. Dark Crypt is coming, 33's there as well, gets off the Doom onto the Dragon. I know regen for you, son. Looks like Quinn is likely going to fall no matter what. Now Ace trying to tank up as much as possible. Nice pit, he's going to get Curse Crown though. Onto the high ground, he should survive. Either way, he's going to lose Celery on top of the original. Taracho in the middle of nowhere, as usual. Will be dusted, using the Dark Pact to try to get away, but it's not going to be. 3 dead for Gaimin. And Liquid coming out on top big time.
Yeah, this is the most important part of the game for the side of Liquid, and they're delivering. Just winning these fights handily. This isn't... Honestly, these fights aren't even really that close. The moment the Doom comes out on the Dragon Knight, Quinn can't stand his ground. He's not getting healed by the Chen, and they just step by step poke them down with all of their spells. It feels like Gaimin Gladiators need to get some sort of pipe up and running to block a lot of this damage from the Wind Ranger, from the Doom, and from the Willow.
Yeah, this was just a really awkward fight for Gaimin. And the Sonic Waves so far from Nisha have been on point. So for Gaimin Gladiators, Cinderin, if you're behind, I mean, have we seen them behind at this stage of the game?
Not in this stage of the tournament. I think this is the first time it's fair to, okay.
Dragon Tail into Arrow. This should be a freebie.
Yeah, it will. At this stage of the tournament, we haven't seen them challenge this much in the first 20 minutes. So this is already a very good look for Team Liquid. Talking about the scalability of their lineup and the their games, and how sometimes it can seem like Gaimin are losing their way when they're 25 minutes and then things aren't going according to plan. And I want to say that's not because they don't know what to do. It's because the way they tailor their lineups and the way they strategize is very much built around this stage of the game being a success, which it almost always is.
Nisha. Arrow's gonna hit inside the Pit of Malice, so another root will come. Do they have the damage to finish the job? Dragon Tail as well? No. Nisha blinks out.
That is a kill with Solar Flare, but it was on cooldown.
That is actually true. That is true.
They will force him back, and they will immediately look for something else here. So, full smoke up. And trying to connect. 3 if they found him here, that would be big.
Yeah, he's a very tanky boy. He blinks just in time. Quick fingers for 33.
This is huge because this was potentially a Roche kill, actually. If they take out the Doom there, he wouldn't have had buyback, and they could have 5v4 the Roche, so another good dodge.
Daracho dodging the dust. Smoke away the pop, but Liquid just going to be happy with the Ward Expedition here. Ace has his
Where are you going?
for
Why are you running?
fighting inside next.
Indeed.
Liquid
Taran.
look like they're looking for a fight.
Okay.
Not afraid right now.
Sige
Fight
lang.
near
Swiftly.
for Mickey.
Sige lang.
BKB looks to be
Sige lang.
next.
I think whenever they have
3 seconds meron na akong ano,
they
dugo-dugo.
Agreed.
they're not necessarily
Okay,
favored
man.
in a fight, but if they get the fight on their terms, they're absolutely capable of killing off any hero of their choice and then building it around that. Tofu
Okay na.
will get the leap off in time, so
Yeah.
won't get shackled here
Faster.
against that Gleipnir. So another
Yeah.
gank dodge going from either side.
Yes.
Now, will Liquid force this? Will they just go straight into the tower? And what will Gaimin do? Dyrachyo has no mana running around the mid area of the map. He doesn't really have much to offer, and it looks like Gaimin
Ano yan?
Riders are just
Pupul ako.
full-on forfeiting this
Sige lang, sige
tower.
lang.
Swiftly.
Liquid will grab that, and Insania, realizing that's what's happening, is already setting up for the counterplay because he's anticipating that Gaimin want to trade down bot. And if they're enough
Yeah,
heroes
mass
set up for
TPs.
this,
Dyrachyo gets hit by the Gleipnir. Whirlwind to fall, doing a lot of damage to the creeps, but not so much the Clinks. And 33 finally jumps in, gets off the Doom just to ensure that the Clinks does die. But Quinn coming in with the Dragon Tail into the arrow. Is it going to be enough damage to take out Mickey? It's going to be close, yes. It's a 1-for-1 for the carries on each respective team. Big terrorize coming out from the Dark Willow, though, as Quinn continued to right-click on a 33 Doom. Barely any damage. The Doom's so tanky at this stage of the game, as Insania is stuck in a horrible place. He gets evaporated. Nisha gets off the Sonic Wave, deletes Tofu in turn. So 2 for 2.
Ah, okay.
He's just
Foxy
passing around here.
got the Shadow Realm away.
Agreed.
Ace and company looking like they might soft back here. Nisha very low on mana.
Let's
As Quinn
go.
apparently wants to continue on, gets the Dragon Tail. Again, 30.
Pero may sentry ka.
They are tickling at this stage of the game. Firestorm is a good opportunity to do some damage to him, though. Inside that pin analysis, well, he pops the Crimson Guard, though.
I'll not argue.
The Curse Crown's
Pag
going to
panik
eventually
nila,
activate.
mag-rapture na ako
The
sa
Bedlam
ano,
not gonna be enough
SK.
as Boxy is finally brought down by Quinn.
Into the
So in the end, a
breach.
3 for 2 favor Gaimin.
Yeah, and Liquid get the hell out of there because Ace is bringing
Yeah.
in Dyrachyo through the gate. Decent outcome, you have to say there for Gaming
Ilang.
Gladiators, especially if they end up playing the tower as their grand prize.
Abot mo?
Yeah, well, with this amount of rally units, it's
Ay,
only a
nabos
matter
ng
of time before this tower sits bye-bye. All right, down it goes. Still,
Nice one.
Sean is up. Has been up the whole game. Neither team has claimed it just yet, and it
Agreed.
has to become a point of
Yeah.
contention now with multiple
yeah.
towers now down and the position Gaming Gladiators have on the map and the knowledge that Doom
Yes.
and Sonic Wave are down. I think this is just a total freebie. Liquid should be, even if they were in position to smoke for this right now, I think they would just make
Habol?
a call against it. The risk reward just doesn't seem good enough. So Gaming pick up some
Wala.
steam here.
Yeah.
They pick up the Aegis. I'm assuming probably putting it on Dyrachyo so he can play very aggressive. Dragon Knight as a transformation hero. All right, he is
Wala
the
akong
choice. I
ganun.
mean, this is a hero that we sometimes see people put it on, sometimes they don't, because the second
Hunting.
life isn't as good as the first.
Wait lang, wait lang. Wala
However,
mo.
the way Liquid have approached the fight so far in the game, they've really focused on dooming Quinn when they can. So this dissuades
Yeah, tabi mo lang.
33 from going for that play.
Nice one.
So what you're saying is Dyrachyo's screwed.
Di-
He
di
might
pa
just
surge.
be able to play the fights completely differently now that there's an Aegis in play. Because now he can be more patient. Quinn can go in,
Wait,
create vision in
did
the
you say Dyrachyo be patient?
he can be more patient, which is waiting
Ay!
one
Di ko
second.
napindot! Ah, late!
I see.
Sorry.
Okay, gotcha.
But
Yeah,
it's
that's
a good point.
Tinahimingan ko eh.
Tofu will get his.
Shard for the
Delay yung
Nirvana.
pagpin.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
gonna
J-
be really
J-
good
J-
about that.
Let's see
Wala
what
na,
happens.
wala.
Magbibuild ka ng ano,
He's
magbibuild
ready
ka
to
ng
buy it.
Vladimir.
October has a choice to make. As we pointed out on the panel,
Pwede.
Gaming Gladiators are playing this Chen Underlord that Tofu will just go BKB into carry items. Wouldn't mind seeing that here, honestly. And that's not because, okay, Gaming will find all of them. Alright, everybody dodges everybody. Never mind. There's a Gleipnir.
Yep, except for Tofu. Let's
Oh
get
my
one
God, may
leap
Huskar
off, and
dito.
a God.
Wala akong
Actually,
TP.
yeah, that is one important hold down now.
It was a completely hopeless situation. He had 0 leaps left. He was never getting out of that one. But
33, Doom initiation. Nisha gonna Shadow Strike to slow this Underlord to a crawl.
Lutap.
This is eventually gonna be the kill, going the way of Liquid.
Wala pre.
So Liquid really on top of things for game number 1. And the Gleipnir
TPN
now with the
dito, Jay.
Whirlwind to follow.
Mas mga
Mickey
tayo.
with the help of Boxy, will take out
Alright.
Celery as well.
Punta
So
tayo mid.
3 dead.
Dito si ano.
Damn, they're just bleeding out. They have the Aegis, they have the advantage, and Liquid are just picking them apart one by one and across multiple lanes. They'll now get the bottom tier 1 and the mid tier 2. Talk about a power play with a disadvantage. This was not what I think many people would have expected in this game state. When Gaimin gets the Aegis, usually they're the ones
Dito.
deciding how
Nagpinlang
things
na
go.
Oh, Sriracha.
Okay, big damage.
Gotta be careful. And 33 just tanking up
Uy,
this
laman
tier
ng
2
Liquid
tower.
eh.
There is
Now
a TP coming in.
Liquid
Remember,
has to be
Quinn has the
careful.
Aegis still.
Oh, Liquid.
In his dragon form, another blink away. Tofu. Is he actually going to die just to Boxy? Yes. Wow. That is unreal. He's going to fake out the Terrorize, run away. The Pit of Malice already on cooldown.
So many things going right for Liquid. I was going to
Mambulok
say,
internet
they got to be
na ano
a little bit
natin.
careful with the TP reinforcements with Doom on cooldown and the numbers being able to be brought there from Gaimin, but they're just too fast. They're killing the heroes before Gaimin gets
Dito
to
sa
group
atin.
up, which is what they've been so good at for so long, is getting that formation going and
Here I
setting the
come.
terms of the fight. If you break them off too quickly on the side of Liquid, then it doesn't really matter. Then they don't get to that point.
Yeah, 4K
Yes.
lead here for Liquid, and this Aegis just seems to be doing absolutely nothing for Game Gladiators. At least not yet.
Hayward.
Still have time to try to make use of it, of course. As Mickey has 9-second BKB.
Indeed.
Mag-blade mail ka rin mamaya
Sriracha
Riz, para kay
for
Willow.
an
Sige, sige.
MKB, it seems. He's going to have a lot of right-click damage.
Your bottom tower's in trouble.
Kaya nag-group.
Let's see what
Let's
Gaimin
go.
want to do now. Still a minute and a half on that Aegis. Do they have any smokes? They do. So they have a smoke available.
Wala ako ng
They've
neutral
got
niya.
two smokes, actually. They're going to pop one now and try to find a moment of opportunity. I think the
Your
ideal
middle
fight for
tower
them is
is
catching a
Stargate,
core
ah.
around the mid area and then turn that into
On
a
the way,
tier
on the way.
2. High ground seems a little bit like a pipe dream right now, but I say that it's Game Gladiators, so probably not.
Your middle tower's
They are approaching
Di, palag, palag, palag.
part of the game where they usually win.
Palag lang, palag.
So there he is, though. Going to Dota.
Atras ako konti, atras ako. Ano, dito ako.
Just not going to connect. Jaden trying to make use of his Aegis. They're moving up. Liquid, but I would assume we'll try to just delay until around the expiration date of said Aegis. Nisha
I'll not argue.
getting pretty close to
Hindi
the
ko
Aghanim Scepter, just 800 away.
Yeah.
Into
So
the
smoke
breach.
move unsuccessful. They do place down a very nice aggressive ward in that bottom half of the map. They actually, as a matter of fact, have 2 down there. So
Push natin yung
if
bot.
Liquid were to go
Tara.
down there and farm,
Nasabot
get
na rin ako.
punished, they'll try 33.
Dragon Tail, arrows coming for him as well. Do they have the damage to actually rip through him? The big terrorize.
20 seconds rapture ko, punta ako dyan. Wait
Making
lang.
the BKB and the whirlwind as well. The Doom applies to the Underlord, try to run away. Mickey's the one getting to lead it though, has to be really careful. Will eventually
lahat.
back away.
Yeah,
Barely living. As Nisha gets off Sonic Wave onto 2, already deleted.
Hindi
ako, ay,
tulungan si Reggie. Akala ko
Overload's gonna hold him in
nagpo-push
place for Nisha, try and reset.
Wala pa ako
Thrasher
rapture
kinda
eh.
stuck in no man's land.
Kaya
Will
wala.
use his ability to be able to blink
Wala
away,
naman
but
rapture kaya.
not far enough it seems.
middle
Trying to
tower
take
is
out Mickey at the very
bilisan
edge
niyo
of this
push.
fight. He
Tipi na sila,
finally gets
first
taken
move.
out by Quinn, but it's gonna cost
Sobra,
him
inyo,
his
tapos
life.
na kayo.
2 for 2.
TP na yan, TP na yan.
That's
Okay.
2 cores for
Kaya mag-dive, kaya mag-dive.
Gaimin will try to pursue though.
Yep,
Arrow.
Quinn continuing on. The arrow is going to hit thanks to the Dragon Tail as well. Foxy coming in with the Venom, trying to take up as much damage as he can. Nisha
gago!
the Shiva
Sidestep
is
pa ako,
Celery
puta.
attempting to run away. They're going to lose Foxy though on the Liquid side. Nisha very low on the mana, but he's going to continue to pursue his Celery fall. They're using so many
Down din yung ano ko.
Ayan.
Ay,
Insanely close. Oh,
wala pa.
Pero huwag mag-dive.
The Aghanim Scepter puts the end to Tofu.
Wait, was that Quinn actually killing him? Did I see that right? Did that one come from the Dragon Knight or was it from Mirana herself?
I'll have to see it again.
I think Quinn actually killed him.
Dito.
He did not realize that the Shadow Strike on himself was expiring with that Axe. I think
Ultimate
so.
toxicity from Quinn.
Yeah. He wants a better solar flare is what he's trying to say. You get an upgraded version. I'm not sure if that one was from the DK, but it did look like it. It can be a bit difficult to tell sometimes, but
Triangle.
nice little extra kill for Nisha.
We'll watch it again here.
Tara, tara, sama ako.
An
May blade
insanely
heal na
long
rin ako.
fight this one.
Hindi mo na yung
A
wave.
really good terrorize as well from Foxy.
It's not done
Basically
yet.
resetting things completely. And I don't know how Mickey lived so long in this engagement.
So the way Mickey is playing this fight is kind of interesting. He walks in with BKB and Whirlwind, and he's
Yes.
waiting to wind run
Ito.
until he's on 20%, get it ready the whole time. So he's tanking up whatever damage he can.
Under.
Wind runs, he's
Wait.
more
Ah, shit!
invincible against the fire lineup. So So he's kind of baiting them to spend
Amen.
as many resources as possible that amount to nothing.
Nice one.
This is going to
Itong
become
Sun King.
dangerous when Clinks gets
Wala yung
some
ano, wala yung
strength
Sandstorm.
up, and we're not far off that
Dito, dito.
MKB, which could completely change the course of this game when Duracho gets it.
Where though?
Ayan, nag-blink
This
dito.
fight was still, this was this long, apparently.
Wag na pre.
Look, Mika is
So there's the Shadow Strike. With,
Wala kang vision. Hindi mo
Yagam
makahabol.
Scepter. Let's see. Celery falls here. And eventually, okay, so Tofu's
Rami
the Shadow Struck right now. Quinn,
Atras
I
ka na
don't
lang.
think he is.
Okay.
Where is he? Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh, sayang. Putang ina.
Uh-oh, Duracho. Nice. Bit of malice from Ace. Didn't
Kablat.
disengage here. He's stuck in place next to the Gale Force. Gaming Gladiators trying to disengage now. That's gonna make a great GIF.
That is so good.
Make that into a meme immediately, please. Thank you.
God, I mean, Quinn is just good at reaction things. So when you get a moment like that, that's the player you want it to happen to. It's awesome. Oh,
Yung
man.
Sun King yung hindi natin mahuli talaga.
What do you
Ah,
make of
may vision, may
Windbreaker?
vision.
I think,
Reward nyo na lang.
is this the first time we see Revenant's Roach queued up on this hero? I feel like this is not a build that has been common at all here.
That's cool.
So,
Pipi
just
ka
to
sa atin.
remind everyone how this
Wrong
item
Jari.
works, since I don't think I've seen it a single game this tournament, it gives you damage and spell life steal, and then you can
Pipi
toggle it
ako
on
dito.
to make your attacks cost more mana, but they deal magic damage and they can hit ethereal units but not crit.
Tignan to stop.
Here I
So he
come.
hasn't gone for the Daedalus, maybe he won't at all, and he's trying to kill the enemy heroes through magic damage rather than physical, knowing that he's against Dragon Knight, knowing that he's against the Chen, Divine
Putang
Favor.
ina.
Dikitan mo, dikitan mo!
Interesting option here. I feel
Tara,
like this
tara.
item is
KB
very
next
good.
6.
Yeah, sounds
Oh,
like we have to listen in
mabubuo na.
right here. Let's take a listen.
Yes.
Nice one.
Putang ina, sunog. Nababurn ako.
Ayan, ganun lang.
There we go.
Ako po, ba't ka nandyan?
No idea what you just said.
Alam na na.
Which is always
Uy, nag-SS, nag-SS. Yabo.
yeah, that's how you too as a Twitch chatter can be top 3 at TI. Oh
yeah.
This is how
Philip
comms are
Nerboy mo
during
dyan,
high stakes
ano,
games playing
Oh,
for
next na.
7 digits, you know?
I thought as much.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Kailangan may mag-shivas din sa
They're
atin.
just humans like the rest of us. Except in Dota.
Ikaw,
Ako na,
vice
ako na
versa.
siguro.
You know.
Ako na.
Ikaw, sige.
They can be subhuman at times as well, of
Okay.
course. As can we all.
Ang blood.
A 7K lead here for Liquid. Roche is spawning in less than 10 seconds, and we're gonna have a good old-fashioned Roche off.
I thought as much.
Who fights better in this area, would you say? Is Arrow? We'll find
Nita.
Roche. He's not gonna be too happy about that. But who would you say has advantage in this area in
Yes.
terms of team fight?
Oh, it's so hard to say. Honestly, with how close these fights have been so far, it really depends on who gets the right angle.
Dito,
Both
akit
teams
yan.
have tons of potential. A really good pit
Eh,
can
nakit, tara.
cause a devastating opener on the side of Gaimin. On the other side,
Makailo na.
Overgrowth,
Ilo, ilo.
Terrorize, really big kills. Even a
Pero ayun,
key shackle
inig
shot,
reward.
which is a spell I feel like we've barely seen this game.
Oh, Nisha on the cliff. He gets some vision, but the vision doesn't go out. Whirlwind doing a lot of damage. Ace trying to get the hell out of there, but the damage is applied to Mickey. The Doom onto the Dragon Knight. 33 is the one actually being evaporated despite being the tankiest hero in this game. But Gaming Gladiators, they lose Quinn. In trade is the Doom. It's already a 4-for-1. And only Duracio living through the
Okay, punta na.
day.
Roshan's been taken
Looks like he'll eventually be fine.
May nagano sa atin.
But this fight not
Yung ano yan,
going
yung...
Miss Lark.
thinking initially.
There's
that's
just
indeed.
that's what I mean about reaching the stage of the game for the Radiant lineup. When they get these items online and they get the right angle, look at that damage. 8,700. This feels like it was in 5 seconds. Just ridiculous output on that clock. I wonder if I'm hitting Sonic. Ridiculous damage. Of course, the Shiva's Guard also playing a part in these fights. It's preventing Gaimin from getting that regeneration and the healing in.
Protect your top tower.
This
Nakanina
will now
yung
result
ano?
in an Aegis pickup to the side of Liquid, now in a very comfortable position.
Okay, ano? Reload.
There we go.
Now the big
Tangin
question
Kevin.
is, what do Gaimin do? Because Plan A has now officially failed. How does Klinks become a late game
Now's not a
monster?
good time to protect the dive.
The Solar Flare is always going to be an X factor in the late game if Mirana gets there, but Tofu
You
is,
lost your top
I don't
tower.
really talked about that so much, he's really poor this game. He was bottom net worth just a moment ago on that Mirana. So the BKB isn't even close to finished, and we're 34 minutes in. He has no items.
Yeah, that's not something we've seen very much at this tournament.
6 deaths to his name, only 41 CS
Hey,
minute
13.
34 has very much been given everything to his teammates, but might come back to bite him that he's been this selfless. When you get to this game state, you wish that you had that additional damage dealer when Dragon Knight is seemingly getting doomed literally every fight.
Yun din, layo.
And Quinn doesn't seem to want to itemize against the Doom either. We're not seeing any Lincolns pick up. We're not seeing the team trying to cover for
Ito
him
yung
much
farm
in
mo
any
yun,
way.
agents
I
natin.
suppose his pike is somewhat of a pseudo solution
Your
some
middle
of the
tower's in
time,
trouble.
but not quite cutting it.
Forward.
Well, we're not too far away from the
Protect your
Revenant's
middle
Brooch,
tower.
which, like you said, might be the
Yes.
first purchase the entire tournament. I feel like this item has not been a thing for quite a while since they changed the fact that you can't
Your
crit
middle
with them,
tower's
right?
in
That was the
trouble.
old Rebuke strat or
Dyer's
EA
fortified
strat.
buildings.
Yeah,
I'll not argue.
It was a lot of fun for
Time.
a couple weeks that it was relevant.
yeah. For the people that used it,
Protect your
everybody
middle
else hated it.
I
Tayo
thought
makaport sa
Don't know
J3
in a
niyan.
nutshell though. Tormentor
Tayo yung port niyan.
go the way of Celery, so he now gets the whole Persuasion upgrade. So now can take an Ancient Creep based on level of Hand of God, so he can take 2 Ancients. I think you
Okay,
definitely
that's-
want to get an Ancient Granite Golem here.
Into the
It
breach.
really feels like a matter of getting enough health on your team.
Yeah.
The armor from the Black Dragon, maybe not
Hindi rin
as
ako that.
important. Given that the
bottom tower's
Doracho,
under
or
attack.
excuse me, Mickey is completing the brooch.
battle.
Wonder if they think he is though. They've
Hindi,
only
wala
seen
eh.
the Sacred Relic, so
Ay,
they might
wala
not
yan.
even think he's going this path.
Okay.
Just as well as the Nullifier build-up.
Go. Sa likod do, sa likod, sa likod.
Gotta get used to that. Now Hyman is actually 15k from what I've been told.
Wow.
So
Keeps going.
Oh, tang ina, sakit.
So there it is. Revenant's Brooch.
Die.
Let's see how effective it is.
needs to remember to toggle it. This is one of those things where, you know, you haven't really used his items very much, probably, as a player. It's been a
Kaya yung ano.
it's like an extra mental note you can check. These fights are very fast and very chaotic. Nisha
To battle.
pushing out the wave. He has Aegis, so risk reward here.
BKB na si...
Okay, oh, they're actually going
Ay,
to try to
hindi ko-
jump Quinn, but he finds the
Baka
distance.
naman
Although
Blade
33
Mail.
going in really deep against the Doom and the Sonic Wave onto this Dragon Knight. Quinn is dead. Does not have the buyback whatsoever.
Blade Mail ko.
As
Blade
Mickey
Mail
taking a
ko, Aris.
decent brunt to the
Pinaw.
damage, but Ace,
Kapal yan.
he's taken out.
Nag-grade meal ako dun sa ano,
Wow.
sa clutch ng SK
Actually
Targan na.
falls.
Hindi,
80
hintayin mo si
seconds of
ano.
no winner.
Oh,
It's actually
Willow.
so
Hintayin mo
big.
si Willow.
If he doesn't die
Here
there,
I
Yeah.
come.
they
Hindi
could
naman
probably
sakit sa
continue
ano.
this push. I don't
Oh,
know if
yeah.
they can now.
Yeah.
Maybe they still can. I mean, Nisha has 2 lives, and he is the strongest hero in the game, arguably.
Yeah, a minute and a half on this Aegis. But no DK, no Underlord.
I move.
Pretty huge for your defense here if you're gaming. As Nisha's going to jump in, look at the damage onto the Chen, but the arrow is going to connect again. There's 2 lives on this Quap. Terrorize comes out as Nisha wants to finish the job. Godlike for him. Deletes Celery. The buildings, though, not going down quite as fast, Cinderin.
Yeah, their lineup is not good at pushing, just flat out. Even if Mickey, I mean, if Mickey's alive, they're obviously much better, but that focus fire, of course.
So they get the tier 3, and we'll reposition.
Oh, naroon
Another
ka.
minute on this Aegis.
This might be all they get, but it's, I say that,
It's still big.
It's a lot. They got it.
Mirana may ano ah. May link
This does open the avenue for Gaming Gladiators to potentially focusing Nisha in the next fight. He has just shown some incredible resilience in the fight. Is it really tough kill? He's got 3,400 health. The armor. He gets living armor. That's very I can't believe I'm saying that out loud. That Pump is that much armor.
So what you're saying is Clink needs the Revenant's Brooch
Siya
as
ka,
well.
kaibigan.
I think the Daedalus is probably the right choice that he's going to be. This is just not what you're used to seeing in the past with Queen of Pain, right? It's just so stupidly tanky when he gets that living armor put on it. He will swap back his Kraken Foot for Setting's Cap, so he's losing some armor now, but still, he is
Nice.
ridiculously tanky, and you better 100 to 0
Wait
him.
natin
You
eh.
know if you don't, he's going to heal up
Yeah.
with that spell lifesteal from the Dagon, from the Ags,
Shit.
from the Sonic Wave. It's a ton of healing, which effectively turns your damage to dust, so make sure. And that's a problem here, right? The game didn't actually even have that amount of damage to begin with.
Right. Oh boy.
Nisha finds
Shivas.
Quinn,
Power shot gets a little bit of vision. 33 and company will find Quinn in the trees. Sonic Wave expended just to make sure that he dies.
It's a 25-second cooldown.
Kuyain ko lang.
He can use this for anything he wants on Nisha.
So Quinn does have buyback, but we'll have to sit things out for 70 seconds if he doesn't want to use it. Of course, the Aegis, like you said, has already expired, so from Liquid's perspective, Cinderin,
Back na.
wait for the next Roche, or
Bago. Sobra na pala ako.
I think so.
Oh,
I don't think you're under any
Ah,
sort of
yun na.
pressure at this point to,
Alam.
you should
Wala
probably
namang
feel
magagawa
comfortable
dyan.
that you have this one if this keeps on
Kaya
going
natin,
for another 10
baka
to
lang
15
kahit
minutes.
na
It's the enemy team that has to make
Patingin ako sa item build
So as
ko.
long as you map control, push out the waves, control the right areas, and prepare for that Roche, I think everything is going just according to plan. So we're hearing more and more Let's Go Liquids and more cheers. There are fans in the crowd here that have been waiting for this for 3 years for Liquid to finally beat Gaming Gladiators in a singular game. And this might just be the one.
Nobaya ka.
Yep, they've definitely been better against them this year, and they're showing it this game too.
yep, they certainly have done their homework.
I know.
Another tier 3 dead.
Yeah, no.
McKay and company gonna focus on the racks now. Quinn up in 10 seconds. Gaimin desperately needing to hold this. Might have to give up this melee though. It's gonna refresh the fortification though.
Yeah, no
And
reason
with
to
that,
glyph
Liquid will
this.
back away.
Nice.
And we won't know about Roche for another minute and a half, but yeah, this is getting very scary
Here
for
I come.
Gaimin.
It's a
Of course.
great grab.
Yeah, absolutely.
Time to
Down.
Yun yung
As you
PTP
said,
sa...
we will know in a minute and 15. The teams obviously will not, so the potential respawn is over the course of the next 4 minutes. And as long as you cover the map well,
Okay, tier 4 sa.
keep pushing out, it feels like Gaimin are approaching the type of late game where it's like, all right, now they are the ones who have to go for what every team faces against them. It seemingly is that last Hail Mary fight when you're starting to be really critical.
Sinam.
They want to wait for the last item of the round.
5 seconds pa ako.
Hindi na ko. Silence ako. Sayang.
Spot on the map and having okay waves to go for a smoke, I think they'll decide against it specifically to get that one item up on him.
Wala si Aris na.
Naris, mamatay ka lang dyan.
Wala na rin.
Gagawa.
Still 2024.
You've lost your bottom racks.
Yeah, it's
Sayang
been
ka, Ben.
tier 1 for as long as Gaming Gladiators have, it seems like.
Yeah, it's connected, I'm sure.
Nah, most of their games are over before it can drop.
That's true.
Middle
Actually, yeah.
tower's in trouble.
Not this one. Trickster Cloak picked up by Celery, so a little more defensive line for him. The Ancient Guardian on Duracho could become important because against Dustin, can they reach?
33 trying to go for him. Oh, the
Hindi
PDC
rin
comes
ligan
out from
sa
Duracio.
Pagsigan.
Bit of balance to prevent any further pursuit.
Hindi rin ano si
Although Nisha wants to continue, Sonic Wave applied to only 2. And Quinn will pop the Dragon from Nisha going in really deep. He's going to get Dragon Tail. He's going to get
Kaya na-distract din si Harrison na ano.
does have his buyback
Patay
though.
na
You can
sa mid.
see the Clinks finally goes down though. Duracio just melts. Buyback comes out immediately from Nisha. Mickey with the big whirlwind doing so much damage. Tofu will TP out though as 33 eventually will drop to Quinn. Surely blinks away to ensure the kill.
You're doing very well.
So it's a 3 for 2, I believe, with the buyback coming out from Nisha.
Nisha knows that if he were to get killed there, they have to drop absolutely everything on him, and he can buy back TP, so he will rejoin that fight. But honestly, I still think that was okay-ish for Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, they lose 2 cores of their own, but they find a big kill. Duracho now has enough gold for his item. I don't think this is going to turn into a potential Rax push. Maybe if you have to buy back the Underlord, then I guess it looks even better for Liquid. They're not going to buy back their own Doom, I think.
Quinn, Gale Force being really annoying.
Now that's the banner, so they're not going to do anything. That's right. And they are not buying back their Underlord. They're going to concede the tower. Duracho has completed
They
his
can see
item.
more than this if they're not careful. Focus now onto the melee. Underlord up in 15, Clinks in 25. Like you said, the buyback is still there for Ace, but they will give up another barracks. So 2 melees dead. The range actually goes down in the top lane right now to the creeps alone.
So 1 lane remaining here
Basically, yeah.
for the side of game, and yeah, okay, and 100 HP on a range tracks, which is one
I
little
mean.
poke from any of the farmed heroes. Octarine core.
Nagsimula yun, yung na-corner na
All
na si
right,
Queen.
well, Boxy has got some stuff going this game.
Yeah.
Napanood.
And Nisha hits
Ng
level
monitor
25.
ko.
So let's see what talent he takes here. He could take 250 Sonic Wave damage. He could take the -2 second blink cooldown. Both are incredible talents when you have the Octarine build.
Nice, ang ganda ng
As we've
ano.
established already, the Sonic Wave has a cooldown of 26 seconds, so adding a 250 pure damage to that feels real good.
God, Whirlwind is insane in these late game scenarios. Mickey did
Yes.
so much damage here.
Ano yun?
And now he has the 25 talent on him as well, which is Whirlwind kills extend duration by 2 seconds.
Oh
So
boy, yeah.
that's even longer. Nisha will take the Sonic Wave damage over the Blink cooldown. Would have put his Blink on a 2.5-second CD, but wants the damage.
Yep, Gaiman want to try to contest this. We can see that Roche, a little bit damaged, will go back into the pit, so we have the good old-fashioned Roche shot for Roche number 3. We have a refresher now on 33. This could have huge implications on this game,
Yep.
on
And
this
he
fight specifically.
easily has the mana to use it with the Octarine that he bought earlier. Liquid keeping their composure here. This is
33.
the vision is everything
He
here.
looks at Quinn, they look at each other. Quinn gets the stun off first, pops the BKB. Sonic Wave onto 2 though. The Doom onto Quinn, he tries to get the high ground. Whirlwind with the overgrowth combination, just shredding these heroes on Gaming Gladiator's side. Quinn is gonna be next, because he was doomed at the beginning of the fight. They're gonna buy back in mass. But 33, he might be the first to fall for Liquid. He's on the other side of the trees. Tofu eventually, no! He actually lives on
Nice.
Doom some way, somehow. And only one member of Gaiman alive, and it's the Underlord. And this is a Roche for Liquid.
That was completely clean. They offer up the Doom, and as Dragon Knight tries to blink Dragon Tail him, he doesn't manage to chain it before they get the BKB off, and 33 gets the Doom off on DK. He's screwed in that fight. And he gets
Game.
All right, Roche really wants to go home, but he will die here. And the refresher shard will
Tama ng
drop.
balak watch.
And the question is, can they just end here, Cinder? It's Clinks is dead for 60,
Mag-ano naman ako.
So
Win
is
for
Dragon.
50.
Yeah,
They
there
know.
is no way. This
They
isn't
sa
minimum
crown full
megas. I mean, what are
They
you
know.
going to defend with? Underlord is auras only. He has no damage,
Pero,
no utility to
Support.
try to delay the push. Except, I mean, he's going to Crimson Guard the barracks, right? But they don't have Glyph.
Offlane.
Yeah, Raindrax taken out by 33, and now
support
Mickey
lang.
and company focusing on the mid lane.
Offlane sa
Tigas ni Doom ang puta.
And this will be uncontested, of course.
Pag-butch pala tong si Winwin dyan. No wonder,
They
lakas
even
ng
have the
damage.
banner here, so this wave.
Oh,
Panalo
yeah.
Liquid game.
That's a pretty nice placement.
Finish
Now the
the
Spear
story,
Pulse are
Team
next for
Liquid.
Liquid, trying to take this
Finish
game
na.
number 1.
That's
Here in the
2-3
upper
sa ano,
bracket
gaming daw.
finals.
Yeah, 2-0
up
ngayon,
in
tapos sa
15
Grand Finals
seconds.
0-3 na. Gaming pa natin.
Clinks in 15. They're going to
Last
lose
in
at
favor.
least one tier 4, maybe both, with the Ancient being fully exposed. We might see a big team fight here. 33 jumps in.
Butch.
You can see the Whirlwind. Mickey is just
GG.
shredding everybody. The Doom applied to Ace as well. He's dead. No buyback. Celery's
Nana.
next. And now, again, it's going to be 3 versus 5. Just
Devalis
two different heroes dead this time around for Gaming Gladiators. Quinn
Uy, accept,
jumping in
accept.
with one last ditch effort will pop the BKB.
Hindi sa
Daracha
atin
doing a
yun.
lot of damage to Nisha, but he's just going to shrug it off because he has that second life in the Aegis.
Oh, big damage here.
Burning Rock's
Nisha.
doing quite a bit.
Aegis.
Aegis still intact. 33, not able to get the hooks up. The overgrowth onto 2. Do they have the damage to finish these heroes off?
Dead.
Looks like the Marana is dead. GG is called. Liquid take game number 1. Which is exactly what we wanted to see. A close game, Cinder. I think we saw that this time around.
Yeah, I mean, if any game
Saan
gets
yan, Vic?
past 35 minutes with
Tama na lang
Game in
sa'yo.
it, it's probably a close one, right? But in reality, how close was this game actually? Because Liquid, it felt like won basically every single fight from 20-minute onward, or at least tied it, and just got so much value out of their support duo. I think everyone in their team played a massive game, and especially Nisha on that Queen of Pain. Oh my, so much damage.
Absolutely. Let's see what the panel has to say about this game number 1.
Well, look, originally I was going to say it was a close game. It was that back and forth. The Jenkins still won it.
Laki hard stand dyan sa
Considered
ano,
it
safe
then,
lang.
making it very
Actually,
clear
lahat tayo
there
walang heights.
that a lot of these team fights just going the way
Utang
of
ina.
Liquid and Jenkins. It was
Reload
down to
na
that
naman.
support duo. I mean, that last fight very heavily on Insane.
Sinaya Jax.
The overgrowth there,
Eh, depende
fantastic
naman kung ano
positioning from him,
position
but
yan.
even
May PA
before
sila.
that, just the fears coming
Offlane
out
siguro yung wheel.
Turbo,
Yeah,
pre.
honestly, everybody on
kahit
Liquid
anong
completely
position
lost
yun,
that
mamaya
game.
may eggs na yan.
If I had to
Ah,
pick
pwede.
an absolute
Ay, sakit.
MVP, I would
21,
say
24.
Baka mid willow to.
Queen of Pain, but they were such a unit. We saw that whenever 33 was able to doom Quinn, they were
Jenkins,
winning
mukhang
fights, but then
nakipagsuntukan.
he went for a Revenant's route
Nakaka-cosplay
on
yata lagi
Windranger
yun.
midway, and then all of a sudden the Doom switches to the Clinks, because that's when Dyrachyo could have actually carried the game, because he was doing some serious damage in the late game there. So they
Yun lang
basically identified
doon lang
that as
talaga
the game was
nagbago lahat
they're gonna
yung
change
na-condemn nila
the
si
way that they
MCP.
take these fights, and that is very impressive. They didn't have to lose fights to make that distinction, to know that that's how they had to change it. Because the thing is,
Ogre
if
pa,
you lose a fight to
Tanner.
Gaiman, they're gonna beat you. Like, that's enough for them. So
Save
Liquid
pala
played
yun.
this game completely flawless.
Master.
Yeah, well, we just saw one of the very first team fights that happened in that game, and that also went the way of Liquid. So it was
di ka na
phenomenal
naging
how they
master
were
race.
able to give Jacob this space.
Natapos ko na yung crown
They were
point.
able to get himself here.
Yeah, I mean, overall, their plan is really good. I like a lot what 33 is doing in victory games, still showing how his team is strong, making a lot of space in these team fights as well. And the Treants, this is something that we've talked about a lot, but the living armor was the one thing that made
Ano lang pre, Willow, tara. Bugbugin natin.
with one thing not so strict this game though, but every game that has gone over Gaming Gladiators ultimately lost for Gaming Gladiators. And Liquid, they've played in a lot of games past 20 minutes here, so I feel like if Liquid can drive this game and just survive that really aggression from GG, they're in a really good spot.
Action dito.
Ang inang
I
yan.
mean, that Treant, we've gone on tangents time and time again. Winter for multiple minutes.
Winter, you have 3 minutes to talk about Treant Protector.
I don't know, we're not going to make everyone in the arena be subject to that. But Phil was right with that. Maybe step down to the living armor. Just how different that is in a fight rather than towers.
The living armor is definitely like very useful
Wala si Ring Master.
like to highlight the instance of he got it like around minute 30 when they were like chasing and ganking him, and I felt like his item build and his understanding of the hero was the key tool that actually allowed Liquid to survive that phase. But he went for a phase boost and he actually kept the mana burn creep on Doom, which gave him the mana aura because he didn't go for any mana items on the hero. So when you go pipe plus Crimson without a mana item, usually you have mana problem. But with that creep, it kind of solves that problem, and it gives him a lot of value in the game by rushing the armor items. It kind of nullifies the thing's physical damage in the early game.
With these replays coming out, with Games Gladiators getting jumped an even number of times with Liquid, do they have to force these team fights? Is that what they felt in their way back in? Or could you have tried to avoid Liquid on the fight, draw it out, avoid Liquid on the map, draw it out a little bit longer until you felt you were in that better position to fight?
Nice one.
It's kind of hard to do that at that point in the game that we just saw, because Gaimin, they
Could even
commit
earlier?
They maybe earlier, but at this point they commit to this like death ball strategy. You're playing into a Doom with Refresher. That's 2 heroes that are going to die in the fight, guaranteed, right? And 2 of the heroes
Nice.
under
Oy,
Lord Dragon
putang
Knight,
ina mo!
they heal
Tigilan
a
mo ako,
lot.
pukin ng ina mo.
How they're tanky. Doom completely nullifies that. Nisha on Queen of Pain was pretty much immortal, and then Mickey on Wind Ranger.
Nice.
This Revenant Brute build, I think it's really great against Crimson Guard, and it's really great against multi-physical armor that was coming out of, I think, Dragon Knight. I kind of low-key think that this is something that Liquid figured out in the last couple of days, and they just think that it's perfect. Like, I would imagine that in another game, Mickey on Wind Ranger will go for Revenant Brute, even if it's not in this particular game.
Alive, boys.
Kaya lang, wala akong buhay pre.
You want to add, Phil?
I mean, I agree. The approach looks good. I talked a lot about the Doom, what was good about it, but I feel like it's almost criminal not to talk about how well Nisha played this game on the Queen of
Yan,
Pain.
game.
He had a rough laning stage. Like, Flynn definitely schooled him there. He zoned him out from like the first wave, at, like, not first wave, but at level 5. He got 6 before him. It was really difficult, but he has been coming back really fast. Playing like fucking snipers, moving hard, coming back, still like he played fucking snipers. Now he's playing like and he's just still finding ways with bad landscape to make that happen. But I did want to talk about this as well. This fight, 33, picks up the Crimson at the perfect moment, right off the corner, just drops it off there. And that allows him to not only take
Yung word ba na pwede kong isakay sa'yo, nag-i-stack?
but it buys time. They get a double kill on that bottom lane, and he gets the TP out
Oh,
scot-free.
patang muna na ito.
This is a really huge pickup. Him rushing this item with that living armor you see from the Treant Protector. These 2 items work hand in hand together, like the spell of Treant giving him extra armor, then popping the Crimson. It makes hero like Clinks, where you do rely a lot on your skill. It's like take the field. And Dracho uses them
Nice one.
instead of
Dami natin yan ang po.
Nice one. Nice one.
Dalawa may TP ang po.
big rush, like if you were to just slow it down by a little bit, maybe get some small items or be greedy.
Push na lang, pre.
The Crimson became a lot of players do that, and that would have actually been a pretty big
Nice one.
deal when the game actually didn't have the Crimson.
Look, pre.
I did want to
Sakit
highlight
ano
this
yun.
fight in particular because
Nice
you
one.
noticed that Nisha actually fed his courier to get
Teamwork.
position of where Gaimin were, and then he jumps onto the cliff. He
Long
just
TP.
willingly gets arrowed. to give his team vision of this fight. Because
Ako na lang
Wala,
mag-build ng ano.
wala orc ah, wala orc.
if they do win on DK,
Like, magbe-build ka ba ng
everybody
green?
else, they lose
Yun.
the fight because DK is the
Yeah,
only one
green.
that's going to output enough
Green
damage.
siya.
DK is the one that's going to survive. If they don't give him, he's too tanky, and all of this was achievable because Nisha was just blinking in head first. And they're
Build
really
na lang ako
confident
na-
game in Gladiator's war. Like, fighting into a war is one of the biggest like, death sentences you can do in Dota.
Nice.
So you need to have somebody who can jump onto the
Oh,
high
ano
ground
ba
like
yun?
that, and he needs
Nakikita
to
ba yun
also have
pag
the
may ano?
items in the back of his team in
Ah,
front
di ako
in
sure.
order to do that.
Yeah, I mean, they were so quick to also join in on that. The Doom was so tough to take down here throughout the whole fight. And many, even if it's the Doom that goes down, you got Wicked up and down. Same with Nisha. So the
Tara, on the way ako sa bot.
issue, and meanwhile, everyone else is left inside Liquid and just doing everything.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had damage.
Wala orc ah.
Well, DK doesn't do high.
Well, look, this crowd has been amazing so far. It's only been game number 1 for our upper bracket, but you guys have been so loud, and I do know 2 other people that like to get loud with you guys.
Ang ina, mabot pa yun.
Kaya TP sa mid.
I-rush it natin ba? Para
Ay,
hindi sila tumabot.
dalawa sila dito ah.
Pag lumalim sila, patayo ako ng gate. Farm lang muna kayo.
Now we're seeing a lot of heroes over and over again, but there
Dito
are
sila eh. Yan yun lang, sige.
big heroes. And seeing as how all of you are at the International, I'm assuming you're all authorities on Dota. So we're gonna go through all these random crowd people, and I just need you to name one unpicked hero.
Hindi malalayo tayo dito. Tayo ng gate.
I know you're all thinking the same one.
Nag-TP na dun yung ano.
Yan, kinancel.
Oo nga, kala ko tinuloy. Sa likod, Dan Nike.
Ay, okay. Tumama. Hindi ako yung nakapatay or baka yung sa ano lang, epekto lang yun.
Yung nag-D-word.
Oh,
Parang sa apin.
Meepo, that is correct. That is incorrect.
You are doomed. Muted. Inconvenienced.
That is correct.
Shit.
wag niyo akong harangan.
TP out ka niya. Teka niya.
Nice. Cooldown pa SS.
Carry for carry. Ad na rin.
That is correct.
Ako na nagbibuild ng pipe.
Okay.
That is correct.
Turn na lang siguro ito.
Si Aris may earn.
May Desert.
That is correct.
Magkano ako, Berry?
That is incorrect.
Ay, sunog ako. Oo, alam ko na.
17 seconds pa yun.
Uy, hindi oh. Ano gusto?
Ano lang.
Luwa ko na pre. Lapit sila dito.
May ogre ah. Dito. Smoke nga tayo. Smoke tayo dito.
Ano ko? Teka. Push out lang ko.
That is correct.
Yung Nikes. Rabungin natin.
Smoke agad.
Double or nothing.
Smoke.
Nakabesel ako. Tanggal ko ulit yan. Ayun. Pasok.
Cooldown pa skills ko.
Hindi, kaya ako pinapasmoke kasi kahit may earn yan, pwede yan mag ano. Rage, kaya mag
Kami.
People need some help.
We got one more. We're gonna do the double or nothing. I will shower you in the pants, and you can take over this. If you get this right, I want 2 heroes.
It's an 0 for 2.
Ayan, kasama end punch to.
Can anyone solve our mystery? Okay. Oh, okay. Juggernauts and Nick.
Oh, lagi pa sa nice.
Hindi tayo sa lahat.
Alright, get ready. You're about to take a hot shower, my friend. Here we go. Make it rain.
Pati yung mga scaling nito.
Iwas.
We're gonna throw it. Well, big point is Bogdan. The game is ended, sir. Give him
Okay, farm lang kayo. Kaya ko i-hold to mag-isa.
Take your hat. Was that right? It was not right. Okay, we'll take a hat anyway. Thanks a lot for watching.
Tap ako.
See you for the next game. Back to you guys.
Farm nyo muna jungles.
So sometimes I wonder
Dang
if
it,
the
sir.
fans watch more of the games than Slack does, not knowing if something was something stuff yesterday. This man wasn't so welcome at this call. You guys are on my pile of, especially those last two picks. Oh,
Yeah.
well, you can't Google it, Fia. Come on, man. That destroys the spirit.
I would definitely the last two. That was a difficult one. Like, there's a lot of heroes that have been picked,
Yeah.
and when it comes down to the last two that haven't been picked, that's difficult.
Necro was one of my first guesses. He sucks.
Mummy. I mean,
Yeah, he's
Dawnbreaker would have been mine. Dawnbreaker, yeah. She would have been my first guess. How could you guys have forgotten about her? I would love to see her.
Malapit
Oh,
na
we also
mag-dance
had to
na.
get the Gladiators fan right at the end there. He wanted Darajo to be able to come back stronger, and that's what we're all hoping as well if we want to get him in number 3, because Liquid in this upper bracket final has been able to beat game number 1. So let's have a little bit of a theory craft. Jenkins, you're a big fan of this series. What's going on backstage? What's the pep talk coming out from either one of the players or
Kaya nasa mid lang sila. Para mag-gamit.
I think there's, you know,
Wala natin makahanap naman.
recency bias. Everybody talks about the last TI winner. Everybody talks about the last series winner. Everybody talks about the last game winner. You know what? This is the Gladiator we're talking about. These guys are not going to go down
Yes, farm ka lang.
I think they're going to be angry. I think we're going to see
Tatlo yung hero na tambay dito.
like none other,
Pinalugi.
and we've seen Duraccio. You know, we got a fantasy crowd say, go Duraccio, go. Well, you know what? This guy will go from being on lone
Nice
for
one.
3 times in a row in the most
Nice one,
ridiculous
nice
way
one.
possible to
Distracted sila.
execute
Ito lang,
a
dito,
literally
ito lang.
flawless alchemist game. So
Maka-
this guy, you know,
maka-TP
he's
ako
a bit
dyan.
volatile,
Galala.
but when he needs to turn it on, he'll turn it on.
Do you think that's Daracho that's going to be able to come out and engage?
Ay, itong sinunod.
Report na lang. O, yun sila dito. Nag-out si ano.
Very familiar with that one, Jacob.
Si...
Very
Ano
nice.
Master.
Ito yun.
It's getting to him, and the flame is getting to put
Nice one.
the gun.
You gonna run down there? Pull the whole package down?
I don't think I can
Nice
Tama
smoke,
ko eh.
nice smoke.
just throw gum at him as he walks
Nice.
out.
Oh, look at
End.
dude. There's also talk on the flip side. Look
Hindi,
at being
kaya
able
pa?
to get a game
Hindi nyo kaya yan. Take nyo na lang yung
Last time
outpost.
that happened was almost 5 months ago. Okay, being
Tapos
able to
sikat
go
natin yung
slow
mid
in
nila.
that series, it was in that playoffs that you talked about as well, Fia, where it is
Take nyo outpost, tas TP ako dyan.
the Liquid have that
Ito oh, pinupong putito. Yung yellow.
Yeah, they do. They don't feel the pressure yet. I do think it's just a thing where you get put in the same scenario multiple times, and the result that you had previously keeps happening. It's gonna be in your head, right? And I think that's
Tara,
what
push
happened
natin mid.
in the grand finals. But in the playoffs, they're not affected by that. They still play really well, and I think right now 30 is there. It's like even if
Dalawa.
Nice one.
Nice free, nice free.
I think patay ako.
now you're in a strategy that you have prepared for.
Nice.
Doesn't work. You don't want to give him sand. He's becoming a target that is very difficult.
Tangina, hindi pa rin.
I will say that is potentially the biggest difference between these two
Tara, push, push.
series is what we saw
Line X.
Liquid be able to drive
Hey.
is that
nyo.
they had found where the side of the
Siyempre. Ano ba ako?
is it something that is going on in a bet real roll the dice if it
Yeah.
works that's all Liquid has to
That
do
was
that
it.
if it doesn't work
Dito.
we still
Wala, wala.
Kaya tayo.
Push naman.
TV oh. Kunin mo yan, kunin mo yan.
Okay.
What they
Up.
want to deal with
Ikot, ikot.
They're gonna be letting something through.
Laki pera yun,
At some
nakapatay
point, I think in
something.
this game, they might actually just totally change it up. Let something different through. They let the Naga through. I know Liquid have played one game. They
Yan na.
showed that they were able to predict.
Hello!
Ang dami pala.
Okay, palag lang, naka-solar crest ka. Wala akong mag-view.
Trying for game gladiator.
Nahanap ako ng PA.
Kaya lang.
Like only liquid on. I'm not suggesting
Putang ina mo.
Sige. Tapos eh.
Nag-throw sa loob ng box, puta, namatay.
But I think there's heroes like
Push.
King of Pain for Nisha. I don't think it's gonna get banned, but just as an example, other
Ay,
heroes
hindi.
have not been able to make this work. It looks
Kailangan
like
natin
there's
contain.
even questions.
Hanapin mo siguro dyan yung remaster.
Okay, this is interesting, which is a
MKB
polite way of saying that this is a bad pick. He had a terrible lane stage, but he understands the mid-game and the late game so well that it's worth having a rough early game. So maybe Damon, their thought process here is ban out the hyper specialty heroes of Liquid and try to get them to play on their terms, try to get them to play more normal Dota. And I think the 33 Doom definitely fits into this category. Probably so does
Man,
the
I'm excited
But if you get
mag-smoke.
33
Dahil sa akin lang
on
yun.
a more
Ayaw mo yan.
Mimit ko tong sila, Diego.
then I think
Ah.
you're
This
No, wala tayong target
this
eh.
is the talk, you know, TI
Ayaw
two
mo.
hours ago when this man won it.
Pwede.
Is the
Ares
list
na
too
lang.
long to be able to ban it out? Because
Kaya
even
natin
though
i-take yun.
Ayun o.
There's
Ay, sayang.
Ano
Nakasmoke
yan?
pa.
Aras yan. Ano?
what I'm about to say is, I think
Portal
the
ako.
pool looks smaller because he's on liquid,
I think
but
Pita.
it's still there. I do think there is still a depth that maybe he
Ares
hasn't
na.
played it in this tournament. Maybe he hasn't played it for two, but has he forgotten how to play that hero entirely?
Kind of like when he also plays.
Sige, sige.
But like overall, I feel like he's gonna be one who
Ako sa loob.
play something that I played 3 months ago. But I didn't play the hero like
Sige, hindi niya alam dito.
I understand.
Ako yung Atlas ka.
maybe what you do is you ban out Beast, Sand King, Visit, and then he picks Enigma, the only hero left to play in this tournament, and then respond with a
Ba't ikaw yung tinatarget? Huwag mo na i-backstab, pre. Ay, huwag mo na i-ano. Think ka.
your hero before with Clinks, and it didn't work out. But I feel like Clinks is much less good than
Sige. Good lang tayo. Wala namang ano. May chicken naman si...
Wow, you just slapped it right on there on the lowest tier possible.
What do you think?
Chicken naman niya si
How good
NP.
do you think Clinks is?
Ayun lang ginamit niya.
Jenkins is about right. The hero, he's not very good right now.
Someone clip it. Jenkins is gonna have to keep that one for memories.
Yeah, I mean, Clinks right now, especially if you go for the build that Dyrachio went,
Kita.
which is the highest damage out.
Yay!
Ayun na, gitna sa gitna.
Puno ako.
Alright, well, it was very dependent if they're able to ban all of them.
Ah, katin.
If they use the
Sige, may ano.
Okay.
May Aegis ka naman.
and the only way to find out
Yung Master G. Yung Master. Kami first stop. Yung PA sa gilid.
Wala nang BKB yan. Pero... Okay. Blink ka, Mes. Blink ka.
Ayun na una.
we're gonna get him as number 2 here. A lot of fans in the crowd, and some of them hoping for a game.
Farm lang ako, ano?
Some of them
MKB,
hoping
farm ako
for
MKB.
it to close out now, but either way, let's see what is going to be respected.
Asa yung blur eh.
Naga Siren is still going to be on that ban list first base priority. Sand King Doom is now up there, changing out a lock. That's what was there in game number 1, and Doom replaced it as a first ban side of game Gladiator.
Yeah, I just wanted to say like how disrespectful it would have been just to
Wala
ban
natin
all
yung
of
PA.
the heroes thinking that he just couldn't play anything else,
And then let Naga through.
and just let all the other like S tier heroes into the game. Like, sure, I think right now the 2 heroes you have to ban for 3-3 is
Oo nga
Sand
pala
King,
nag-stun
is
siya.
Doom, because those are just
Naka
easy
ano,
overall first
Gizal
picks
na.
of the game.
Hmm.
His other heroes are more
Patay ako niyan,
special.
kaya
You
sabi
don't
ko.
have first pick of you don't have first pick of Enigma either. So
Level 22 na yun. Ano ang ginawa?
don't have enough fans for second base either.
Eh,
That's kind of
naka-triple
like
kill.
why a lot of
Hindi, yung ano yung
like him.
Ubo. Ano sa assist?
second phase there. And there's just too many good heroes in Dota right now. Just you have to ban
Wala
and
yung
not let it
PA27.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. You don't have to play much else. And this time, that's good. Banning out all these special heroes. There is a Garachio hero, depending on which play in Dota you're looking at. But the
This is
S
most play hero this turn.
the Broodmother.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Alchemist.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, these are all...
Sa akin. Ay, layo nyo.
Huwag muna, friend. Ipafarm pa ako, ano? MKB rin.
Sige, kunin mo na tayo.
All these specialty heroes means that
Mahirap,
Gaming gets a
mahirap
very
pumalag
nice
dyan
counter
kay ano,
with their
PA.
I will say the Shadow Demon as well.
So good
going
si-
4 or the 5, it's not locked into, hey, it's
Tabi
definitely
lang Nikki
the
and
lane
NPA.
pairing if they want to show a core as their next support.
Asa
there
mid na
is
yung PA?
a lot more to
Umusugod na ulit. Kailangan na tulong.
more locked in.
Sinugod kang P8. Ano ka? Kaya naman pala. No wonder. No wonder.
Dede.
It's just in a very good role in the carry. He just does everything that you want, and I don't really mind picking my carry early. It's a win.
Higit naman kasi makipag-communicate. Sinugod kang ganun eh.
Help fight in the rooms, and it's just very useful for the draft. And I just feel like
Oh, nice.
you are opening your
Oh, look at
heroes,
this.
it's always nice to open a hero. He's always going to be doing okay against anything.
Pinaka-MKB na si Ewi.
And I think that was proven last game as well. Like, Crimson, the Forum, the Underlord, it looks good, but he's in every single team fight, just destroying everyone, going different items. Roach is one of them. So yeah, this hero is just good in every single game, and it's just Liquid is proven time and time again. They don't want to counter pick you 1-to-1. They just want to pick the heroes that they think are good and fits their playstyle. And Wind Ranger on Mickey has been that hero staple.
Okay, 33 officially has 2 more heroes that he has played in this
Oh,
game.
Slotted na
It
tayo.
is Visage and Enigma.
You think he'll pick
May
one?
pwede bang bumili ng Hex?
I'm not
Oo,
sure.
siguro.
I'm more curious as to what Gaming Gladiator is
Hex
actually.
na Hex.
You know, the Beast Band isn't a head scratcher, but the lack of support now is. This is very abnormal for what we see in bands for our series. There's at least normally
Kailangan natin ng control para kay AP.
It feels like there's so many quote-unquote good pieces that other people have looked towards, just sitting there,
Yeah,
waiting to get picked up.
Too many support heroes that are really good. Like this specific matchup, you're trying to
Lahat. Renake mo tapos buhos tatakbo.
by banning the certain core heroes that build certain items. I feel like the supports are kind of getting forgotten in a way. But you can't ban them because it's way better than for the DK again, which is still like a very good hero, like, and carries the SD.
Okay.
I think this is
Oh god.
that was because he was being, I think without the Wind was looking extremely good. And it's a good counter to a good hero against the Visage with very high armor, which has good burst, damage. And I think they probably picked it knowing that the Visage or the Enigma for some reason.
Give us support in the game right now. Probably Naga and Dusk. So not surprised when we get Dusk here. I kind of have to wait when you want to pick the first 3 here. He has this hero pool. They know what they want to pick from. This is classic.
Effort pa naman.
Whether it's the best Visage game or not, well, it's on his hero pool that he's going to play. They're going to pick it. Whether it's the best
Wala tayong hard disable dun eh. Ang problema sa
maybe those last little picks give
Line
a
up.
little bit of flexibility. I do like the DK a lot too, but however, I want to see it to be defaulted to carry, not to any other position, because you kind of saw that last game. The DK didn't do much damage. That's just kind of like the problem that the DK did. You don't scale into the point where you're a big threat, but when you do play it in the carry position, you focus on getting like these K-dilises, getting the farm. This hero is going to do the best. It's really good for
But in the previous game, I also kind of felt like his build was also not really allowing to do damage right after the mage there. He went like Hurricane Pike. He didn't really go for any like direct DPS items like we normally see in the carry game, to SNY.
Not a typical build from the mid DK, that's why. I never see the mid DK go for the arm at first. They always go for the Blink Dagger, and last game they went for the Mage Slayer just to deal with Katrina Pain's damage. So just completely different here, but it is open. I feel like it could have worked last game. He did do well in the mid lane. He made some good rotations on the Dragonite as well. And now this DK will either be the carry or the mid, because Primal is almost always an ace, if not always an ace. So that's a pretty decent pickup for him as well. Why is it Blade Mail? They can interrupt the win range and
Play.
Wala masyadong ano sa
Clockwork is
Liquid
the
GG.
secondary support they're going to pick up. Very similar to what Tusk does, so they're both their side laners. They're going to do that range.
Disruptor
Tusk
naman ako.
I mean, the clock is, I think, mostly a response to a primal. One of the counters against primal, you can block him and he's charging in. You can stop the pulverize with hookshot. It's just a very, very useful hero against primal throughout the game.
Wala nga din kasi
Also
last
good
pick
against
natin.
SD, and when you're playing against SD, you want one of your supports to be able to
At
counter
that, wala
and
na.
team fight.
5 seconds, boss. The Bristle ban, I agree with. I think that would have been a very cheese pick for a game into group up and death ball around, but also I can't think of a hero in Dota that's better against Visage. The birds legitimately just die in the team fight against the Bristle Quills. It's one of the hardest matchups in the game.
No, I agree. It's really good. Not a hero we see a lot of, but in specific situations it can be really good.
Mag-end ka na ano.
I can never tell if the crowd is cheering for a pick or if they're cheering for themselves being on screen right there.
Be a little bit of both.
Mid-G!
Some people just like to
Ay, gago
Yun
na
lang.
Is that you?
Yun lang.
Oh, we got the wave going on. Hype.
Atin yan, puta.
Alright, last pick here.
Yan lang random siya.
Ang kakatino nila, putang ina. Ba't
Same
ganun?
situation as last game. They don't
Full
know if
carry.
DK is
Well,
going mid.
dapat tapusin natin agad.
Nisha, no
Hirap din
matter what, will
tapusin
be
agad.
getting counterpicked, but Nisha's been so good.
Ah,
this
wala
tournament,
tayong ano,
getting counterpicked.
power damage masyado. Pero kung mabaog natin Earth.
Nisha?
You don't know your matchup. That's like the only thing with the hero right now.
Yeah, I
Hirap
agree
kasi
the Timber
turo.
looks good, but
Yung single
Nisha's
target
really
kasi
good on these
wala.
plugs and Queen of Pains, these type of heroes where he just plays
Okay
the
na
map
sa time
so
zone
well.
o Chronosphere.
Sana
He
time zone.
loses his lane, he somehow always finds a way to get
Bagay
involved
time zone,
and
puro
have
carry
impact
sila.
in the game.
Baka may
Yeah, Puck
solar flare.
would definitely be an interesting one here because on one hand, I do feel like, you know, there's the DK stun into Mirana arrow, there's like good disable for the Puck, but there's also Drinking Buddies, which is going to be able to pull the Puck out of any sort of like single target. This is why I think Matos is such an excellent pick here. Gaiman has a lot of like easy to execute stun combos, but Drinking Buddies will disrupt a lot of these.
Diba, to DK, tapos win na ano.
They're going Puck.
They're going Puck.
If you don't talk to DK, you talk to me, right? And you pick another carry.
But I don't think they care. Like,
He
Nisha
got me
lost
Queen.
his lane like every single
Tingin ko si
this
Primal.
tournament, and he just owns somehow. Somehow he just
Yung
gets
nag-DK
owned
eh,
his
tingin ko
lane.
si
He
Diracho
goes
na yun.
beyond godlike by the end of the game. And like at this point, I'm not even using my brain anymore. Be like, what's the best possible pick? I'm thinking, what's the best possible pick just for Nisha, regardless of anything else? Because he's
Mirana.
proven that even if he gets pulled in lane, he'll find his way back into the game and deliver.
Yeah, this time around Liquid has a very, very fast draft, you know, with the Visage Puck. And those heroes don't really need a lot of items, they just need a couple of levels. And Windranger is the one that also doesn't really mind, you know, joining the early fights, you know. Even if Windranger is not ready with
Unless
the
off lane
items,
si ano.
Visage and Puck are strong, he can come to the fights. And looking at what Liquid has, they kind of don't really have much
Ang off lane niya si Primal.
outside this fight. You know.
Alam kaya nitong
So
Omni
they
natin
kind of
na
need something that
option
can
yun.
actually hold their whole draft together right now. Something
Mid
that
ba
can
siya?
maybe deal
Hammer
with the
yung
early
kinuha na
aggression
first.
from Liquid. If they put the DK mid, it means they're going to try to win the lane, and hopefully by winning the lane, slow down Liquid. This pub is going to be very, very annoying to deal with.
From
As the
downtown
end,
yun siya.
they have the
Yeah.
kind of
I'm noticing that Monkey King is still in the pool. I see the reserve time is ticking down, so we are going to get our answer very soon.
Bakit
as
pa
to where
kanina?
we want to put it.
Okay, mid DK then.
Yeah.
They're
Tangina, may
gonna make
Arcana
the
rin to, ah.
shifts themselves. Is it exactly what you were just talking about when it was enough to starve off the Liquid early game?
I'm not so sure though, because Muerta is a very,
Ay, puta, kasi puli pa rin ako nun.
slow hero, and with this switch up, they are kind of gambling on the fact that the DK will win the lane hard enough that will buy enough time for the Muerta to come not so sure if I like that after seeing, like Fear mentioned, Nisha always loses his lane, but he's gonna be able to find a way to come back into the game and be very useful with the lineup. They have a very scary lineup with the Puck, Visage, landing their spells and destroying everyone. And if you don't have time to farm with Meta, you can never come to the fight.
Fear, as a Muerta enjoyer, you said she's your favorite hero the other day. How is the Wind Ranger Muerta matchup in Dota right now?
I mean, I think Muerta does well versus Wind Ranger because you deal with that, but at the same time, you also don't like playing this Wind Ranger because you can't hit it.
They both evade.
Yeah, they do, but I will say, like, this draft that Gaming Gladiators has
Ayan, G, Mirana.
looks like a 40-plus minute draft to me. Come online for the more
Bye-bye.
Early style, this is the Aura type of strategy we usually see them play to dominate
Nablock ko.
the mid-game time. They're playing more for late game here. I'm
Kaso lang,
worried
green
that
tayo.
Liquid has more.
Kind of subject, do you want to give some sort of the game ban this draft?
They do have hard heroes to run into.
Oy.
DK, Primal, there isn't a Doom to kill these heroes in the game. If they can have these solid lanes and transition it to the
Mana
game,
boots ka?
then they're gonna be fine. They're gonna like it.
Okay.
Wala akong mana.
Pwede ka ng 1 pre. Ano yan? Instant trigger ka. Madalas mag-spam sila yun na ano. Count yung mana dun sa
But I feel that oftentimes people don't see how difficult your early journeys are. I'll talk to Tofu, or I'll talk to Quinn. Day one of group stage, like, oh my god.
Sa akin na sa akin.
So bad. So garbage. And then you end up getting grand finals every single time. So what are you most proud about for your team
Okay.
from taking the road to TI to here?
Altså, jeg er mest stolt af, at vi altid formår at tage os sammen, når det virkelig gælder. Vi spiller alt på holdet. Og så senere, så tager vi os egentlig sammen, og så tror jeg tror måske, der er en spiller på vores hold, der tør at tage det seriøst nogle gange, især i scrims. Så når vi er lige sammen, så spiller vi rent faktisk godt.
Scrims, yes, of course. I totally agree. And now how about this final matchup? Because you guys were taking down the reserve time. Muerta versus Wind Ranger. What are your thoughts?
Altså, Muerta burde være rimelig decent, fordi at, hun har sin ult på, og så kan hun jo ikke rigtig work-win hende eller noget. Så
Wala Mirana.
det tænker jeg er rimelig nice for hende. Altså, de interagerer ikke så meget med hinanden, for hun har også win-rush,
Mirana
så er der
ito.
skyde hende.
TP ako.
Det er bare to third range carries.
Nakaglim si Mirana.
Huwag tumatakbo yan. Tumatalon pala.
Thank you so much, Tsunami and Royal Arena. Y'all look beautiful out there doing the wave earlier. Lyrical here, subbing in for Sunspace, a little bit under the weather. But I do have somebody with me as well that can translate everything that was just said. Cinderin, what did that interview say?
Yeah, it's interesting to get a second job that you weren't hired for out of nowhere. Well, effectively, he said that the Muerta versus Wind Ranger matchup is interesting because Muerta can, you know, avoid Wind Ranger's whirlwind when she's using it because you turn into the ghost form with your Pierce the Veil. And then before that, he said, well, the reason our starts to the tournament poorly is that he didn't name any names specifically, but he was like, we have one player who sometimes struggles to take scrims seriously, but then when it really counts, we really pull it together and bring our A game. So maybe that's why some of the earlier stages of tournaments aren't going so well, but yeah, I mean, this is a clutch team, right? When it's crunch time, they just get it done most of the time. And well, you're down 0-1. Your first game did not go according to plan, and as the panel pointed out, this is a rather unusual Gaming Gladiators approach to a draft in this tournament. So I think it will be really inspiring to see if they start playing slower and doing a game, right? Dare I say? But Liquid has some real apps.
Ayan na yan, SSNC rin.
The Visage, the Wind Ranger again. Nisha's punt has been ridiculous this tournament as well.
The crowd appreciating your voice line yet again. Here that one coming out. No, I agree with you. The Nisha puck has looked so good, and that is going to be the interesting thing to watch. Has it been a situation where now Gaming are willing to take up and change their style a little bit, or have they been fully pressured into it? We're just going to wait for the outcome, and we'll draw deductions from there, because that's how that works.
You can't be wrong if you let things happen first and then say, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's what I meant all along, absolutely. Yeah, but we'll keep our eyes across all of these various different lanes, and that's the thing too, is like everybody, when they think of Gaming Gladiators, they're thinking about all of these big aura heroes making moves around the map. He's playing on this Primal Beast. I'm curious to see what he goes for on this one, because he oftentimes is that engine that this entire rest of the draft just sort of plays around. How do you think he's going to play this game?
First say make no mistake, this is one of his best heroes. We just haven't seen him play that style there. But there have been games earlier, I want to say earlier this year and especially last year, where he was totally carrying on Primal Beast. And it wasn't necessarily taking an aura approach, it was the traditional BKB Ags, be in the middle of fights, do tons of damage and tank the whole world. Could be what they're angling for. They feel like, alright, well, our aura strategy didn't really work against Liquid, so now instead we're going to pick heroes that team fight better, and then we're going to itemize it more focus on BKBs rather than the auras. But let's see how the early I'm not sure you have the options of buying it. So far so good, especially in mid. Quinn absolutely handing it to me. 7 against the 5 and 2 on Puck. So this, dare I say, is going worse for Nisha than it did against Sniper the other day, very early on.
Yeah, this is a dangerous matchup, even later on in the game too, right? Not just the laning stage, but Blink stun at certain points in time, and then you've got the aura coming in from the rest of those heroes. It could just be a death bomb as Mickey. Oh, pressure on him. Well, I get a little bit of help from the Centaur creeps there.
That's why they call them neutral creeps. That was just chaotic evil. It just wanted everybody to suffer at the same time, but nobody really reaped the benefits there except everyone watching who got a little cheap laugh out of it. It's like, all things considered, all cores probably not too unhappy here. It's relatively even. Nisha's caught up a little bit. To make a good point, in some of the games that we've seen Nisha do incredible things in this Puck, he hasn't necessarily... Oh, hang on, Celery's doing a ton of damage to Boxy. That's a 5-stack.
This is getting up there higher and higher.
It's only level 1, though.
I mean, it keeps him back for the moment, but the high 5 shows he was never really that worried about his health in that movement. But yeah, able to also do a nice little shards play over the top and get that bounty. You were saying I said something really smart though, so you can keep saying that if you want.
I forgot. It doesn't really happen very often. Yeah, so the thing was, it was about the Puck method in this game, that sometimes Puck has these pop-up games when Nisha plays the first time. This time, as you mentioned, Dragon Tail into arrows, pulverize, even something like the Cool, and actually quite a big issue for the Puck as well. So I think the player to watch in this game, which is the case for many of Liquid's games, will be Box. The Tusk is the true combo breaker you have in your lineup on Liquid. I guess Clock can be a little bit of a pseudo by just breaking the fight up with Cogs, but a lot of the time against a hero like Primal Beast, generally speaking, Clock is good against Primal, but once Primal gets the BKB, it's unblockable. Where you Cog in someone, and if Primal's hit with Cogs as well, he's just trampling them to death inside of those Cogs, so
you've lost your top
tower. Gotta be a little bit careful with your placements, but on paper, very good in the first 20 minutes of the game.
Absolutely. And of course, they were able to sort of block out the nice counter that the Shadow Demon normally is, taking that first phase overall. Could also see, as this game gets later, I wouldn't mind seeing Toki get back and get some stacks up. Because that's the other thing that Primal can really accelerate as far as I want to play more of the stack game.
Shadow Blade pala yun.
Power shot, Ace, still feeling it. Also manages to get out.
That was actually impressive. He almost willed that kill into existence.
Tara, push mid.
And now another banish coming. Dyrachyo, the calling, the silence is out. A little bit of drinking buddies. Make sure the 33 and Box will be fine.
Yeah, there are 3 stacks of poison there on 33, but no mana left in the tank for Celery means no chase. But yeah, it was a thing in the draft as well when we were talking about it, or looking at the Shadow Demon pick. The panel was mentioning how multiple supports made it through the pool. And the thing is, you're unlikely to want to grab the Omni Knight when you're playing into the SDE. So I think from Gaming Gladiator's perspective, they were kind of happy to see that first pick where they could just snipe counter it with SD and then also not have to ban Omni. I think that really opened up the ground for the point is to go for this pivot that they have here. Ace with the power shot, big damage,
Ay, sa likod.
Oh, likod. It's getting closer. Oh, he went the other way. Block it off, but there was a tree blocking.
Leave.
Okay. This does have the onslaught.
Paano pala to break?
This is still really good. The amount of time Ace has to use to run away here and then
Oh shit!
And they try and set this up. The wraparound coming
God
from
damn.
Insania. If they can whittle Hades down a little bit, they're baiting them out here to the side. Snowball forward and out. Caught inside the cogs. Do they have enough damage to bring down Celery? Oh, the calling! Stopping that other soul assumption. He finally manages to throw it out, but it's not enough damage.
Oh, is Boxy gonna die?
Oh man, this would be huge if they could find that kill.
For a 3v2, that is an awesome outcome for Gaimin. They didn't lose anyone and they almost killed someone off. Insania has to use his healing salve, Boxy's really low and probably has to go back to base. And if both supports are out of the play for a little bit, 33, Visage is very vulnerable when he's playing 1v2. This is a hero that, you know, generally remember the phases of Visage just being invincible, but the first few levels
Uy! No wonder.
whatsoever.
Sige, sige. Dalawa sila doon. Ako tinatarget mo. Wala akong
No supporting cast to cover him. He has to
Ace with the turnaround up on that top lane. They thought they could do something there, but no luck at all. Managed to bring down that clockwork. Also worth noting, because they saw those supports, Liquid feel comfortable leaving this Wisdom Room for 33. So they're going to leave him alone, and then Boxy's going to TP back out.
Going for that Wisdom Room is going to cost him 3 creeps in the tower, though. So, and not only that, now the wave is still back on the enemy side of a lane. So once again, Visage will have to find his way down here alone. Good kill from Liquid.
A little bit too greedy from Ace.
Yeah, probably wasn't expecting that rotation from the Tusk.
Kaya na.
Leap charge.
Damage.
Coming in.
Ayun sila may
Ay, nasa baba yun.
Does secure
kaso naka-in yan.
up on the top side. Should be able to get that one. It's a little bit close, pretty quick, but
Chase Tofu though. And Tofu.
Naka-BKB.
24 days sa charge ko. Baka.
Looks like they're gonna turn their sights.
Pero pinalo lang si Haris.
Yan.
Sinadshot lang si Haris niya.
BKB ng Void.
Pinutukan ka lang.
Naka ano pa? Naka-tawag dito? Daedalus pa.
Now Liquid are going to be the ones that back on out. 33, another round of Soul Assumption can take down Celery. Yes, it is enough damage.
Protect your bottom
So they lose both of those supports, and now they're bringing even more in. Big Ace goes up. Now they take down Ace. Liquid bringing so many numbers, and the one hero that didn't end up making the swell move. Oh, Arrow comes in. Now Ace is dead too. Bro, what's happening?
Yeah,
There's like 9 heroes mid.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. So this is actually kind of a cascading effect of 33 having to leave bottom. The reason this turns out this way is 33 gave up. The wave was in such a bad placement down bottom against the SD Muerta, and he had no supporting cast there, so he had to leave. So he just started going mid to find some sort of impact, and it turned into this huge fight. Now he's going to die for it too.
Nice. Another move underneath the tower. Gaming Gladiators not used to being down 1-0 in a series, but they're fighting back good in this one.
This is easily the worst start 33 has had on this hero in this tournament. I think that is the biggest concern for Liquid right now. The score doesn't look too bad, the gold doesn't look too bad. Visage has 21 CS, he's level 5. And that's he's still got 6 minutes 10. So really unheard of. He's now finally going to get this 10 by GPU down. Getting that flat barrel last hit, so he will be on the to fight him again here. That would be a total travesty. Gladiators are thinking about it, but all right, there's Ace Quinn.
That move around is nice already towards the direction where he's going to be. Smoked up, ready to head back. I mean, he's playing as safe as you can possibly.
Yun lang,
Gotta know about this rotation,
this is
but
such a good read.
will it stop it from happening? Quinn still ready to run in, yes. 33, very wise.
Excellent awareness there. And as much as we talk about him struggling on the Visage, it's not like Ace is having a great game either. To be fair, both offlaners are really suffering in this individual game, and it's kind of interesting to see in a tournament where offlaners for the most part have been doing quite good for themselves in the early game. We'll see who manages to find the better recovery. Visage, net worth might be a little bit, I don't want to call it inflated, but you know, he will benefit from his facet. If it weren't for that, I think they would be neck and neck on the Visage as well as the Primal.
Should know they're coming through, and Tofu is right there. Now Mickey doesn't like bullets. He'll head back. But
Uy,
it
gago.
definitely feels like
Tangina
Valve
mo.
likes to sort of
May isa pang life.
get in there a little
Grabe.
bit
May
in
isa
fights, at least until 33 has those items to stay alive.
Nilalaban.
Yeah, he's also opting for the Vanguard as his first purchase here on that Primal. It's an item we don't see particularly much as the first pickup for many heroes. You know, some heroes will get Crimson at some point, but this time it is extra valuable. You're playing against the Visage familiars, you're playing against the Windranger, of course, so Crimson is a complete given. But it's not an item Primal usually buys as his first, but this game is just too good. So as far as the supports go, nobody is really having a particularly standout game in terms of experience, with the exception of Tofu, who... Oh, hang on. That's a good curse right there.
I mean,
He was having a good game until then. Okay, maybe he's still...
well,
he's still...
No, he's still.
Thought maybe I could maybe this call, but no. So the reason I was looking at this was all the supports were level 5 except for Tofu, but now Celery will pick up his 6. Clockwork is almost 6, and Boxy is a little bit off. So it does give them a slight advantage game in because they have all their spells unlocked to take fights. But with that, Death on the Mirana might slow things down a little bit and get them caught up. Tofu in the last game on Mirana was having very little farm. This might have been something they talked about post-game, that they want to build up the Mirana a little bit more than they did. And this time around already, he has half the farm that he did last game at 35 minutes. He has it in at 12. Raw CS. That will, of course, reward him the earlier level 6 and see if this move is going to be successful in the game.
They're scanning right now on the gate to see if Windranger went through. They're also going to bring the Shadow Demon. So if he does not get a read quickly, this is going to be an easy bring down. And I think with this Blink Dagger reveal, jump forward, stun, there's creeps in the way, he can't get the arrow in time. And so Mickey lands the shackle and gets some separation. Now the hook shot, the turnaround, sometimes farming keeps you alive. As Mickey was not going to get hit by that arrow, and they're also going to bring down the Shadow Demon. Boxy makes the move forward, they give the kill over to 33. I mean, whether lucky or good, Liquid are just winning right there.
And the timing just wasn't the right one there with the creeps coming in, as you said, blocking off the arrow. So Gaming couldn't commit fully for that, and that's a really nice turnaround for Liquid. Not only do they keep Windranger alive by 2 kills, there's some swords on the
Bigyan nyo nga yan.
Basic just gets that nice bonus goal in the last kill, which is going to propel him into a much better position in the game than prior.
Guess you couldn't save your top
This 14-minute wisdom, will Liquid actually make it in time? This is pretty close. I think they're too late.
Round of people running forward and find that kill on Celery. Duraccio is going to back away, pretending that there's a lot of danger coming this direction. Yeah, and I mean, I think the Crimson is an interesting choice. It's something we could talk about here a little bit too, to help keep these towers alive a little bit. But honestly,
oh shit.
they bring numbers like that.
Oh shit.
They want to keep that.
It's more a matter of can you have staying power in fights. You see fights where they get this Windranger up and running, and together with the Visage, they have to fight this item on the side of Demon. So he's the only real candidate.
Puta, team carry lahat kalaban.
So he'll have to. Arguably, maybe you could say
Kaso, binalugos yung mid natin.
the build that Primals often want to do with the BKB. He'll get it later. As we've said a couple of times already, Ace's game is just not that great, and that has seemed like a recipe for disaster in a lot of Gamin's losses. Is when Ace is not off to a good start, some of the times the tempo just can't really match.
Mga ito 2-0 na nila yan, pre.
Liquid once again
Kasi
in a very comfortable
3-0 sa
position.
finals.
Kaya nga.
Maybe
Ganyan sila eh.
Ganun yan eh.
Potentially having like
Naisusulat
their
mo yan
timing
eh.
on the Duraccio Muerta, there could be something more that they make work at that stage.
Alas alam, mahulog, malaglag ang ano.
It looks like they want to make another go of this. And again, you know, Blink stun from
Possible.
Quinn into an arrow. This should be a pretty easy kill on everybody. Counter move
Basta wag
being made by
Liquid G
Liquid
yung
right now
Kaya nga eh,
into
no? May
these
iba naman.
Ancients of Insania.
Kahit Tundra
finds
Liquid,
them.
okay na ako.
Off to the side, there's creeps in the way. Duraccio, does he realize who's nearby? The jump forward, hook shot in. They have the snowball, they have the kill. Liquid smelling blood in the water and going hunting.
Yeah, are they going to go to try to steal the stack as well? This is kind of slow with just Puck and Clockwork.
Mabusan natin ang hero
Try
point
to also
sila.
defend. They want to keep everything alive here, bringing the numbers against Ace and the Siege Creep. Can they even stop this push? Maybe yes.
Ah puta, Windranger ulit Liquid. Medyo sure na yan. Tapos pack niya siya.
I mean, this is so good too because they're not showing that there's 2 heroes still over.
Bakit ka?
Jump
Puta, Liquid na yan.
instant drinking buddies.
And now they go, trying to find what they can do. And the jump through coming from Ace Control, but immediately broken. Now Mickey goes in with that focus fire. Ace still trying to do what damage he
Palaro
can.
pa kayo?
There's just not enough HP on Quinn to go for this fight.
This is the other thing I was talking about BKB on Primal, but you know, against these heroes, sometimes you also want to get that blade mail. And he can't afford to get everything, so he has to make the team decision here of getting the Crimson. That means once he's in the middle of them, they can freely hit him without any repercussions. So Mickey just doing a full-on whirlwind into his face with the Gleipnir. And Ace cannot sustain that amount of damage just yet on that Primal, so he kind of had to go in for that, otherwise the fight would have been even worse. But once again, really nice fights from Liquid. I believe, did they get the deny on the tower? No, Quinn did get the last hit on it. Okay. But still.
A tough series of events for the side of Game Gladiators, who are now facing a 4K gold lead for Team Liquid, 6-11, 17 minutes in. And while we keep talking about all these items that seem like they're going to be great, if they don't get to that net worth sort of critical status, Gaming are just going to be sitting ducks here. I mean, is this the point in time in the game where we start seeing that patented, like, you know, split push style spread out across the map, or do you think there's still ways that Gaming can fight here?
I think split pushing seems like a very dangerous proposition against the heroes you're facing. Clockwork can get vision with the rockets. You've got Puck, who's one of the best catch heroes on the map, who can combo with seemingly any of the other heroes and find kills on stragglers or random heroes off on their own.
Offlane ka
I
din.
think for Game they're probably thinking about, let's get this
Gusto ko nga i-carry to eh, katulad yung ginawa namin dalawa.
better angle.
Dati.
For them, I think the best possible fight is jumping and killing Tusk. And then starting the fight and building it around that. But well, speaking of jump, Nisha has eyes on Ace.
They see him here again. Win Ranger moving into position. Two supports a little bit to the north. Can they get away on Ace? He's gonna just go for the TP out, but the snowball comes in.
Ayan na, durog na naman ang GG. Pero minsan din sila nanalo talaga sa GG, no? Kahit sa mga ano, sa...
Nanalo sila. Sa upper na.
3-1, 3-2.
Can you believe it?
Nanalo sila sa mga ano upper brackets ganun. Pero hindi pa nila na-eliminate.
Sa grand final, parang wala pa rin, diba?
Oo, wala pa. Kaya sabi ko, ano to eh, 0-2 plus 2. 3-0 sa ano.
Uy, tangina mga pre, panalo naman natin to.
But they have the Crimson Guard done now.
Let's see, tingnan natin.
Do they decide to get a group up smoke play and fight together?
Do they have enough damage themselves?
Right. Well, maybe an opportunity here if you find the puck with the call. Nisha goes down. Dyrachyo gets the kill. That's what Game Gladiators needed.
That's a really big one. Just something to break the map open a little bit, give you some space to get out. Maybe you can snowball off this slightly by at least getting some vision out in the enemy jungle. Or counter, dewarding something, just, you know, getting a little bit of breathing room, because Liquid have really been running the show for the last 5 to 10 minutes. Like Gaming have been struggling to find any successful move, but that one did work out. This one time Tusk was not near Nisha to cover him.
Hindi sila ganun
If there's some Lotuses being taken, is going to go for the hunt now. Finding Boxy would be big.
Chromatic damage, so kailangan natin.
Do they have some help nearby? It does look like it, and yeah, immediately going to be a disruption. Okay. Now Celery there, they'll find this kill onto Boxy. And again, getting out on the map, helping. Now, does Boxy manage to deny out to Roche? He's trying. Does he get a stomp? Maybe a stomp opportunity? No.
Mid-Mirana.
Kills him off.
Couple of kills found for Gaming now. Mickey is still farming up an absolute storm on this Wind Ranger. Level 16, almost has BKB. Another Dragon Tail. And this is a tough one.
Agago, may next game pa pala.
Chance and Nisha back up.
Tundra Falcons.
Power shot, not quite enough disruption.
Para bukas
Crimson Guard mitigating a lot of this damage. Trying to find anybody to jump onto. Dyrachyo trying to stand tall here. The damage coming through is just a little bit too much. And hit forward. Quinn not able to save it. Now he might be in further trouble as well. And Sadie comes all the way out of nowhere. And the core are dead. Liquid, they're just looking too good in this series.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, how close has this series really been? This is the upper bracket finals. This is for a grand final slot. And Liquid just seems flat out better today so far in both games. The first game might have looked a little bit closer on gold, but that was against a lineup that was meant to win early. This game, Game Gladiators are a little bit slower and get towards a close mid game, but because they don't have that early game aggression that they've been successful with in so many of their games this time around, Liquid are kind of just running the show, and they're the ones taking most of the initiative and making successful moves. So now they are gaming. essentially.
Nice one.
And what is their side? There's nothing in sight for me that really inspires a lot of confidence that, all right, this item timing for Damon is the one to turn things around. Ace is working on a pipe which is extremely far off. Piranha fell off the cliff after a decent start. Dragonite is working on a pike. I feel like a concern for Gaimin is damage once again, similar to the last game. Do you have what it takes to fight through this now extremely tanky Visage and the team around it? What is your damage really coming from? It's mainly the Muerta. She needs multiple items before she can reliably stand her ground. We saw her just getting obliterated in previous fights a couple times.
Wow, you can see that right now very much into the favor of Team Liquid, and I think it speaks to just the way that this game has not gone how Gaming saw it, right? You look at this draft, you think about it, team is stunned, start the fight, and then the Primal's there this entire time Muerta's hitting. But the reality of the situation has been, it's been a lot of sort of awkward little engagements where they haven't been able to have that damage you're talking about of the Muerta because there's no bulk in front of her. But a tough situation, and Liquid wanted to put the screws to him, start pressuring this tier 2 tower while Gaming just try and get their items.
Oh, they see Quinn when he will blink away. Hook shot!
Now he does have a Hurricane Pike. Can he get out of here in time?
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to be able to escape before any Quail comes out.
They do force 2 TPs though, and they still get the tower, so this is still a great victory for Liquid. Now that Game Import down there, they're losing some efficiency out on the map. Some of the farm that they could have got while just sacking that tower, they feel like they have to help out Quinn.
Of course, an opening here if they want to go for it. Roshan, very much available.
We see again now Mickey going for the same item as last game, that Revenant's Brooch, which I believe you told me just before this game. Alright, so Purge told you, who told me, that, so the downside to Revenant's Brooch is that whenever it's activated, you lose 50 mana per attack, but Focus Fire, or excuse me, Whirlwind, doesn't work that way.
Right.
It doesn't count as attacks in the same fashion, so effectively you're firing out all of these shots with your Revenant's Brooch at 0 mana cost.
Pretty disgusting. And of course, with an Aegis in hand on Nisha, able to set that stuff up all the more easily. Now there is going to be a pipe, like we talked about, which will be a nice pickup for Gaming. But the question is, are they going to be in too big of a hole to make it work at that point in time?
The middle tower's taking a beating.
The classic answer to this is like, oh, they're not going to be able to go high ground against us, but nobody goes high ground out anyways now. So maybe they will end up doing that right now in Liquid, though.
It is. It is a real possibility that they just try to get it done here and now. It's kind of difficult for Gaming to overwhelmingly win a fight. Maybe they can tie it or, you know, slow them down. But if you're the one taking initiative here, okay, wait, Quinn, on to Insania.
Find one, Nisha's there too. And you can see they don't even feel confident going for it. Clockwork, never an easy kill, but particularly
the tower is
gone.
He got the tower.
Drinking Buddy's Visage. Okay, that's a thing. That's a problem. They Drinking Buddy's Visage, and the tower died.
Well, it does have 44 health left on it.
Time to deny, baby? No?
I don't know.
Gago, dami
Very
dito.
uncomfortable position here from the side of Gaming. They really want to get this Muerta's BKB so that they can finally just stand in the fight and deliver, but it's still 3,000 gold to go here from the side of Gaming on Duracho. And how do you get that space on the map? I think Liquid are just going to keep shoving in bottom really aggressively, and if you don't keep sending heroes back to defend, you lose barracks. If you do send heroes back to defend, it's hard to find farm. So if they just keep this aggression up, maybe one hero from Gaming can try to find something out of the map, but if you put multiple out there, the lane is just over. So,
dude, they're gonna do it again. Look at this bird, how much damage it does. This is insane. This is like the Invoker Brewmaster stuff all over again.
Yep.
Wow, as if it wasn't already strong enough. Now taking, I mean, they're gonna have a Crimson Guard here, but it's basically a full melee rack's done. Unreal.
I don't really have familiars on my list of personal drinking buddies, but apparently they're great when you want to have a party. You just bring these birds and get the job done. All right, Melirex down, no defense from the side of Gaming. And once again, I'm looking toward Duracho to somehow salvage this game for Gaming if they want to have any hope. The pipe from Ace is up somewhat soon.
Wala bot. Wala
That
si
is a
Iesa.
big deal for mitigating a lot of that damage coming out from the Liquid side. Puck is
Wala
also
na,
a
ano.
ranger,
Wala pa.
largely magic damage.
I mean, that is going to be the question, right? Like, if you're able to mitigate the damage, will Muerta be able to survive long enough to do what they need? Nisha just jumps in and immediately starts to get brought down. He jumped in, he can't get the snowball off. Oh, the calling. Perfect answer to stop that Tusk from saving the puck. Now,
Dito sila.
about going for more. Can they chase down Nisha?
Nice
This
play
is
there.
a huge
Meron din akong
gift
TP.
if gaming can find any more heroes at this point. After burning through the edge, they needed something.
Ace really wanted to pulverize there on Tanisha, but not possible. The cast time is too long. Puck obviously cast times will get out. I mean, under these circumstances, this is already a really good result. Because that was a situation where Liquid, with one more good fight, probably just end the game. So they buy themselves some time, and this effectively will buy them at least one item. The pipe will be completed for the next fight. Mirana's BKB will be
Bisa ka muna dyan, Joy.
for the next fight. The Muerta BKB is a possibility for the next fight. He's only 1,500 off it now. So that one mistake, if you want to call it that, from Liquid, opens the door a little bit. They're still in a very, very good position, make no mistake. But it does feel like the types of
Wala
fights that
Mirana.
they've handily won the last 10 minutes are not going to be as guaranteed when a couple of items come out on game. And obviously, they're still extremely favored, as you can see on the win probability. But a lot of the time, that 10% really comes down to, do you have the right
Wala
items to
Mirana,
take the
wala
10%
Mirana.
final? And those items are
Game
becoming
stroke
available
button.
very soon for game, and so potentially they could stall it out.
Right, and as you know, the
Hindi,
show
isa
talked
ba?
about, as we've
Tara,
said
bot,
multiple times
naka-envy ako.
during this as well, this is a lineup from Liquid that
Push na,
wants
push
to be
na.
hitting hard right now.
Yeah.
We're always trying to buy more time, so anytime you can do that, you're sort of playing into their strategy a little bit more. The question is, are they in too big of a
Ay, no, green
point
stroke.
where they're no longer able to dig themselves out?
Tapre, oh.
See, the pipe is done. Also, you see a BKB
Fuck.
low ways to keep these heroes alive.
And she does deal quite a lot of damage. It's not
Wala
insignificant
ko sila.
damage if Mirana deals with just the BKB. You pop the Solar Flare, you get 120 attack speed and damage, and then you just leap in and start
Alright.
killing people. The counterplay that
Na echo
Liquid have
sa
isn't
likod.
100% reliable against the BKB Mirana, so she will probably be able to output quite a bit more than she has so far in this game. On the side of Liquid, though, what big items do we have coming their way? So, the brooch was completed. Puck
Tapos
almost
muna
has
mid.
Parasmo.
Message na ako in 5
Unless he
seconds.
wants to complete the Lincoln
Ito
instead.
papalag ka.
He's got a little bit of everything, it seems like.
IES na sa gilid.
No, but he doesn't have it in his quick buy, so he bought 2 components for Lincoln, but doesn't have it right now. He's going
Time
for
for
It's just a little bit odd. It's almost like
Matay
he
pa
changed
yan.
his mind twice. Back
Bought
to
the
back.
wrong recipe, it's fine. It happens.
Didn't read the patch notes.
We'll see.
Batay pa yung order natin.
Coming out to him.
They fortified their structure.
And of course, the other thing to watch for is we saw that AC coming for. Yeah, he has it on. It was on the backpack
Oh, he
of
had,
the
he had a
courier.
dead courier with that much gold in? Oh my god, okay.
Ipi ako
Alright, he's a little
top
bit
deep.
richer than I was expecting. This wasn't even on
Push
my
natin to.
radar that he could have the completed Lincolns
Nandawin
plus
din ako.
almost the completed Parasma.
Middle tower might need a
That
little
is very good.
Kumigilid sa atin.
That is so much
Yun na.
better than I was thinking. I mean, he is farmed,
You're the
but
expert.
Cancel ako TP ah. Maano ako.
Witchblade in well,
Nag-smoke,
Parasma
nag-smoke.
as well as the
TP ako tap. Palag yan, palag yan.
This is the scary thing, right? You're getting crimsons, you're getting
Go, go,
ACs,
go.
all that stuff. But you're gonna rep
Nice
it.
play.
Nice kill.
Parasma.
So kayo nag-smoke sila kahit may alam niya lang nag-TP na kayo.
This
Tanga-tanga
is.
din.
This
Baka
is a
iwas sa
lot.
atin ni
This is a
Jesus.
sick upgrade with how much. If you think of the last fight that just played out, Nisha just got
Push
2
natin
major
to, wala
items
tayong-
leading into the next one. So,
Hindi, wala Beno dyan.
yeah, definitely keep a lookout for the puck to ramp up heavily in the coming
Kaya mid.
fights.
Sige nga, pabigyan yung mid.
Uy, wait na si... Ano?
Laban.
Patayan. Nice one.
Now Nisha steps forward, knows that there's not much that can kill
Ah,
him.
back na. Back na.
Throw out right now. There's the shackle shot. They need to keep that Muerta alive. Quinn trying to block damage, but it's not going to happen. Muerta's gone. Ace does not have what it takes to take down the rest of Liquid. They are way too strong.
Push
They
natin mid.
fought out for this fight.
Tara.
No buybacks. 4 dead. Liquid, they're ready. They're moving. This game is over.
Hindi lang beses. Push na lang.
Unreal.
Well, everybody gets their items and Liquid say
May
we're
echo yan
good.
na, pre ah.
Wala na F.
Nagay ko yan kanina.
Wala eh. Ah.
Try and end this game right here.
Oh! Putang ina! Ginagawa ko doon!
Jump away on Tofu.
Ay na yan! Ay na yan! Patay na yan!
Look at the dragon of this first. They're dropping so quickly. Tier 4.
Shit, wala akong BKB! Sorry.
Team Liquid
Malalim,
closing this
malalim.
one out.
Wala rin yung ogre natin.
I mean, a lot of people going into today would be like, oh no, it's Gaimin versus Liquid again. Gaimin historically are doing really good in this matchup against Liquid. But we did see the stats prior to the series that,
Ingat ka dyan,
you
Riz,
know,
Aakit
in
sila dyan.
playoff situations,
Sige, sige.
Liquid a lot of the time does quite well against Gaimin. It's mainly the grand finals that have
Okay
been
lang,
doing
masama yung
this
ogre.
one.
Siya yung may fight.
Another playoff match that was just extremely, honestly, very, very one-sided for the side of Liquid. I don't think many people would have expected them to come in slamming this hard, but absolutely no problem for them this time around.
It was one of those moments too where you look at the way that the game went on and crowd showing some appreciation for the performance. They have so often faced off against this opponent, and to
Namatay.
get the win here, it's gotta feel great.
Yun.
See again, still a lot of
Siyempre, bigyan niya yan.
teams that respect each other. And of course they know that this might not be over. These two squads might be facing off
I-exo
again
mo na. Push natin to.
sometime in the very
Tara, tara,
near
tara.
future. They're getting ready to go, and the coach
Game on exo.
appreciating what he's seen.
And this might be, you know, they might face each other again, but if history is to repeat itself, Liquid are probably hoping that they get to face someone else tomorrow.
Gilid.
Grand finals right here is not the best, but at the same time, maybe they kind
Ang
of
ina mo ah!
be
Ooh!
able to
Baka
break that
ka-fight
grand finals curse.
Oddly
As long as they get
satisfying.
shot tomorrow against whichever team it is they end
Keko
up
ka pa,
facing,
ah.
but today, they definitely look like the best team in the tournament.
Absolutely. Undeniable. This
From now,
team,
BKB. Para
having come to
mapalaga.
TI 3 times in a row, put together a solid squad, and finally on the verge of being crowned champions if they can just win one more best of 5. So we get ready to head on down to the stage.
Hello, Copenhagen! I am here with your first TI Grand Finalist boxing.
Keyword.
Hello.
Ano lang yung arcane?
My goodness.
Keyword.
It's looking a little bright here, isn't it, boxing? It's a little bright. That's a little bit better.
Okay, so far so good.
How does this feel? Beating
Boxing nyo to.
time rivals in a 2-0 to secure your first TI Grand Finals. How's
Na,
that?
15
Feels
Aris
really
Tower.
good. I think these matches were super fun to play, and both teams put up like a good fight. So I'm really happy to play some good Dota.
I would say so. Good Dota indeed.
Ah,
And of course,
Tayo si G. Ay si
nandito ako gan.
Akala ko si ikaw. Akala ko ikaw yung
the Visage
Kinugod
Familiars,
ka sa
the
outing.
Drinking Buddies, you know, we also have the Wind Ranger with the Revenant Sprite. I mean, have you got more in your toolkit to show us? Make your beat.
Probably.
15.
Dota is like a game when there's a million different
Yung naka-envy ba
strategies,
sa
small
kanya?
details. And I think when
Eh.
you play it a lot, you have like not broken, but like really nice interactions. And I think that
Damage
it just
na
kind
ba?
of comes naturally
Meron.
while
Ayun.
playing.
Oh.
So it's not like a hidden
Si
strategy.
Papa Reggie, meron na.
And this is pretty
Kasalay nyo kayo.
Kanin naman ako.
every day while playing.
Absolutely. Your gameplay as well. And does that come away from the way you guys kind of talk to each other outside of the game as well? You know, when you're practicing and stuff, you know, how do you talk about Dota in these past few days?
Pwede
Sa
sila,
likod,
pwede
sa
sila.
likod, sa likod.
Ah, sakit naman na.
So far, overconfidence has not
Tayo din
been
ang order natin.
us in the grand finals. Obviously, our track record is a little bit so-and-so, but I would also like to mention that we always
kaya
come from the
tipid
losers
is-
bracket,
Oo.
and this is our first
Sana.
upper bracket grand finals.
Eh, sige. Wait
Something
lang.
new.
Something new. Who knows what could happen with that? And lastly, are you hoping that Gaimin are going to come up through the lower bracket so you can fight them again now that you know how to beat them Or are you hoping for a new opponent considering you're attracted to the game?
I mean, to be honest, I think it will be fun to play a new team in the grand finals, different than Gaming. I think they're really good, and there's a high chance they will make it there.
I mean, I'm no expert, but
scared of them because we just beat them. Maybe a little bit this morning, just a little bit. But I think that, for example, Thunder,
I'm only asking
or
because
some
it's
team that we
being
barely
destroyed.
played this season, to have a grand
Top
final
tower
and have
just
like a new,
fell over.
completely new
Hindi nila kaya
experience and a new show
mag-
for the fans would be cool.
Well, either way, I'm sure.
Paano nila kaya
Hell
mag-contest?
of a show for us, Boxy. Thank you so much, crowd. Let's hear it one more time for Boxy and Team Liquid. I'm all set back to the camera.
I'm glad you didn't forget about us there, Nomad. But Boxy is so great to hear from him. I mean, he talked about it after their scrims. They're just co-workers. But I know for a fact, there's so many Liquid fans out there. They have their families, their friends as well. I'm sure that's been a great support
Baka
for them.
nakasmoke sila.
Going in through
Smoke
the
to the
upper
farm.
bracket, Jenkins, this defies the rules of Liquid. That upper bracket is for bitches.
That is a rule. I think that
Over natin, nag-AFK na lang.
this is the best chance for it to be broken for Liquid. I think no matter what, we are going to get a hell of a show.
Nasasalo mo.
I think it's game and Umbra,
Hindi
whoever
kami,
doesn't
hindi
have,
pinalo.
whatever.
Everybody forgets.
Everybody gets out here there.
Uy!
But I think that they're going to get a hell of
Uy,
a show.
nangyari sa inyo.
Like Nomad was saying, they have this tech that they discovered with this approach Windrunner. We've not seen this before. And it begs the question, why the hell haven't we? This looks amazing. This looks like, you were saying that you think that this is the reason they're not valuing Luna as much, because the Wind Ranger, if you go for the build, is that mixed carry that Luna represents, except on steroids.
Sinundan ko, eksakto nandun.
Why did he not come out of that? And mind you, in the draft, because Wind Ranger was first pick. We haven't seen Luna be able to get to that level yet. Because Wind Ranger, she's able to be first pick and absolutely no
I wouldn't
answer
sweat. These
for
things are
him.
built to take a lot of
Yeah, we
punishment.
also need to just describe what the approach does on the hero that makes it so good. I think we haven't done that yet. It's just the fact that, like, when you activate it, typically your right clicks, each right click will cost you time, and it'll drain your
Kasi
mana
kaya
really
mid
quickly.
tas mag-smart.
But it doesn't work on abilities. So if, like, the PA dagger, Wind Ranger, when she uses her Whirlwind, it's not draining your mana. And that's like the part, but it's still doing the bonus damage. And that's why it's so good, and that's why it looks kind of broken here, and I agree. This is one of those things that, even to now, like, we're seeing these Lone Druids come out, now the Wind Ranger approach. There's so many different things that are just in the game right now that it's really hard, because there's so many things in the game right now, to keep track of what's good that we're still discovering going into the last day.
Draw.
Kapito ka, no?
Patay ko. Kaso nga lang, patay na atake. Sakit ng evasion niya.
And then he creeps drop. Ay, pati ng mga ilo.
On the other side, though, a hero that was picked up a little bit later on the side of Game of Gladiators was the Primal. I want to talk about it a little bit more because whilst there might have been that idea for it in the team fight, he could never do anything for the Primal. The Primal was consistently silenced, and I think I only really saw about 5 of his abilities go off here.
It was a very tough game for Primal to play. Like, you're playing versus
Amerikano na naman tong kalaban natin na.
You people, I'm using the term
cancels
loosely
all of
here.
your
I know
abilities.
you're probably
Making it pretty impossible. The clock was spectacular.
The tower's under attack, but you people, alright, Bob, handle this. And I mean yesterday.
Dami rin nilang Lotus
But I
Orb.
really felt that this hero was hard countered this game. And on top of that, Gaming, they looked a little shook after game 1. They kind of like changed their whole strategy. They have this offlane Primal. They don't really have any real aura buyers. I mean, Drawcha will always be Drawcha and pick heroes that he wants to play. But they also have Celery, who's also not playing an aura buyer. Nobody's really buying auras, and that's not really Game's style whatsoever. They feel like they're playing for that late game timing. As Liquid in game number 1, they lost in late game, but they just couldn't get their particular game.
They were adjusted, Jenkins.
Di ka na yun.
It was a bit of an over-adjustment. I can understand why they wanted to pivot after
Araw, tagal ng
game
araw.
1 went. Usually you will see a team either like ban out one hero that they thought was a problem, and then like kind of run it back to the same strategy, or completely, you know, scrap the first one and then do something entirely different. I didn't think Damon was going to go that route, just considering how dominant their, you know,
They kind of did both bad and when they changed their own draft.
yeah, that's where I think the over-adjustment comes in. Maybe in retrospect, it's obviously a lot easier to say this, maybe they get a better advantage, but maybe the strategy
We do have a bit that we want to bring into the conversation. He's been doing a little bit of diving around, going to give us some more information and a new perspective. It's Purge.
Thanks. Look at how the stage went, how that's transitioned in this game number 2. Now, the Visage strategy that Liquid has been playing, they've been playing in the group stage as well, and it's consistently beating teams because Visage gets a bunch of kills in the lane with the new fast. It gets a ton of extra gold, and that influx generates items that generate pressure on the map. But what they did against is they linked ranged heroes. Neither of these heroes is easy to harass for free, so they don't get these free soul assumptions. And when they do have an opportunity to go in, Celery does the smart thing, which is disrupt. When you disrupt, that's 3 seconds of time that you can buy where you can't throw out soul assumption nukes. And then they layered it with Durachio's silence, which with this AoE is going to silence the Visage and prevent the soul assumption from coming out. This first soul assumption in this fight was like 8 seconds later than it was ready to go. So they can basically take a normal fight where their opponent only gets 1 nuke instead of 2. So that was a really cool lane pivot that they did. 8 minutes into the game, Visage is a good 1,000 gold behind Huerta. This is uncanny for Liquid playing that hero so far. But some crucial mistakes Gladiators made throughout the game start to add up a little bit. Ace here charges in, unfortunately a little bit too early, interrupts by the snowball, so he gets no damage out of his charge here. Tofu ends up going down, but they're looking to trade heroes, which is looking decent for them. They didn't get full TP rotations from the Gladiator side. And then Celery here, TPing in, coming over to try to help the fight, but unfortunately he gets gone on by Puck, who's full HP from a regen, and Visage. That's going to finally get 3-3, his first kill in the game, and some gold influx, and he also cleans up Ace as well. So this catches him up finally. This is a really big moment for them. And then ultimately, this transitions really well because Liquid just starts playing really, really, really fast on the map. They get this kill on Celery. We'll go back in time a little bit. Another crucial mistake for Gladiators here. Quinn blinks in to catch Mickey. There's supposed to be an arrow follow-up.
Throw.
He doesn't stun right away for some reason.
Hold.
Nice.
Sa likod ko, putang dami. Oh my god.
Sakit na nung ano.
Details there, how just a slight misusage of a spell, just charging in a little bit too early, unfortunately, it undoes all of that hard work Gaming Gladiators had in that late phase. And they were a team that we coined as someone that was strong in that lane, and they knew how to translate them into this global. And now it felt like Liquid is the team that we have to describe that way.
Yeah, this game is definitely like
You know what? Let them have it.
of the two
We got bigger fish to fry.
The Wind Ranger and the
They're giving your middle barracks a once-over.
He
Good
tried to
news,
come to
you
some
have
of
a
the
power
fights,
rating.
but
Bad news, middle barracks used to be your middle barracks.
He showed up in the middle tower.
Middle tower's taking a beating.
Whereas the Wind Ranger came
I'd get over there if I was you.
He came to the fight and he actually killed Durachio off. You know, that's like a very, very clear example of why Wind Ranger is very, very strong in those early fights. And he's a lot slower. You know, you need to farm stacks. You need to go back. You need to wait for your items. You need to wait for your BKB.
Your middle
whereas if
tower
you're
might
like Wind
need a
Ranger
little
doesn't really
attention.
need it.
Are you letting Little do this?
Which is why she's played as a support.
Hindi na kaya.
Maybe not so much these days. Whereas Muerta, I feel like it's more of like a 3-item carry, maybe in a half item.
Ay!
Pwede.
She's fine with one.
Walang pinagsasabi nitong Ogre. Kalata niya, shared natin lahat yung mga neutrals.
Done a 2-0 for Liquid. They make their way to the grand finals. We don't know who exactly is going to be meeting them just yet, as we still have 4 teams in the running. So we're going to jump on back down to that lower bracket. It's Falcons up against Thunder. But before we get there, let's hear from Falcons themselves.
So far, my best moment at this tournament is definitely us securing a game in front of the stage in the Royal Arena. And this time around, it's also hometown for Crit, so it meant a lot to us, but also for him. To play in front of the fans, I think it's a very special feeling. I think I can't really tell yet how I'm gonna react to it. I think it'll just be when I get
Sino
on the stage
panalo?
and I see everyone. It'll be
Wait, 2-0.
very special.
Worst moment of the tournament, I'd say getting beat by Tundra twice, and especially second game that we had so many moments we could have won, but yeah, sometimes you just throw the game, you just mess up.
I think after the loss, we had a good talk as a team. We sat down and kind of looked over what happened. We knew it was like very chaotic, and we probably made it more stressful for ourselves than we should have. We honestly have learned a lot from that series, in particular when it comes to drafting and some mud movements. I think that series might also, I mean, if we go far into this tournament, that's gonna be a key moment for us, where we kind of flipped the switch and learned a lot.
I think the strongest team right now is, I mean, it's kind of close. Like Tundra, even though they got standard, but the standard sucks. Like they're a really strong team right now, I believe. And Gaming, like, I think they're also still a strong team, and Liquid but like I'd say like the strongest has to be Gaming right now.
Even though they haven't performed much in this season, they have very strong run at the EWC, and I think from the scrims we played against them, they are in their top form right now.
The best player of the tournament right now, I would say, I mean, it's kind of tough. I mean, I don't want to say myself, I would always choose myself and say I'm the best in the world, but I'd like to give someone else. So like I'd say the best one is probably Saksa, because he just returned, and like he's still in shape and he's still a really good player, and like he has his own ideas, and like he's like 6-0 in Mirana or something, so like probably he is.
Or like a standout player for me would definitely be Mallorin. This is his first TI, and I think so far he has been handling it pretty nicely, and he is learning and improving. Either Pure or Quinn, I think those are the top performers right now. They've done really well. Playing in front of a crowd is a big part of the reason why I play this. I mean, obviously the money is nice and all, but feeling all the energy from people that are fan of the game, maybe fan of you as a player or the team you're representing, is amazing. Because for most of my life, I've been playing the game alone in my room, right? And suddenly, like, people with a common interest are all around you cheering for the same thing that you're playing for. It's incredible feeling.
Do I think my team is gonna win the international? What's the point of me playing here if I did not think my team will have a chance to win the international?
I try to be humble, but I definitely feel we can win this international. We showed it a lot of times this season that we are capable of winning tournaments, and we're gonna try to show that again.
You gotta have a healthy amount of ego and confidence here, and that's definitely delivered on the side of Falcons. I mean, they've already made a fantastic run for themselves in that lower bracket. Yesterday, they sent home BB Team. Earlier today, they already played. They sent home Cloud9. On the side of Tundra, though, they were in that upper bracket. Unfortunate for them, they got knocked down, but they also played earlier today, Fearon, and they were knocking out Extreme Gaming, China's last hope and last different region that isn't Western Europe here in TI13.
Goes to show you that just the playstyle right now of Western Europe seems to be the best playstyle right now in this current patch. And I feel like Tundra's done a really good job, like, figuring that out as they go. They did get knocked down recently as well. They're being a bit more crazy. Tundra was playing like the Alchemist mid, didn't really work out for them. Now they're picking up the pace. They're picking these lone carries for sure. Looked absolutely amazing against Extreme Gaming. So they're catching on to what's really good here. They're becoming the next contender, I want to say. As well as Falcons, they look really good as playing that style that Liquid and Gaming are both bringing to the team.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, like you come into a tournament, you have your own preparation, right? And then somewhere down the tournament, you figure out, oh, these are the actually real heroes that needs to be picked, and we don't really scream it much.
Mag-offlane ka na,
having the confidence to just swap mid-tournament. It takes a lot of like skill and confidence to be able to do that.
10 seconds. What I'm curious about is, were these respectable gentlemen watching the previous series, did they see the tech that Liquid brought out, and how willing are they to pull it out in this one? Both of these teams, well, mostly
Pag yung Wind Ranger naka-Arcana na naman, puta.
And with this Revenant's Brooch,
ewan ko na lang talaga.
Maybe the hero is worth considering as a first phase ban if it wasn't already.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit of a skewed stat, because Falcons in the tournament previous to this one, the online, that's where they were it was in the Wind Ranger. That's what they were picking up with themselves, and
Kuha tang
Ay,
predict.
gago. Wala silang
Even
karga na.
before the road to the international started.
Sure win na to, pre.
Predominantly, it is really bad.
Ay, huwag mo naman
I
yun,
also
no?
know earlier in the tournament they
Tiin
had a
ta.
very high priority on the Doom.
Tana,
That
tana,
one
tana,
they've
pre.
also kind of shifted
Manguha ko
away
dito.
from. I'm not sure where Tundra's going to sit with that. If that is even a crossover in which they want to look at, or if the playstyles are just very
Hindi kayo
different.
watch,
Tundra have adapted
Back sa
fantastic
baba
from
yung ano.
their
Mid ka na
beatdown
lang, Riz.
yesterday compared to the beatdown they were able to do
Tulog ni
this
mid
morning.
nito, pre.
Yep, that's
Ah.
true. And Falcon
Kaya mo ba
Carry.
yung mid,
also
ano?
is
Hilo?
the first team that we saw try to counter the Windrunner.
So,
It was the Hoka Sand
Baka mabawag ako sa mid, eh.
and they were going
Sino ba mid nila?
playing these blade mail heroes like, essentially against Windrunner. Also, they were one of the first teams to play the
So
Sentinel.
far,
Tight
akong
out
rage lang nila ang carries yan. Mid-range
So
yan.
I wonder if they're
From mid.
it's going to be
Kaya-
Ano siguro?
testing
Kung-
strategy against strategy here. Is
Kaya mo
this
naman
really
siguro
beatable?
pag-
Is the Luna better? You know, Peter has been playing the Luna.
Tingin ko hindi range.
Manguha ko, manguha ko.
A lot of questions.
There's so many questions, and as much as I'd love to answer them, Jenkins, I can't without the
Ah!
team able to. And before they can,
My
let's
God.
bring them to the stage.
Tulala lang yung ano.
Yari tayo din.
Tingin ko Omni mid.
Bakit yung Omni mid eh.
Ay, hindi. Primal. Okay, kaya.
Kaya mo yun? Okay, babamili.
A lower bracket run, not where a lot of people expected them to be, but something else interesting about this group of 5 is that Malrine is the last remaining first-time TI appearance. I'm sure they want to go far, they want to make it to top 3. The only thing standing between them is this best of 3 and their opponents, who also have to come to the stage.
Verily.
Pre, level 3 na ako ah. At level 1 ka pa din.
Ayun, ito yung mga Riz eh. Galawang pa dyan.
Nakatayo lang ba sa ano?
Nakatayo lang yung galawang.
Ayun.
Tundra and Falcons face off in the lower
Still
bracket.
hang, wait lang.
It could also be the third time
Ayan,
Tundra
Pudge
playing
on
a
the,
TI
ano eh,
Aegis
Pudge
for
on my
himself.
team.
But either way, Falcons up against Tundra, the way it has gone in the
Oh, pre,
past
ururot.
in favor of Falcons. We've seen it before at Birmingham. We saw it before
Ururot ako
at
mamaya.
the Masters. But this team is
Sige,
able
Riz.
to get the number of Tundra in this lower bracket. Will it repeat itself here, Phil?
Hard to say. Both these teams are off to a victory today, so there's going to be a lot of momentum. I feel like Team Falcons have brought some, not new, but heroes that they used to play, like Mother on Amar came out recently, which was really good. They brought out
Yeah.
the Malorine Timbersaw,
Oh,
which
diba?
is classic, bring out
First
Sparkle
blood.
picks. On the side of Tundra, out of nowhere, just came the Lone Druid, and I must say, Pure looks very, very comfortable now. It looks like he knows how to play that hero, and for years now, just brings it out. Makes me wonder why he didn't do it earlier. It looks really good. Made me really shocking if I see it actually go.
Thank you.
Just by how good he looked on it.
They're also bringing out the Malrine Hello Kitty because he does have the tattoo on his face again. And
That's
Nat,
been out.
did you know he has a 100% win rate in the playoffs of TI with
Ayan,
the
pre,
Hello
oh.
Kitty tattoo
Kita
on
mo?
his face?
Yeah, I think it goes further
Diba?
than just TI. There are other stage
Yan.
games where he has worn his Hello
Nice.
Kitty tattoo and it has resulted in a
I would
successful
say-
win for them. It's not just this event.
Truly a symbol of fear. Fear.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really good one there, Jenkins. Good one. Real knee slapper.
Teka. Papatabayin kita, pre. Para sure win tayo.
Okay, one thing with they're gonna interfere here for a second. Thompson Invoker. This is a hero that I want to talk about. I feel like it was very underestimated at the start of the tournament, and then we started seeing some things like
Yung ano na lang?
teams trying to counterpick
Yeah,
the
made
Invoker
it para
with
ano,
TA, and then the laning phase, which traditionally has always been hugely TA favored. We're seeing Invoker come out on top of that with his facets, and I mean this hero is just completely different from how it used to be. And the way that Thompson plays,
bro.
running around the map, he's in
May
invis.
win run na naman yun.
Sometimes he's not
Oh, may
necessarily
susunod
the
na
highest
naman.
net worth, but he's getting his team a lot of net worth. He is
Okay.
ruthless on the
Nice one.
All of them wants to, I guess, remove all these very, very niche heroes. I feel like when you're playing against a team that has heroes that are very, very hard to understand or hard to counter. I think the easy way is you just take
Eh,
it
bro.
away from them and you force
May nakadalo pag may lagyan na.
Because I feel like Tundra looks stronger
Nice!
than something very
Let's go!
Okay naman yung mga lane yun, no?
why they want to play it in a particular game. Only they know the timings, and that's when they really shine as a team.
I will say Thompson has the edge.
Wala pa yung mala.
Just based off of pure pulls, because look at Mallory.
Ingat.
Dito primer.
Melee people, right?
Ping mo yung ano po, ping mo yung primer. Hindi natin ka-chat yung ano. Hindi natin ka-chat yung Morphine.
This is
Posisihin
definitely
yan.
a matchup hero pool-wise, where Mallory is going to have to pick something different. I think the sniper is one hero that they both share. Heavily contested.
The part as well is being seen. I mean, I'm just gonna say it.
Wala si...
Tayo naman babawi.
You know,
Tayo
lose
naman
those lanes
babawi.
and
CM
possibly
ulit.
able to come back. I'm
Kaya
not
lang.
sure if that's for either of these two mid laners, but there is that potential of looking out further than
Police load yan.
Sa TM ah.
So they kind of feel
Awan.
offlaners in some of their games. And whereas for Tundra, they drop with a very, very different type of skill. Very niche. He plays heroes that probably only he plays in the tournament, and it works for them because they kind of give him a lot of priority in the game.
Hoy,
So I think
putang
when
ina mo!
it's very hard to
Ted!
Ah!
Maui is better with
Vision.
heroes. They just play very differently because their team operate differently.
Sayang. Nag
Pre, sa
360
dulo ako pre.
Wala ano pa yung mala. Bakit? Wala naman ako sa lane, so...
Tatlo tap.
Wait lang.
Everyone's always talked about Falcon, the make or break that is Mahar on that off lane. Now it feels like for Tundra, it's very heavily make or break. I'm sure a lot of people are rating him as one of the best players, if not one of the best carries here. And they're going to be going up against each other. And how you do in the lane, how you transition to that mid part of the game, it's going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, pre, root mo lang.
Are you willing to blind pick into this? Where exactly do you place the priority of those lane matchups rather than core matchups?
I mean, I think, go ahead.
I think with Pure, the interesting thing about his story is like I know he swapped to
Wala TM.
for a while for
Tingin.
main team, and then
Hindi natin kasama yung ano.
came back to play carry.
Huli ka.
Did that?
Dismember.
Hoy. Saan pupunta?
This guy has always been a carry player, and he played carry from the offlane when he
Hit sila lahat.
Apat.
It doesn't surprise me that he has reached this point, especially playing with players that are so experienced, such as Thompson, now playing with Soxa, Ramsey. So this guy has learned a lot, and now he's one of the top 3 carries on the planet.
I'll also add that he also plays offlane.
Dire structures have been fortified.
That's probably why he switched to the offlane, because he's playing Slardar and Leshrac carry every single game. He's done it all on the side lane at this point, so he has a very wide pool, and I think that is something he can use to his advantage here. But I think it's not so much about having a wide hero.
Nasa baba lahat.
It's about having a good set of heroes. Liquid is definitely
TP ako bot.
just being very comfortable. And I think this is why he's gone so far. Maybe he doesn't come in with necessarily keep up his patch, but he is just so good at everything that he can pick it up really easily, just like he picked up that lone druid.
Yeah, I mean, first it was the Lunar. He was able to pick that one up seamlessly.
Oh.
Now it's the Lunar. They saw it work on
Amen.
stage yesterday. Pure goes, hey, I could definitely play that Moon. Sub it into me, coach. And I am wondering where the game plan has fallen for Moon. They fell down from that low upper bracket yesterday, but then today, it feels like this mixed bags of emotions went to where it should have worked in the upper bracket and didn't. Now it's working in the lower bracket. What exactly is our core beliefs and our core identity?
I feel like that period was the worst match of the year.
Gago. Di pa tumama yung hook, sayang.
To the up playstyle, I think Tundra is going to be much more comfortable here. Because they're also not like the fastest team, you know. They
Punta ako dyan,
heroes that are a
balik
little
ako.
bit slower. They take some time, but when they hit their timings, they hit a very, very good stride in the game. They're able to move very well, make very good decisions. And I think that's
Sabi ako naging
be
greedy.
much better for them in this particular series.
Your bottom tower is under
Jenkins, now I love your opinion, and
what
that might have come up sarcastically, but I genuinely mean it. Give me some opinions of these two coaches, though. Compare them for me and give me some pros and cons.
Whoa, easy lang.
So
I did not for similarity.
So Canada does have some representation here. I will say that
Nasa mid.
the way
Pupunta
that
sila dyan,
Maui
G.
thinks
Atras
about
ka na,
the
atras ka
game
na.
is incredibly unique.
Percent
I
haba.
Dito sila,
would
dito sila.
if he wasn't a pro player, the guy would be a brilliant
Alam mo,
He is always very capable of solving problems. Like if there's a problem hero in a game, he'll come up
Balanar,
with
balanar.
a strategy to try to deal with it. You know, Tundra winning the TI that they won, that was based
Blind
on,
hook.
you know, partly Ali's idea of like letting the lash tracker go, countering it. So he's really an ideas guy. With Moon, I think he is very much to the fundamentals of Dota. If you ever hear him break down that they lost after the game, it's usually something along the lines of like, oh, you know, we tried banning out too many of X players' heroes,
We blink
didn't
now.
work out, we didn't go for the runes. So that's the difference. Aui's the ideas and creative, and Moon is more of a fundamental player.
I love it. Thank you so much for that one. We also
Sige, buhay yan. I mean, kita pala yan.
Push.
tournaments, but the biggest
Ma'am,
difference
dito ingatan.
Liligaw si Kuya. Tagat ka.
Ay, nice hook.
Ginawa. Kaso.
May nag-ano. PMCM.
Tama na.
Putang ina.
Push na lang, push na.
You know, I mean, these stocks have been playing since the beginning here. I just think this 100 in particular looks really scary, and I know Foxa did say before it's PI, he's
Masyado kumpul-kumpul ah.
I think it's scary at home watching this spectator, but either way, like Foxa, he's looking really good right now. There's a lot of respect on his hero pool. They do on and they right now. He also plays like the more supportive boards meaning as well, like the Enchantress. I say supportish, but he ended up with Moon Charge, fighting in that game as well. This guy can do it all. He's a veteran. He's on a TI, so he knows what he's doing.
Sabi mo win na yun ah. Ano kayo dun?
Wala pala nakabuk pa na sa atin, mana
He's
boots.
gonna play more for the skill, like late game, whenever they have this Mars offlane, they kind of need a support to kind of also do damage in the team fight later on. That's why they have a very, very good
Ano kasi ako eh.
bunch of
Ano
heroes
drain ako.
together, you know, with Saksa plus Ramses.
May kailangan namin, pre.
One
Sorry.
interesting dynamic in
Okay.
this series.
Hindi.
How so? Pitch me the idea.
They were both on Tundra.
On the way ako
They
dyan.
won the TI.
So we're snaking
Ito,
against
ito.
Skidder.
Yeah, but I'm just
Ako muna ako.
it's all meshing together.
Oh, okay.
And
Pero
I
buhay
know
ka.
that they share ideas regardless of what
Fuck, diba?
like these guys.
Stun mo lang.
They're
Silent ako eh.
drinking buddies. This shit is
Putay na. Paano ka namatay dun?
so they're gonna know each other.
I mean, he's not.
Ano? Primal? Gaganon ako.
Yeah.
They go behind beyond.
And he takes everybody's opinion seriously.
I
So
mean,
I was
done.
showing him some punch tech. Actually wanted me to show it to him. Turned out to be completely useless. But he gave me the.
Did he say that? This is completely useless.
He said this works in your
Yung
punch.
nag-TP kanina.
I mean, honestly, that's how you beat Falcons, I think. Just flood Aui's inbox with useless questions, and he'll just like take them all seriously, and he just won't have time to focus on
Natin
actual strategies for his team.
Yeah.
Or saan ba? Kayo.
Actually talk about stuff like this.
Just therapy now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just breaking down our pubs and our all of the rest of
Tao
our
kay G,
players.
kasi sa kay G.
Look, that is that. I've heard a lot of other players talk about it. How if there's a bug or if there's an insane combo to be had in this game, the team that
Glimmer
will
yan.
know it is Falcon.
Yeah.
If Aoi doesn't know
Up,
it,
up, yan na.
then the rest of the 5 players will probably know the other 10% to make up for it all. But let's look at Tundra a little bit more, okay? I feel like
Hawkman.
we haven't really described
Hawk lang.
what we expect from this team. They're a massive
Your top tower
conglomerate of
has been
different regions. I mean, we have Whitemon there on position 5 as well, originally coming from SEA. He made that small position a name for himself. Now he's making it a name for
Uy,
himself.
saan ka punta?
Wait tayo din.
Yung nag-buyback sa inyo o patay natin talaga?
Sacrifice
Oh, ako nag-buyback.
for Thompson, Soxa, and Pure. These are the three greedy players. These are the players that are going to scale in the game. Ramses plays the initiator, Whitemon plays the team, but they are so integral in allowing the other three to do what they do and carry the game.
I think it's interesting as well. We have the talk about 33 and his hero pool. We can have that same exact talk about Ramses, right? And his hero pool. And it's completely different as well. Like, he loves his Mars, he loves the Sand King, he loves his Kunkka. That's it. That's the list. And he's been getting those things every single game. So what do you do against that? You ban it out? Everyone's just still giving him Mars and Sand King. They're not respecting it. Then going into the series, there's got to be a point where you can respect it, either ban it out or take it.
I think the Sand King is a fantastic hero that you've brought up here because that was something Falcons love to open with. It's gained them a lot of success. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we're seeing them as far as they have. But they also led through in their series earlier today, and they were able to win against them. It wasn't the cleanest game, it wasn't the most dominating game, but they found answers to it. And now's the question. Are you still favoring it very highly for yourself at its first pick? Are you going to show that respect instead and go, because we don't want it, we still don't want to give it to Ramses?
Your middle tower is under siege.
Tingin ako ng beacon.
It can go either way.
Of course, I mean, it's either going to...
Malorine is also really good at Sand King as well, and they won a lot of tournaments like based on his performance on that hero from the mid lane, so the flex is very important there. What I am curious about is, are they going to let Ramses get off?
May nagbibuild na ba ng fights? Wala ba?
And I think Longturn's going to get banned. That's the only hero that seems to be a decent counter in the laning phase. Yes. He just looks so much better on this hero than on everything else that I think just...
Yeah, I mean, people aren't respecting it because he's the only guy playing it. And you look at Mara, like, this guy's so far. Isn't playing it. Maybe he will play it.
I mean, if you know earlier today,
Sakit ang word me.
feels like it falls in the same realm of discovering more things, and this is the penultimate day of TI-13. Either way, it's going to be our final series for today here on this Saturday. Let's jump into game number 1. Falcons up against Tundra. Fantastic storylines on each side. The last time he was on the TI stage, he won it. Thompson going for that 3-time repeat. And then on the side of Falcons, you got Crit. This is his hometown here. And Malorine, the first time he's making a TI appearance. Right now, they're sitting at top 4. I know both these teams will make it to top 3. So this best of 3, there's a lot of pressure on them. It's going to start off with that Naga Siren ban. Sand King as well on the side of Tundra. And right now, Falcons paying big respect to the Invoker type side.
Yeah, and I think this is pretty important too because, as mentioned before, this Invoker is good for like the Monkey King, the Tempers that might come out from Malorine. A lot of his hero pool does not enjoy playing versus Invoker, so I do think like they're banning out the heroes that Thompson specifically plays that is good for what Malorine would like.
Come to Papa! Come to Papa!
Yeah, but like,
Ay, gago na ba?
they're gonna ban that because we'll have to see. But I think those two have to go because those are just heroes that Thompson plays really well, that they probably pick that really well. They know Hunter's willing to pick it early, and especially because they flex the sniper too. We see Soxa play it as well, but it has been favored in the mid lane more likely, and it's just probably something that Malorine just doesn't want to play against.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with these bans because if I'm a mid laner, I'm probably much more comfortable playing into something like a Puck. How many mid lane matchups have we seen that's like Puck versus X? You know, these guys have played it hundreds of times. Where Sniper, Invoker feels a little weird, like the matchups are different. And Sniper's just so cheap, it's always gonna work.
Yeah.
Well, the Dragonite first pick, that is what is on the cards for them. I mean, we talked about that Kunkka still being in the pool, what Ramses enjoys for himself, the Mars, none of them having that priority right there, and Falcons having a very different opening to what has gotten them so far through the long.
Soldier's fortune. I mean, this
Dito,
hero is
push
definitely
tayo.
like one of the heroes that are. It's very interesting. Every team views this DK very differently, and now Thundra has the Lone
Sabat.
But I feel like DK is kind of like a
Akong
good
TP.
hero against Lone in theory. Like, you know, free
Nice.
fire.
Bye-bye.
Takbo ka na.
I feel like
Bye-bye.
get caught in the early game. This hero is
Nice
going to be a
kills.
very, very good matchup.
Jukes! Jukes! Putang ina!
Is it good enough though? I mean, surely Falcons.
Ay, smoke ako, tara.
Right? Lord Druid has been the hero of the last 2 days.
Lapit.
For this entire tournament, we've seen these
Go,
like
go, go.
flavor of
Timor,
this
lapitan mo pre.
past couple of
Go,
days
go, go.
heroes. Luna was another
Pre,
one
si
of
Morph
them.
hindi na
Sniper
smoke.
fell off from being a forward.
Kaya
Now
may
he's
Morph.
a mid-position
Ang ina
hero.
mo, gago, lumalayo
This
siya sa akin.
Lord seems like one of the most broken things in Dota. I hear people talking about it as if it's completely
Game.
busted in the interviews. So
Baka may
I'm
matalubong tayo
curious to
dito.
see what Falcons picks, what they consider to be a counter to the heroes. I don't think DK is quite enough. I think it's
Oh,
good against it,
bawasan yun ah.
but maybe this facet on
Yun na,
Lord
yun na,
is
yun
so
na.
broken that good is not good
May
enough.
pipe ako.
What facet is he got?
Hello.
He's going the one.
Hello.
Inventory slot, and then the staff gets some of those items.
Then.
60%.
Aret.
Smoke into mid.
And of course, you still have 6 slots on the bear, so this lets you play like a hybrid build where the main hero is right-clicking and doing a lot of damage, and also, by the way, having 5,000 HP. But then eventually, you're scaling the bear as well.
Marami dyan,
We see
pre.
some really cool
Naramdaman
item
ko na.
swaps between the bear and the hero, where people are going for DKB. We saw Pure do that, where he would have the DKB on the bear,
Saan yung
swap
RS
Pure
sa
into
baba?
the DKB, then swap a stat item back into the main hero, because it doesn't
Tawid na
really
yun,
have a
Ari.
cooldown.
CM yan nagsabi
Is
nun ah.
Tinker a good hero against Lone Druid? Like in theory, because Lone Druid kind of wants to like play
Yeah.
fast. Like, he's very aggressive early.
Si Aret na lang.
Can you actually just try
Okay,
to use that
portal,
and
portal.
slow it down in the bear?
Kaya dyan.
Pretty useful against Lone Druid. The lasers quite good against Lone Druid. Could that hero actually be kind of a
Ito, dito sila.
Lagi
answer
nasa-Aret
to
nga.
do with the Lone Druid in the early game? And we have an answer in the mid lane in the DK.
Ako muna.
I'm not sure. I don't think either of these teams
Nasa taas.
really want to play Tinker, period.
Sa gilid, sa gilid.
Alright.
Moving Ranger, gago.
I really think that in general right now, like Lone Druid versus DK, it means pretty much nothing to me. These heroes barely interact with each other.
Wing run.
Strong carries. I specifically say DK
Hindi natin maano yung Wind Ranger.
I'm hoping we don't see it in that lane again, even if it is a quote-unquote good mid DK game. So yeah, it can do. They both farm fast. They both lane well.
Blade.
They do similar things. They both right-click each other. They do damage. It really just comes down to who has more farm. And I do think right now with the Ring Bear that you are just incredibly strong on Lone Druid for the first probably 25 to 30 minutes, and then you start slowly
Cafe.
tapering off because you only have 3 items, right?
Sheepstick siguro. Sino pwede mag-sheepstick?
May Hex na ako eh.
X na ba?
Hindi lang ano. Alam mo mo kay
I think
Drone.
Bristle, any hero that
Ay, kay
is
Drone, kay
stacking something
Ranger.
on
Nasabot
a
sila.
very tanky hero is good
Yung ano
against
lang,
that.
kailangan yung ano,
The more you
dismember
hit them, the
ni
more stacks you get.
Sponge.
Bristle, similar thing
Focus
to
mo
like
yan.
the Mark and the Ursa.
But they are
Yung
always
Ranger yung
exposed,
dismember
Like
mo.
DK and Crystal, they are extremely weak towards the break match.
That's a good point.
And you pick both of them on the same
Isa
level,
tong ano.
so I think it's game of here.
But
Yeah.
Lone Druid doesn't buy break, so
Try ko bago ako makagat yun, puta,
like, you're
patay
not
na
gonna
yung
buy
hero ko
silver
eh.
edge on Lone Druid.
Yeah, but I
Hindi naman siya makakagano
I
yun.
guess they're really
Nakaka-fire pa
banking
rin
on the
pa siya
fact
nun.
Hindi.
Thunder doesn't want to pick Viper, because Thompson doesn't want to be bored.
Hindi, ibig sabihin, mapufocus ako nung
Does
iba eh.
not like being bored.
Yan dyan sa inyo.
Asks for
Gilid.
a hero, he gets it.
And it's not
Wind
Viper.
Ranger yun.
No, that's a boring one.
What's the fun one?
Dito.
Nag-TP.
Zeus.
Nag-TP si
Eh,
Jake.
ang dami.
Yung TP.
It's not really good this game. I mean, it is fun though, but it's really fun.
Ah, nice dismember.
Pre, tulong pre! Palag lang! Walang uwi!
Yun, buti. Buti ah. Okay pala yung TP mo, be.
Okay, debated nga din.
Yan o pre. All chat mo, G.
Mamaya Pepa, panalo tayo. Ano ma-jinx eh.
May Crimson Guard na rin ako.
Nice yun, sa akin yung
Works really
Crimson
well
Guard.
with the Lone Druid too. So when you're going to push a tower, you have
Gago, end na.
Shredder, you go for
Ang mo alam ng mga bayibakan.
natin.
What on earth?
Tara, rekta tier 4 oh.
Ban.
May heal ba kayo? Wala akong heal.
It's
Meron,
not
meron. Nihila ko. Ano para sa akin?
pretty decent. We talked about how it's
Tangina.
in the crystals,
Dire
which
has
to me is kind of
fortified
lame.
structures.
Bala kayo dyan.
Wala, ano na.
In the trees. I mean, this
Pwede
is
tayo
It's a
mag-tormentor.
castle mechanic, to be honest.
Kaso kayo
The
din lang
spear
pala.
only lasts like 1 second. It's not lame.
Mamatay ako? Back na ako? Mamatay ako?
It is good with the damage that you can put in.
Bak na, bak na.
Snapfire, Lone Druid can do it. That little bit amount of time you can turn them, whatever. But I think more than anything, it's Ramsey. Oh, hell yes. He plays Mars. It's in the pool. Just pick a Mars.
okay. Well, now I
Sige,
think
ako, thanks to Shard.
they probably expected this. They have picked Mars every
Ayun yun,
opportunity
di ba?
they could have gotten.
Paano ba
the last
gumagana to?
game.
I-dismember
It's
yung
a
ampe?
Mars game,
Oo,
so
tapos
what's
matatago sa
counted
dyan.
is
Lone
Bristle.
Druid.
Yeah, they have the Lone Druid is the concern from my end here.
Ano natin?
Second Lone. What is a Lone Druid supplement or replacement here?
I mean, normally when you think about Mars, you typically think of heroes that have illusions or extra units that can deal with it.
Ah, nag-smoke.
And now we have... Alright, so I guess we're not entirely sure where this Bristle's going. Is Amar gonna play it or is Skeeter gonna play it? No, I guess Amar has to play the Underlord, so either Mallory's gonna play the DK or the Bristol.
Wala rin kay
Probably
Das.
the DK, right? I would imagine. I've seen some mid Bristles here and there, but it looks like it's...
I like the Underlord. It's damage reduction against the Lone Druid and the Bear as well. And Lone Druid has a ton of HP. Underlord has percentage damage.
Pag sa ano pre,
Also,
pag sa clash na bigyan niyo lang ako ng clear path kay ano, Wind Ranger para mahuko.
It's a little bit of disable.
Yeah, but they're all kind of like
Daan natin
same
sila
kind
dun.
of hero. They're all also
Tara.
weak against like Timber, Viper type of hero. And now they ban out Rubik, which is
Tian.
understandable. They have Underlord. But I feel like Tundra still has a lot of really good options against this like true tanky heroes right now.
Do they though? Like, what
Andun,
is...
tara.
Because his other heroes outside of Zeus don't
Nasa...
do a lot.
Raila yun, Raila yun, Raila yun.
She doesn't
Si
like
kahit
playing
sino.
Viper. We already talked about that one. Could be a really good Viper game, but not really good on that. He does have Viper. He does get counter. Like, this is really good now, but they're not.
Kita. Wind Ranger. Kita. Ada siyan pala to.
Against very tanky heroes. I mean, he does
Nice, oh.
stacking blades. I mean, these heroes like to get hit a lot. Clowns likes to hit people a lot. It's good. They have good frontline on Mars.
Tabi, 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 tabi.
Sa...
Oh shit.
Huwag na, huwag na. Nasa gitna, G.
Crystal back. Okay, we just know
It's
Tom.
He's not gonna play it.
Just
Nice.
honorable mention, we know it's there.
Nice
but I don't
teamwork.
think he just plays it, and I think Falcon
End.
same assumption.
Yep, yep,
Yeah,
yep.
but if you have nothing else to do, why not just remove it out of the equation?
And Monkey King. Oh, that's the last one. That has to be a good ban here.
Unless I was gonna say that looking at the Monkey King Falcons, and I realized you've already shown 3 cores.
Dire's
One of them
structures have
goes
been
towards the
fortified.
Upward.
weird.
Sige, ano lang yan.
Well, we have
Hindi naman si
seen a
Vin Diesel.
Bristol try.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and Contra
Wala pa tayong tier 2.
Tapos let's go, let's go, let's go.
Taga na. Back mo na, back mo na.
5 seconds na yan ah. Wind Ranger.
One of those 4 heroes outside of Hoodwink is a support.
May Ares na ba?
Underlord,
Meron na?
Bristleback, or DK. Out of
Natin.
those, it has to be DK or Bristleback that they're thinking about as a support. And I
Sarap
have
trash
no
talking
idea
Railay mamaya, putang.
better or worse.
I feel like Bristleback seems like the more
Sige nga.
higher
Yes.
percentage one.
Just
Ah.
because of recency of seeing
Yes.
It's just one time, sample size 1,
Which also didn't work.
which lost, by the way.
I mean, it's more
And it was
useful in the
Falcons
lane,
that-
you know, if
that
you
beat
compare those heroes, like what's DK and Bristleback in the lane? Bristleback can kill you. Okay.
Uy, nandiyan. Ano ka ba nagpakit?
Be a snake. I just don't see it.
Ay, putang ina talaga.
Alright, it has to be a Bristol. I think snake.
Okay, kaya naman no. More.
Underload and you just
Lumaban pala kayo dun.
you're like, yeah, an overpower.
I think that has
Tara,
less
tara, tara.
Bristleback.
Ay, Wind Ranger ah.
Malupit na hook.
Wala na.
Malupit na hook oh.
I'm actually kind of feeling silent
Walang windrun yan.
Wala.
this lineup.
Wala, wala, wala.
Even
Pala
more
ganyan.
now, you're
Kahit,
just like, this
kahit,
is
kahit.
Ah.
tough in here. This
Surely, surely you would dumpster any.
Hindi, wait, may protection, may protection.
Yung creeps malapit na, umano. Malapit na sa base.
Is very good as well. You have to
Ay, sayang. Nandito na yung ano eh.
It has a lot of heat.
Aras na lang.
Crystal Underlord.
Ayun yung ano na? Ito?
Good damage against all these.
Habang...
Is
Habang...
that what you're throwing in as well, Winter? You just want to +1 the dazzle?
Yeah, they can't even swap their lanes. I don't know who can they actually send. Don't play that lane. Drag the beats everywhere.
Oh, he plays it.
Oh my god!
Even better, but I
30
didn't think he
seconds
could.
pa yung BKB ko.
Tara pre, end no.
360.
I told you you'd never predict a Thompson hero.
Yeah, this hero was really good, like super before, but I guess Falcons did the same.
And then.
Like, they felt like he's not gonna play it, he doesn't play it.
Tower lock.
We should not bother trying to figure out. Let's just not. It's a.
Nice. GG. Ano sinasabi nila?
Don't listen down to your enemy, guys.
Isn't much advantage to be gained on
Yes,
the side of
first
Falcons.
win of the night, puta.
Yes.
Okay, I know we vetoed Thompson conversation.
Oh my goodness.
Sakto, muna tayo. Kahit na nangyari.
Pagod na si Diego. Wala pa eh!
The build is gonna be something insane.
Yeah, first game na.
Viper is the pick for this game and he's gonna do well.
Well, look, I wish we could get a little bit more insight into what Falcons are doing, but instead, we're going to head on down to the stage, and we're going to get Moon
Basta
because
mo yung right line.
with Slacks.
Wala naman si Noel.
Good to see you yet again, my friend. Quite an interesting draft, quite a puck-destroying draft. I believe that is a pause 5 Bristol. I believe that is a mid-Viper yet again. Can you tell me about this? You guys looking to destroy pumps for the rest of the year? Or what's up?
I mean, this is to give Falcons a taste of their own medicine.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. Now, I gotta ask, man, you're a very, spicy guy. You like to take some risks and all that jazz. You're gonna open up with Lone Druid. Have you no shame? What do you think about this hero? I mean, this guy's busted, especially in your hands.
I mean, Pure is like Lone Druid specialist, so.
Yabang si Munimber, yabang talaga ni Jobert eh.
Okay, that is what I like to hear. Now, I would trust no one else with this. Out of all the coaches,
Ito ba yung sinasabi niyo
but I'm
kamukha
gonna do
ni
the most
Jobert?
forbidden thing in the world.
Ewan ko dyan kay kay
I'm
Awis.
gonna let you talk to these fans
Parang
out
medyo
here.
mataba na siya
Fool
ngayon
you
eh.
and tell
Yung
them
Pisngi.
what
Nung
they can do
payat-payat
in this
siya,
series. Tell them
may
how to cheer
hawigan.
from you. Let's go ahead and give it to you, man. This is yours. Take your moment, bud.
Kalechuran.
Guys, every time Thompson gets a kill, I want you guys to scream at the top of your lungs.
That's what I like to hear. We're going to see a lot of kills. We're going to see a lot of action. We're about to see this game. Thank you so much, brother. Let's get into it with our casters.
Yung mga nanonood daw may libreng Crimson
so
something.
much, Slacks in Royal Arena. Feeling
Crimson
mighty
Treasure ba?
rowdy tonight. You all ready for the
Crimson
final series
Witness?
of the night?
Usually ganyan lang, diba? 50
Now, Royal Arena, I do have to ask a couple more questions here as we're getting ready to pop into
Hindi
this
nakakuha ka Jigs ng
one.
TI.
Do you think
Hindi,
these
hindi ako
teams
nakabili
have what
ticket
it takes to go to the full 3-game series?
Gago, tangina. Lone Druid na naman.
At Royal Arena, one more question. Do you think Darkseer should get buffed?
Darkseer.
We did it.
Pakunatan sila.
Alright, well
Sustain
done.
game
Nice
nila
rock. You
to.
heard it from the people. It must be
Ano?
done. Miracle doing
May
his
Mars,
own savage
tangina,
agenda
may
here
Listen,
on the main stage.
May
Whatever I
Bristle
possibly
ba?
can as we get ready to go into this, the
Putang ina,
final
may ano
series
pa
of the
pala,
night. I
Pit
can't
Lord.
wait. It's wild because you think about it, Thompson, the king of crazy heroes, he ends up picking the Viper last, the most
that's
normal one
Bristle.
possible, and in the meantime, it's a great game for it. There's so
Support
many
Bristle.
different heroes that just get wrecked by this one.
Yes, there was an old discussion of if you
Panlaban kay
to be
Dewey.
doomed,
Duo,
then
I
Doom
think.
can't be good. I feel like they've done the same thing
Making
here,
ba
right?
support
Like
nila?
all of these passes are just so important that he can only break one of us now with the way Viper's been changed.
Making chocolate.
Absolutely. That's going to be, I mean, if I
Oh,
remember right, that
the
wasn't
first time ko nga ito
No,
makita.
no, I really don't like that strategy. And yeah, we
Actually.
talked about it all the
Yung
time for
first time
years.
nakita ko yun.
Not rocket,
Nonetheless,
okay.
it does seem like that is what is going to end up happening as the smoke out
Super
happens.
slow
The
yan. Tumagal
pause
sa
is about
laban.
to be undone.
And we're getting into this game number 1, Tundra facing off against Falcons. We saw in that interview at the start of this as well. Falcons talked about that earlier series that they had against Tundra and how things were going, and they felt like if they were able to go deep in the tournament, that was going to be the pivotal turning point for them. We'll see if they've learned some more lessons since then.
Disperser ba yun?
Of course, coming in here with quite a bit of pressure.
Tumagal pa yung laban, may pang-anim silang hero.
Definitely some expectations here at this event, and then Tundra, you kind of have the opposite here, where you're coming in, you have stand-in playing for you, even though it is the glorious Soxa, kind of takes a little bit of pressure off.
Tundra
We'll
Liquid
see how we can do, and then you knock
final.
Falcons down here, but eventually you have to come and join them here in the lower bracket.
Hanapin,
Ginulpe
Tundra
Take a look at all those various facets. I don't believe there are any that are super unexpected. The big changeup, of course, is going to be this Bristleback position 5. We're talking about all those weird heroes. Going to take the Snot Rocket. What do you think they saw in this pick that made them want to go for it? Is this just like a lone Druid counter? Or is there something else that Snake King's working on here?
It's interesting because you would hope that the idea is that you pick the Bristle early and they're sort of forced to address it, right?
Yeah.
And then like have to do something in their draft and then to be like, now you can't play core Bristle. But you kind of look at it and you're like, well, I mean, I guess they kind of can't, right? Especially with the Viper coming up. But then the Viper's still so good against the other cores that, to me, it doesn't really feel like this support Bristle has like fooled anybody. Like I don't think you've really messed up their draft all that bad.
Pure
No,
Ramses,
they must just think that it's actually that good, which I'm curious to see how it works. And again, for anybody that's not been playing all that much Bristleback or taking the facet for a long time, people were saying that this was like actually the bad one to take for a while. But on a support, it feels like it makes more sense. It's pure encouraging everybody to have a little fun out there. Of course. He's having fun. He's playing the lone Druid again.
Both of these teams are well known for their all chat, having a good time here. So they're just going to pause it up here so they can really enjoy the moment here on the stage.
Absolutely. They are ready to go at a moment's notice once all the mic issues have been sorted out, which it does look like they're fixing those right about now and getting ready to get underway yet again as game number 1, again for top 3, trying to secure this one. TI-11 winners is what he says. Mar, I mean, this is really just the all chat heaven.
Well, they got lots of time for it. Now they have to focus back on the game here. As we are still just before the Bounty Runes, in case you forgot. I know, short attention spans.
It happens, the best of us. And out across the map, they will go. Amar playing on his Underlord has not always looked the greatest in the earlier series as Whitemon gets chased. Soxa keeping that Enchantress alive with the Scatterblast shot.
Have ourselves the long range. We saw some snaps messing around, go for some of the other facets, but we are back to the big Scatterblast, the snipe from downtown. Helps lead into kills there, makes life easy. Also, again, an amazing pairing with this Mars. We've talked about the Willow a lot as a duo. Snap's probably the other, second best one, I would say, to go alongside that Mars. So looking for
Twitch ka na nanood, Riz?
Whoa, early cake, not what you were expecting.
Na-spoil na tayo kanina ni Aris eh.
Bakit? Delay ba sa'yo?
Sa YouTube.
Sa YouTube kami.
He just never left.
Oh, wow.
Maganda yung video quality sa YouTube.
Bristleback, so that's a play that probably won't work again.
Tangina si ano daw, si Whitemon daw. May ano lahing
How many
Pinoy.
more games do they need to play?
Oh, gago. Wilfredo Solomon daw pangalan.
Mga copy-paste.
Oh, gago. So, nakita yun.
Kaya si Amar nga, rami rin. Amar the Philippines.
Ang ina Wilfredo Solomon.
Down to 80 HP.
That's scary.
Yeah, you heard the panel talking about Top's gonna go for this Dazzle, and of course ends up
Boomer
with
pa
Viper,
yung
but it's all the
apelido
same
na yung
idea
ano,
here. Is
buong
that there's not
pangalan na
really a
yun.
good laning solution here for Falcons. That's why you're gonna see that lane for Bristleback, but even with that kill happening, you're still gonna have a very hard time doing much in this lane. We're gonna see a lot of creep pulling shenanigans here for sure.
Good option, and you can see already Snake King is somewhat low on resources, gonna need to heal back up with that salve to make sure it does not get broken by the Snapfire, as Rams is also taking a bit of a beating. And in the meantime,
Delay lang 10 seconds.
can go in for a boundless strike, but we'll get
maganda yung videos
a
para
chunk of these
sa
creeps tonight out most
Parang
likely.
di nga lang 10 seconds. Map lang 20 rin ata. Pagkasabi ni Aris.
Of course, constant spam will cost something for Thompson about to get that bottle delivered out. We'll see if they decide to bring any more heroes over to help out Maureen, because honestly, the way that this is looking, if you get a couple more levels up on Thompson, he's not going to be able to approach the creep wave.
No, that moment is definitely a
Talo
very
nito top
important,
4, di
so
ba?
You have to hope that your side lanes are going a little bit better, right?
As for on him.
No, already, and you can see that the DK not having the best of time there, but down bottom, we're seeing Pure off to a decent start, facing off against Crit and Amar in this side lane here to the side.
Hoodwink na naman. Wala nang sawa sa hoodwink to.
Got some pretty good potential for global mobility here on Falcons. You're going to have the Gate, and then you have Monkey King, who pretty much is global these days with the Simeon Stride facet. Snake King, that is a lot of stacks.
Wow.
That's right. Finds them, kills them. And something that you don't necessarily love when you have this full-bore Snapfire is getting a melee hero up in your face.
That's what Bristleback is aiming to do here. And hey, you know, another advantage of Simeon Stride is you get back to the fountain faster.
True.
So even if your lane is a bit of a disaster, you just gotta skip and hop your way all the way back home here, like Malorine's gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, for getting a first blood, you're looking at these CS numbers across the board. Tundra are kind of wrecking
Look what he's doing. He's on the move. He's come down bottom.
Oh my god, he says, who needs mid lane?
Nope.
Oh.
I mean, if they gank me, I'll
Next
gank
fear.
you, move forward, try to find him. Pure butt. Able to get the fear out. Can't quite get the distance, though. And the root, a very timely one. And Pure stays alive.
Well, for now, remember, it's Simeon Stride, so Malorine maybe still considering things here. Boundless up in 4
Ikaw ang shot
seconds.
pa.
Bushwhack at the ready if they wanted to try and throw it. Now, Reen, again, nobody is in the mid lane right now. It's just sitting there. They jump forward, try to kill him, and they get him. On the other side of the map, Snake King did go down to Saksa. And yeah, this is going to need to be some type of a change because he's stealing creeps now.
Yeah, does he just get these over to Amar, make his way back to the mid? I guess that'll be the plan. He's found gold in a different way here by getting some kills down at the bottom lane, but
now, everybody out there, I know Dota's changed a lot. We don't normally have a 2-0-3 lane structure. But even if that's what we're seeing here at this point in time as he comes back mid.
catches enough here to be okay. Jeez, Thompson is going to be 6 relatively soon here on this Viper, though. And that's when you truly will not be able to come back here. It's even going to be difficult to try and like make a gank, some sort of rotation or play. He is just going to be a very stable Viper, and I'll be curious to see what he goes for. Like, does Thompson want to go for that typical style that he has of just like playing really aggressive? Will he go for something like the Gleipnir that the panel was talking about, or will he be a little bit more just I am the turret in the tower and rely on this catch from his team? Because he does have some here.
Right. I mean, it's unfortunate cookie there. Not quite what they were looking for. But yeah, there's a lot of freedom in this game because he's not laning against anybody. It's PvE at this point for the Viper. And so the question is, how does he take this like early lead that he's built up and translate that into the rest of his team doing well?
Just seeing this monkey jump all the way back. No TPs this time. And one range creep comes through.
God.
Glorious.
It's like just a little bit of water in the desert of farm that is in this Monkey King's lane. Just a drop.
And Thompson will take the high ground again immediately there. Now with the level 6, Malorine is out of there.
Yeah.
Gotta go
Can't
find
do
something
anything.
else to do. Yeah, you're
Alam
it's quick jumps down the bottom lane though, and you do have this hoodwink. Crit still saving a point here between the bushwhack and the acorn shot.
Let's see what they can do. Pure right on top of him. The chase, a couple more hits. He doesn't even really feel confident to go for this right now. Whitemon made the move over.
4 heroes down here overall.
I mean, Snake
Okay,
King
this is Snake King.
now turned upon.
Oh,
Fear comes
fear.
out. Second round hits, and Snake King is dead. Malorine wants to get this kill on
Naku,
Pure so
Margarine.
badly. Crit moving into position. Amar tries to take him down, and the bushwhack connects.
pa.
They find 2. They needed
Saksa
that
pala
one. He's gonna
mamamatay.
get another. The blood grenade is out, and Saksa also going to be in trouble. A double for Amar.
Shina-shutdown kasi
Old one
Pure.
there notices that there's not a lot of resources left in that snap anyway, so he can kind of risk it a bit there. at
May
low
mga
HP
tips
on
na
Malorine, 'cause he needs all the
agad,
farm he can get.
Putang ina.
It's an interesting version of lane bleed here. Typically, it's because one lane's going so well
Part na
that
ng
the
plan
mid
nilang
shows up other
mag-tilt eh.
places. It's not often that his lane is so terrible that he's forced to make these rotations, and it almost looks bad, right? Like it kind of looked like Snake King was gonna go down, then Malorine's kind of low, they don't get the finishes there, but that bushwhack from Crit saving things.
Well, and again, like this Viper is so slow moving around the map, even with boots, that like these types of rotations, if you're not finding kills, it's actually kind of bad.
Kayo ba?
Pure
Tundra din kayo?
will
O Falcon?
not have a bear,
O
and it's
Falcon.
just
Ay,
sitting off
Tuda.
to the side in the mid lane.
will need to back out. Can Thompson find anybody to connect onto? Okay, they have him for the moment. Good damage out. The stun. Skitter in trouble. The Mud Golems will break a TV, so they will manage.
Control your emotion, Thompson.
Thompson makes the move.
Okay, there we go. They've been waiting.
Galing ba kay Seb yun?
Hindi press ha, nung naglaro siya sa C, may Pilipino siya nakalaro.
Very good. Excellent.
Tumugod si Thompson mag-isa tapos sumisigaw yung Pilipino. Control your emotion, Thompson.
Makes a lot of sense.
You're gonna die again, Thompson.
For another one now. If he steps forward and manages to start right-clicking you, you are going to die in this game. The strongest hero by
Saka yung ganyan yung ata yung TI sa ano, or Major sa Asia. Singapore ata yun. Laro siya sa C.
Nandiyan ba asawa niya, ano?
Hoping to sort of
Malaysia.
match these plays, right? If you're going to be going around, following around this Viper, you're going to be there with the gate eventually. Still holding the point right now, if they can find a moment. And he wants to
tumura sa sila
I
kailangan
love Underlord Atos.
Ilang buwan.
Yeah. Like one of
Kaya
my
nakapag
favorites.
T1 siya eh.
Actually able to start fights.
Dahil nakasi siya ng time na yun.
Nothing sadder than an Aura bot Underlord who just can't help like get that one little bit of
Kasi
fight.
Ana rin.
We'll see if he commits for it.
Seems like it could be a pretty nice answer for them, and obviously a good way,
Collect
off
jersey
the
lang.
back of a stun coming from DK to set up for anywhere around the map. As Pure, they're actually going to drop the gate. Crit,
Binibilisan ng Tundra yung ano.
when Amar
Ayun din,
comes
ang ano
through,
pala,
Crit
Falcon.
does go down. Now Pure in trouble.
Tundra,
Pure will
tama.
fall, but they get the break onto the DK. DK starting to fall as Amar wants to get out through the gate. Will manage to, but instead it's right there to the side.
Hindi na pala yung kabila.
Ramses was very ready.
Now Rain tries to come in to maybe find something else, but he's just going to be cleaning up some farm.
Well, they're hurting Pure. He has not had a good game. The unfortunate part of this is that the rest of Tundra is doing quite well. Wait a minute.
They bring down that big Underlord here, but it's Ramses.
And now he in a little bit of trouble too. Malrine will get caught by that Spear Snake King looking for the slowdown crit. Ramses already drops the arena. The Boundless is out. Do they have enough to chase him down all the way? Cookie gets a little bit of extra distance, but Crit is there with the bushwhack and the finish.
I mean, the armor is just ridiculous.
And now Saksa might be in even further trouble as they're stacking up that goo, hitting away onto this Snapfire. Snake King, will he go down? No.
Like, Crit's got the Blightstone too, right? And so they're tagging up onto that Mars, and then just even the earlier points in the Acorn shot is so much damage because of the tree bounce faster.
This has been a very bizarre game. We've got 15 kills in just under 10 minutes. And it doesn't really feel like it's going to slow down. It's this battle of, you know, the moving turret of the Viper versus this, like, continual blast coming from the Monkey King all over the map, setting things up. Pretty unique game. But will they be able to keep it up? How are you feeling about the way that the next couple minutes work out here?
I think a lot of it depends on the itemization. And so going through that, like, we see that Amar did indeed bail off of the Atos. He's thinking about the mech instead right now. He's already purchased some parts for it, so he seems to have committed. I think part of it is that, like, there's not someone super slippery that you necessarily need the Atos for, and Skitter's going for the Blink first. So knowing that that's going to be available in the DK, you don't want to, like, double down too much on this early initiation. So instead, he's really convinced that Malrine is going to hit these Boundlesses, right? He's going to start them off. That's going to get them into the bushwhack, and then he can just sort of roll his way in or TP his way in on the Underlord, and hopefully that's going to start a good fight for them. He feels like they don't need the Atos. So that's how it works for Falcons. And then, of course, on the side of Tundra, we're just playing Viper, right? He's holding this Haste Rune right now. They can just stand behind him, feel comfortable, and just push this tower with the Catapult.
Getting good usage, at least for now,
out
of this gate. Ramses will be an easy target. Does immediately mean that there's also going to be a rotation towards mid as Tundra secure the tier 1 tower there.
Yeah, they all hop through the gate down to the bottom.
Are they going to try and pressure there too?
It's very low in the tower, so there is some good wards there, as you can see. But it's just going to result in Pure retreating back to the jungle as he finishes up his Maelstrom.
Crit tanking a Viper Strike. As a Haste Rune, this is a big moment for Thompson. He doesn't have Viper Strike, though, used in the mid, could still drop a lot out on them. Malrine, recognizing the danger, is going to back away. Amar drops the pit and runs right into Pure. This is pretty much nowhere left to go. So they'll find Amar, misses on the spear. Mech tries to buy a little bit of extra time, but in the end, it will be enough to take down that Underlord.
Yeah, they weren't able to chase down Snake King since they didn't have the Viper Strike, but they got a much more important kill there onto Amar. So Tundra keeping things pretty even here. 10-7, gold, very much equal at the moment. Amar still the big one on top, but he's not really the person who gets to decide a whole lot in this game. Doesn't have the full freedom to just like walk and guarantee that something's going to occur for his team. He does need that little bit of help from his DK and his Monkey. And they're just finishing up these first items.
A little bit of...
Mostly Skeeter's finishing up his first item. He has a blink because Malrine has gone triple Wraithband.
Yeah.
He wants to be involved and active, and he knows that he can't wait for these bigger items.
Well, and I mean, it's because of this. Like, look at how Tundra is playing. And they're actually even going to drop the arena right onto Snaking. This Bristleback will get caught, pushed up to the high ground, but Falcons, are they coming to try and contest it? Skinner jumps forward. They have the control onto Thompson, down low, dead. Now looking for more. They had the pit and the kisses coming out. Wukong's command used, but no extra ability to control. The spear is there, and it looks like the trade is going to be the Bristle for the Viper and maybe finding more. Skinner there, Crit with the follow-up. Joker, great boundless strike. And Pure's Bear is just running off to get killed.
That's another hero if they can get it.
And they bring it. Oh,
Summon, nice.
The recall. The resummon there.
Make sure he keeps it nice and healthy. Very nicely done. I mean, that's kind of the punishment for arenaing just on the Bristle. Yeah, they were hoping that it just would immediately give them a numbers advantage, but because they brought in the Underlord who has this mech, like, there's no early auras here on the Radiant side they're going to help out, right? So they just kind of bet on the fact that auras would be stronger for them on the side of Falcons, and they'd still have enough damage left in the tank after Snaking died to just go straight for the aggressive. And they were correct. That's a little bit of a help, though. The Pavis finished up here for Whitemon.
Yeah, anything to try and power these guys up a little bit more. Gleipnir, they're working on it for Pure at the moment. Malrine up in the trees will run right into Whitemon. Now this was the 14-minute wisdom that they were aiming for. Cookie, chase. Malrine running away. They drop the key onto the low ground. Dude, these fights are really bizarre, the way that they've been starting and stopping.
Yeah, and he's still down bottom right now with Ramses coming in close. No blink just yet.
Hunting, wanting to find this Underlord, who does stick around a bit too long, and the pit is dropped. He's still going to back away, maybe trying to bait them in. I think that his distance is too far for them to catch up.
Now Snaking's in behind with Malrine as well.
Wait, what's going on now?
They're thinking about, I think they were just convinced he was going to get caught. He drops the ward there as well. So
Ramses, they don't see him. Oh, there they do now. And they got him. Ramses in a bit too far and will get killed off. So they bait out the movement and managed to kill Ramses.
What an insane wraparound play from Falcons.
That was pretty wild.
That was so unexpected. Ramses just totally busted there. I mean, he didn't even get the gold for his Blink Dagger, so that's going to be the death cost. He's going to have to come back. He doesn't have that immediate, like, just like, oh, let's just go smoke out with my new Blink.
Right.
He's got to go hit the jungle again.
In the meantime, Falcons building up these stacks. So a triple of Ancients, double on the hard camp, and a stun is used onto Thompson. Not many places to go, and if you're found, well, you're going to be killed. Malrine takes him down again. Who needs a laning stage, honestly?
He's slowly catching back up now, 1,000 gold behind. It's just this single target focus they have there, right? Big physical damage onto this Viper. Force Staff will do a lot to help him, but that's a pricey recipe that he's still quite a ways away from.
Right. Well, and again, you know, you look at these heroes, there's good net worth on Pure, good net worth on Thompson, but it does sort of have this feeling where they're getting outmaneuvered around the map. Double wards placed down by Whitemon as Crit and Malrine head through that direction. This Mars Blink Dagger feels like it's going to be something that maybe can turn the tides a bit more into their favor.
Yeah, been waiting a while, and then additional control coming out from the Gleipnir down up here.
Well played, hits the full war, and Malrine just caught. Off to the side, Soxa making the move that they needed. Support's getting together for it. And another round, Snaking, hit, full bore, punch, done. A double kill for the Snapfire. The stand-in coming in clutch.
We heard the panel talking about how, like, it's not that good with the spear versus the Bristleback, because like it turns you, but it's only for a second. But with the support Bristle, it's kind of good because it's not like he's stacking up a ton of survivability on this Bristle quite yet, right? So it only really takes like one good shot from the front to take away half his HP from Ramses there, just obliterating anything with the help of Soxa.
Well, both teams just throwing haymakers back and forth at each other, but Now with an Atos done, maybe this could be a smoke up opportunity for Falcons. They're getting together in the mid lane.
Crit's seeing what happened to his mid laner. You know, he's level 10, Malraine's level 9. Saying, it's all right, buddy. I'll get my Gleipnir. You know, I'll start with the Atos. I'll start setting this up. I might need to scale a little bit here on this Hoodwink.
An understandable feeling as they push out that wave. Now Sneyking farming underneath a Radiant Ward. Do they feel confident enough to make this move?
There is a mech here on
Next
Fox if the fight breaks out. That's the great.
Next week tayo sa'yo.
I don't care.
It's a little distance away.
Anong oras na ulit
Sneyking
yun?
just barely lives,
1
and now
PM.
Thompson, he's in
1
too far
PM.
yet again, and they're gonna kill him. Just like clockwork, they run on in, and Sneyking surviving.
It's like secret agent Sox.
Tama ba kayo hanggang sa bahay?
You go in, I'm going this way, but I'm surviving. I gotta keep my stocks high after this tournament.
Man. Well, Malrine trying to get a little bit of retribution here. We'll go for the chase down, and Sneyking moves on in. Arena turn, find, kill. Can they get more? Crit is a pretty juicy target for them. He talked about how much net worth and levels this guy has. Gets to the far side, but Ramses was already prepared and on position. So Falcons
Palitan lang ng ano to,
end up
palitan lang ng
losing
gold
to
dito.
Tundra.
Maganda nga ganit. Close fight. Pangit naman. Boring pag one-sided yung laban.
Runs away and survives.
It's true enough.
Teammates
2-0 yung laban na po.
And now, Tundra feeling confident they can just run right into the pit, make the move. TP coming from Sneyking. He takes down that ward immediately. Do they realize what's going on? There's no pit, actually, excuse me, the Underlord ulti for 30 seconds. Amar starts to make the move over. Roche getting somewhat lower. They're in this area, and already they backed away on the side of Tundra.
And they just decided to retreat way out there. Feeling like they really want to make sure they have this arena here. Whitemon won't get caught, but it's an edge.
Boundless, a lot of heals come through. And now in trouble is Skinner. He gets punished. Whitemon gives him the tip, and can they find more? Sneyking, he's rooted. They can't quite get the connection of the bear and the cookie together. But Falcons not getting what they need in the mount.
Ang ina palagi inakakita sa Sneyking.
Match so far, 20 minutes in, it's just been back and forth, right?
Yeah, I like that positioning from Tundra too. Just recognizing like, hey, we don't want to fight like quite yet. Let's back away, see what they do. They overextend a little bit. You get the punish because both teams kind of playing the same in this, you know, who gets jumped essence, right? Trying to blow up this edge with the overprotective wisps can be very hard. Trying to blow up the bristleback could cause some problems as well. Thanks to the goo shooting out all over your allies. And this time it's Falcons. It feels like getting the jump in this one is not necessarily the easiest thing to do, especially because, you know, if you go for the jump on the bristle and you miss out on the kill, then you get this big TP coming in from the Underlord, but on the other side, right, Ramses is just baiting out Whitemon, waiting to jump in with the arena, so. 20 minutes comes up, it's daytime, Tormentor rises and quickly falls. Soxa will get shark.
And then immediately back to farming. Pure.
He has been just hitting creeps all game. Every time I look at him, he is just farming up a storm right now.
Well, and it's interesting too, because you don't normally see lone druids with this many deaths. He really got a lot of pressure on him early, but has definitely recovered and is feeling good at this point in time.
Living a lot in this ancient camp here, but you can see there, still a little bit behind these other heroes. Yeah, I guess he's more so neck and neck with Amar. They're also quite farmed right now. Just gonna give us a little bit of pause here. Hanging out, getting themselves a bit of gold. Now going back to their Tormentor. This was another thing that we saw with the Bristleback players. Just opting, I mean, with the core, they just go for the goo into the shotgun Aghanims. As support, you can glue it up a little bit first just to help yourselves get it. Crit gets a little bit more help here. The Hunter's Boomerang here to try and amp up this incoming spell damage.
That one will be a nice one for him. And resets the net worth between these two teams to just about even again. You can see it's really just a battle of the two mids not getting a ton of farm, bottom of the cores, but it's the position fours that have really stepped up in this game and are kind of carrying the load.
Yeah, it is funny. Hoodwink and Snapfire, they're both super similar with how they can scale too, right?
Yeah.
Not so much anymore. They nerfed a lot of those aspects of the little shredder, but you know, eventually it can happen. But Hoodwink getting to that Gleipnir, feel pretty good about it.
Smoke up from Falcons. They're not really in a position on the side of Tundra to get caught by this. Playing a pretty good defensive positioning. question is, what are Falcons going to try and do when this smoke does not work? And is the answer just run right into Roche?
Yeah, I think this feels pretty good for them.
Pretty bold move.
Tundra were really close to just getting it up top, pretty much for free. Right now, they don't have any vision down here. They don't necessarily know this is going on.
Well, they seem to be moving that direction, but maybe the call is just to give it up.
I mean, they already left as well. Yeah, they're gone too.
Just
both teams just really worried about doing something too risky here.
It is fair. The fights have tended to go in favor of whoever ends up
and there's a fresh
first jump.
Just delivered to Kratos and lay it down here.
This is big.
Now again, they don't want to jump this edge and then get punished for it. That's why Whitemon runs in first.
Steps forward, smoke breaks, immediately takes out that ward. Yeah, and now they walked into the pit, but look at this, Pure sending in that bear.
Alright, this is terrifying.
The Invis, he sees everything. Pure is seeing absolutely everything on this map. Right on top of Crit. Are they going to get
Kita ni Pure yung nangyayari. Wow, ano nakita? Holy shit.
Was exactly what they needed as they're going to take
Ang talino ni Pure, gago.
the Snapfire, but look at that jump. What a performance. Tundra getting the perfect room.
Taking the time, right? Getting through the river, grabbing that. Falcons, they're worried. They're trying to make sure they're in good positioning. First, they send in Whitemon. Remove one ward. That's going to reduce your idea about what's going on already from the side of Falcons. And then an Invis Room Bear. Like, hard to play around that. Didn't have enough protection down to try and find something like that. And that's going to give this Roshan right over to Tundra.
Oh, as we see this replay.
Ramses, I mean, you can't ask for anything better,
Parang
right?
na-inbuild yung bear niya.
They do it perfectly.
No, inbuild.
And the fear. Imagine if he had the shield.
I know.
We're gonna have the double shish.
Akala ko may gamit or something.
Not the play that Falcons were hoping to see in that one.
Amar barely gets out, considering there's Nether Toxin beating into him as well.
That was so close to, just being another death that would have completely fallen apart. So Tundra managed now to get themselves a 2K gold lead and finding Snake King. Malrine is nearby. Ramses making a pretty bold move stepping forward, but with Thompson nearby, they feel confident in this play. Snake King dropping lower and lower. Crit is in the area and just gonna boundless and walk.
Still chasing here, they're gonna find Amar.
He's gotta run, double Fleipnir's, finds him. Trying to escape.
Patay ka, Amar.
Does have TP, but there is no way that he's getting out of this one. And when the Horde catches up to you, they'll take him down. So Tundra firing on all cylinders after that Roche fight.
Yeah,
if you're Falcons, how do you reset a little bit here?
You see what he's doing. He goes up top, he cuts the wave, gets some pressure onto this tower. 24 minutes, he's gonna come down, see what's going on. Maybe even finish off this tower.
Get Ramses getting set up and prepared just in case. And yeah, you can see he's not going to go for it. In the meantime, this is what's barreling down your tier 2s. Pure starts to hit away at it with the bear. They take that tier 2. Still a tier 1 alive on that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, just happy to take all of the space, all of the farm. And does not feel good jumping into this. And the problem is that if you want to wait this out for another 3 minutes, Thompson's going to have that Aghanim stuff by then. And then we're going to be nosediving.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, just seems like something he would have to buy to make this hero more interesting.
That's true. It's like
he found a way to play Viper.
The only mobility thing. It's kind of a bizarre one, but of course the upgraded corrosive skin as well can be kind of nice for them. As we're going to get a quick pause here. Ready to voice line as per usual.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ensuring that Cinder gets his voice line out there. Available now, in game.
Nailed it. 16-16 with the 4K gold lead, Aegis in hand for the Viper, and Tundra. Not that much that they're afraid of at this point, but there is still a couple things. Like if they can get a good initiation off, you know, Skitter finding somebody. Who is like the ideal target that they open up on?
I mean, that's a good question. It depends. Like, if you feel like you can actually get Ramses before it's BKB, that would be nice, because he is definitely the main thing that controls these fights. There's also the aspect of just like the minus armor on someone like Thompson, but because the Aegis, you know, obviously he's going to be positioned up front. You don't really want to kill him first, so in a dream world, it's probably Ramses. That would be great. But, you know, obviously he knows this. That's why he is a BKB. That's why he has 2600 HP. He is a hard hero to jump.
Well, on a smoke up. Now cooking forward. A little bit of an interesting one there. Just getting some extra moves and heal. And eyes. I was fighting Topaz towards this Dragon Knight found. Standing sign seal delivered.
Yes.
Broken TP away. Not gonna happen.
Oh, that was his 9-second
Wow.
BKB
And
use
the
as well.
crowd.
They wait to make sure it's his top.
So,
okay, yeah.
I don't think it's just some
Now they're
simple
looking for
culture
more.
shock
Snaking.
issue.
TP's out. We'll be able to make that one work.
IPC baddie dressed up
there.
as the Supreme Guardian, so you would hesitate to
We're
attack
hitting quite a bit with this Aegis
There's a
here.
break coming up, so there won't be any
Pressure
fights.
all over the map.
Luca, you can use
Reducing
this
the farm
chance to
area.
rest
Team
and
Falcons,
recuperate.
couple of kills, couple of towers.
Do need a break.
Gotta say, this is going
I'm not
pretty well.
actually an Iron Man or anything.
Feeling good about themselves
Speaking
and what they've been
of
able to
which,
do
Catch
so
Dark
far.
Great. What are you doing here on your own? Where'd Svarog
With
go?
a catapult in
Svarog said he
hand.
needed to do some data sampling.
See where they decide to
He
go
asked
with
Hope to wait for
this.
him here
It looks
and
like they're
not
ready to maybe
disturb
go up
Luca.
high ground. Nobody's been able to deal with the catapult yet.
Yeah, and there they go.
Sila naman nila.
Down, feared, a lot used just to
something I should
find
be
the kill
worrying
on the
about?
snaking. And in fact, Ramsey, you can see, takes a lot of damage. Pure, the bear ends up going down. Now the resummon.
Coach,
Kikil kay
I
snaking.
need to get my
Far away.
symptoms looked at.
Nakinari.
Doctor on
But
the
this is
Sinzo.
dropping so quickly.
Yeah, they're still holding
Please,
back
if you don't mind.
Grabe, laki ng bawas sa rock. Bilis.
It's not an easy team to push into. They just got to give up these racks.
Immediately takes it down. You can see how quickly it happens. They come in, Tundra, take the full set of racks.
8K gold did na.
Disperser. Kating yan
I mean, it's exactly when you want to go high ground, right? Because you have the Aegis on one of your heroes, and then you have Pure at level 18 on the bear. So he's got the Gleipnir, he's got the Disperser, and he's got the last points there into the bear necessities. So you get an 80% stat bonus on these items.
What does the Divination Commission do again?
A simple explanation would be that they are the information technology department on the Xianzhou. They are mainly responsible
Again,
for
another
predicting
situation
the
where we've
future.
seen the early push-oriented lineup. I don't think we thought that it was going to happen in this fashion,
kind of a big deal.
but Tundra now
First I
hold a
thought she
pretty
was a little
significant
awkward,
lead
but I
here
guess
in this game.
What should we do first?
Now they're holding that middle of the map. They're going to get
or
themselves
go to the
another
divination?
rune.
Going in for it.
And it's what won them the
I
last big fight.
agree. If the hallucinations are getting bad,
What more can they do? Nosedive at the ready.
what does Svarog say?
But maybe just going to try and secure the rest of those bottom towers there. Could be an easy pass.
Miss Wanton ban na pala si Thompson.
It is going to be replayed.
Armin.
Yeah, for Falcons.
Then
Going to need to find ways to kick people off.
Shall I take you to Aru
And again, you do have
Yummy
like good
food?
avenues to do this.
Have
If
you ever
Tundra
eaten
ever
the
end up
salt
splitting
lotus
up
cake
at all,
that chirps?
Malrine finds somebody under loyalty in, it should be a relatively easy kill.
Yeah, they also have pretty good ways to just split push there. As you can see, the hero damage has been
Oh yeah.
largely carried by a crit there, 13.7k. Just sitting there on that hoodling,
You pitched our
spamming all over everybody, and that's going to be the Gleipnir. So
right now.
they don't really want to fight you. They
Carmella
want to
is
fight
such a
you
kind
at
person.
Roche,
She
right?
could
Try
get
and
along
test
with
the
hooks
Aegis
so
maybe, if
quickly.
it's possible
Okay,
at that
Coach.
point, but for the
We
most
should get
part,
going
I'm
too.
thinking Falcons want to delay things out here as much as they can, because you're going to see Tundra move as a ball a lot of the time here. So if you can split up, push a lot of these side lanes out, maybe try and reduce the XP advantage a bit because they're grouping up.
Ang hina. Taglit lang sa bear yung Torre.
But again, Tundra recognize that we are super strong right now, so they just want to push together.
They do have a lot of big items that are queued up and a decent amount of gold being floated too. So this 9k gold lead, maybe not a full indication of all of the build-up, but lead that they've got. A huge hit opens up and
This
Thompson
is the
forced all the way
Commission?
away.
Tayo na ko na
The burn through. Virtual Bear Ramsey's top the BKB jump toward. Wants to take down Skinner. Is it enough damage though? It doesn't look like it. He's surviving through that. They miss on the bushwhack, but now Thompson, he runs forward. They
Nice
need to
break.
take down this Viper. It's not gonna happen. Viper stands tall.
Oh no.
Find him, he gets out, just barely. As he is burning down in the fountain, but Tundra
Tumipi ng
pretty
pana.
hard.
Gawin ng buhay si Thompson.
Isn't that Miss Sushan?
Aegis was gone. This was their
Ganda ng
moment. They
pagkakaano
waited
sa
long
kanya.
enough for this.
Oh.
And
Kaka-fight niya.
the mech comes out, the heals are there. He's able to back away and then come right back from that.
Hindi ko alam kung first up or fight na yung ginawa niya kasi layo nung narating niya.
Layo.
Did hold that tier 2 tower.
About
guard.
fight niya.
Worth
You here to
noting.
see a doctor too?
It's
No,
one of those
I
that
came
becomes
here to
pretty
help my
important, I
Cloud9
feel like, against the
coworkers
bear.
get medication
Because if
for their
creeps get in on
bruises and
any of
swelling.
those other side lanes, suddenly you might just get mega.
Sorry.
Down here, they're actually
Went too
hunting.
hard on him.
It was
Ramsey's
a fair
jumped into
match,
one tree
so
line, didn't
no
find
one's to
Malrine.
blame.
Actually, we should be
Crowd
grateful to you.
trying to give him a
We
little
were
bit of
so
energy here.
impressed by your abilities that they said
Move
they wanted
into
to
the
train
30-minute mark.
We meet again.
Grabe network
Who
nung
is this
ano.
beside you?
So
Nung
strong.
druid, ang layo.
Very happy.
Hello,
sure to see that
I'm
it's still
Luca.
there.
Halos
I'm
20k
Fred.
na.
Take it away,
I'm
but
from Bellabog.
both teams,
Testing
same
Kurt
idea
Mortis.
here. Snake and
Bellabog.
Whitemon gonna be grabbing. the
Apologies,
sharks.
I'm not familiar with the
The
name.
hairball.
Regardless, welcome to the Law Food.
It's something.
Are you
They
here for a
need whatever
consultation?
they can possibly get at this point. That is for sure.
This might sound weird.
As you can see, the way that the last couple minutes have all looked
Interesting.
into the favor of Tundra all came off the back of that invis
Let's run an
rune.
imaging test first to
And then the
confirm that your
Roche
brain has
being
no
able to take
organic
it.
issues. A fighter's bound to run into such problem. Huh?
What's it got to do
But
with
still
anything
more room to
organic?
grow. It's
I'm
mainly
not
just the
careful
lower
with
fluid
that.
though. I mean, yeah, he has a
Not
butterfly
that
does now.
So absurd.
It
The stat
means,
bonus on that is just
The brain is
unbelievable.
broken.
Hasn't
But
even
don't
switched it in yet.
Now that you're at the
Doesn't even
Alchemy
need it.
Commission, I'll do my
Doesn't even
best.
want it.
Tangina,
He's gotta
partida,
run, you know,
binawag
he
yan si
doesn't
Pierre.
want to move.
Two
It's true.
and
Maybe just brings it in later.
Yeah, he's gotta get to the
Three,
fight first.
2, 1.
Yeah, how
Alam mo, turbo
many stats he's going to be getting? It's going to be really
Layo ng
hard.
ano niya, oh. Ang agwat niya sa ibang... Cheater ba yung ano, Carry?
Big
Ay,
problem
DK?
is that even if you deal with
Cheater
that,
ba, DK?
I mean, you still got the
Layo
bear
ng
that you
agwat
need
niya
to
kay
protect
DK,
with
oh.
first.
Dalawa yung hero niya.
Culture Master, what do you see?
Going to be on the way for Ramses too. As they spam out these lanes, push in mid,
Shadow.
and the call is head on down to Roche. 25 seconds till it's going to be back up. A relatively short respawn timer.
That shadow
All this
looks
stuff
a lot
favoring
like my
Tundra.
hand.
Yeah, and
You are
Falcons
still
going for
making the
same
V
idea,
sign.
just trying to blow up
I
a
told
scene
you
with
it's
your
not a
own. Make sure
photo.
there's nothing that
From
can
the
stop
exam
them.
results,
The
it looks like
nullifier's
there's
done
nothing
now.
wrong with your brain.
Okay. I mean, that might have ended up
Some of the
turning into
local
Tops and
delights
Dead
when
if he
I
had
got
it in the
here.
last fight.
After the tournament officially started, my
Course,
diet
they're
has
going
been
back to the
pretty
basic
much the
courier.
same. Brown rice, corn, buckwheat, boiled chicken breast,
Again, the
boiled
pressure
beef.
comes. Roche has respawned. They did not check this
Mr. Luca, don't
on
be afraid to
Tundra.
tell me.
We'll see if they
Is he
decide to go
mistreating
back
you?
for it,
I
or
will
if they're
make
going
sure
to
you
feel
get
content
justice.
just
Of
keeping
course
a
not.
firm control
I have to
of
watch
this
what
map.
I eat during a match. I can't be stuffing myself with junk.
Fire coming out now.
Astounds.
And a Crimson Guard
But it seems
completed
you didn't
too.
teach anything that might affect your brain.
Oh, right.
But yeah, it does have
After the
that
match
feel
with Miss
that
Sushang, I drink a bottle of
contention
sweet
here
cream
is
soda.
really needed.
I think I was already hallucinating.
Pala to, Tundra versus Tundra pala to. Ganun lang.
So they're all
understand
one
what's going on.
assassination play.
Walang
He
napansin.
he's like in vision, so that it
Anxious when you're
updates the
far
top
away from
bar,
home.
right? So if you
Yes.
click, it
When your
won't
nerves
show
were
that he has a
thrown into
nullifier.
disarray,
So he's gonna
that
show on
drink
that
has
wave.
a fair amount of memoria in it,
And he
intended
can
to make
deliver
dreams
back to
more
himself
vivid.
and be oh so sneaky.
But
Alright, this is
instead,
it. This is
it
his
caused
big
your
fight.
anxiety to be
I mean, this is, they
amplified.
put everything into
Sorry,
this. The
I didn't
nullifier
understand
reveal.
what
Thompson is
words
showing
are.
on this creep wave
There's no
too.
cure for such a symptom. What
They
I
can
mean
burst
is
him
you
at the
don't
start. The
require
jump
We've seen this
forward.
before. It's the
Thompson
same
found
spot. Around the
nullifier.
Lafu more
Bringing him
and keeping
down
the
low.
barrage
Broken
inside
damage
the
out. He gets the nosedive away, but he is
Soda,
going to
Oh.
fall.
symptoms will
And now
disappear.
Pure, they find the
Yun
bear.
lang.
The root is there.
And
And they're going to
nullifier.
take him down too. The fight
Don't
that they
drink
were
sweet
waiting
drinks.
for,
I'm
Falcons, they
suddenly
hide
reminded
that
of something that
nullifier
might
and they
help
get the
alleviate
kill.
your
There's
symptoms.
50 seconds until Roche
Please
is
wait a
gonna
moment.
move. What
Something
is the
that can
plan here
help
from Falcons? They
alleviate my
run into this pit as
symptoms.
fast as they can
Throw
right now.
sun daw
Do you take
gag.
control? Do you wait for it to go through? Do you think you can finish it before 35 minutes? Because they're going to smoke
Yeah,
up
namatay
the
na isang
They're
beses.
coming in right now.
This is a
Ang
big
ina
fight.
yan,
If they
throw
can do
sun
it,
ng
there's no
butas.
way that they can
Normal
get here
mga
with
tao
the
sa
Viper.
chat.
So this is a fight with four. Amar is standing the
Look
ground.
at the positioning. Grab
Right.
on top.
They've already used the pit. They got to be careful. Crit. He breaks the smoke. Now they back away. Whiteman off to the side. They
Oh,
find
shit.
him with the glide near Ramses.
He misses.
Arena
Oh,
there.
no.
That's not what they
Holy.
needed. But still enough damage. They're taking him down. This is
Patay pa rin siya.
and they're
Ang
winning.
ATS boost nilang.
There's an extra hero.
Oh,
It's the
Sushang's
bear.
team is really
The
popular then.
bear does not care as they jump in from Skinner. BKB out from Ramses.
Putang ina. Binus piga.
But it's not enough.
Let's go!
Without the TI winner.
Ayun.
Grabe,
Now
pure.
Reed's going to TP out. He knows there's no hope.
Putang ina yun.
Roche is going to run up top, but they will follow on
It's all
Tundra.
thanks to Logway's hard work.
Trying
with
to
us.
take that one down. looking to secure this game number 1.
This is the Tusker
Tundra
tree
in
that I
a
prepared
great
for you.
spot. 2 fights around that bottom roach pit.
Again and again, it just feels like the same story of just Whitemon is just going in and giggling at them.
Oh, yeah.
Just spronking along, right? And it just feels like there's nothing he can do. And even though Ramsey jumps into the arena, it doesn't necessarily catch anyone, but it splits the fight. Malrine gets stuck on the bottom side. Crit also gets kind of stuck down here. That's why Amari's just abandoned here.
I can't stay rational.
Spear
on the
north,
face of
so
such
it doesn't matter if he's in the arena or not.
This is a Tusker.
It's just so much damage out from Pure if they get it. And you can see how strong this not rocket fast is. Pure's just like standing there doing nothing. The problem is they keep running right into the
BT
bear.
boys,
They still have the damage.
Insomnia and relieve anxiety and
15,000 gold lead now and ready to walk towards high ground. Tundra on a warpath here in the lower bracket.
Isn't that right, little fella?
Sounds great. Dissuade them here.
Don't worry.
I can't think
This
much will.
Jesper is a personal pet
They're
of
going to
mine.
keep this pressure
I
mounted.
can let
Can't
running
thank you
in.
enough. All throughout my journey, I've received.
Well,
you
Moon
two?
did
You guys
call
have
that there was
something
going to be
important
a
to attend to
Viper in this
later,
game looking
right?
good. It's been all Pure. We also said there's a specialist. This guy knows what he needs to do on this hero, and now they find the Hex, find Malrine. Skinner jumps forward, wants to stun. Do they have enough to deal with these heroes? Tundra do lose one of the bear at least. Pure tries to back out. They're going to also lose Thompson.
Ay nga naman si Trowson.
Too far. Quite connected. Do they have enough? Yes. The root is there. The heal comes out. The mech to control. Pure tries to get out of there. Meanwhile, Soxa gets up to the high ground, but they start beating into them. Do they have the damage to take down this bear? Pure is still living through it. Pure is eating them up, but eventually they take down the Aegis.
Oh, but it's Whitemon now with the damage too. Brings down Skeeter in the back.
And now turning, hitting,
Naka-edit pala si Pure.
trying to kill, and yes,
Oh,
that's
God.
already another dead. Now the Boundless jumps through. Ramses gets killed off by Skeeter, doing the damage with the Mortimer's Kisses. Malrine does survive through it.
These are last chance buybacks. They're
No,
spending them all.
nag-buyback
Pure
na.
is still
Like the
alive.
Jesper
That
not only
bear is still
regenerates
alive too.
functionality,
Even if
it
they
also
killed them once, they
destroys it.
couldn't do it
If there's
again.
nothing else I can do,
Somehow
thank you for the
Falcons are
tough
holding this. But Tundra just
We
show
were
how
delayed at the
hard it
Alchemy
is to
Commission.
kill these heroes.
Hope we didn't keep
In the
links
end,
in
it's
the
going
map.
to be
Dami,
kind of even, right?
daming
Couple
nag-buyback.
buybacks on both sides here, but some pretty expensive and scary ones.
Boyfriend si
Skeeter
Pure.
on that DK. But look at that XP, 4,854 there.
Ganun din kanina.
Damage starts
Di rin
coming.
siya
This is classic
mapatay.
Ent, right? Like
Hindi
all in the
matibag
early
yung
and
ano.
bit of the earlier mid game, you're just running in, you're just this body who can kind of get ignored, but you're so good at scouting. But then later on, the damage starts coming out with the impetus.
It's a serious big
Look,
play.
Link's
You
over
can
there.
see how much
Quick, let's go see
win
her.
probability has swung.
Another Hex.
As they find him, this Malrine cannot
Nag-beat.
afford to die. He goes
I had a strange
down.
encounter.
Does have
I was at
buyback.
the plaza watching people.
Galing yan.
Bilis lang ng rock yan.
What a great time to jump from Ramses.
The perfect answer.
Bilis,
But look
putang
at
ina.
this
2 hit lang,
Pure
3 hit.
just tearing through those buildings.
Walang arena.
And now they find him again. The
Holy shit.
They're dying one by one by
Nag-buyback.
one.
Malrine has the buyback.
He uses it now. Now the
Yan na.
control. The
Last
root is
flash na
out.
yata yan.
Fire is there.
Hindi pa yun.
And they
Makatakbo.
find and
Nag-buyback siya
control
eh.
and kill these
Si
heroes.
Maki.
It's so hard to
Eh,
bring them
I mean,
all
pag
down with
naubos tong ano.
dispels.
Look at the buffs
Ah.
and
Balik
debuffs.
ko.
There's so many of them on every single one of these heroes. They will kill that bear, but it doesn't feel like enough for the buyback. It holds at least from them getting mega.
You're getting better and better.
Keep their middle lane here.
Slocking off at work playing this
Get
game,
up.
right?
More XP points across the board here, I guess.
No buybacks in the
You're
game, by
like
the
a
way.
talk,
Zero.
setting up
We
endless
just did
scenarios in the
15,000 damage from
Divination
both sides.
Commission.
According to this, no one died. except
So
the bear.
it is you, President Ching.
What a huge swing. Falcons trying
I'm
desperately
sorry. I was
to
doing
stay
gross
in this
playing.
game, but it feels like this inevitability of the lone druid and Pure playing it is just causing so many issues. I mean, look at the
Not the
damage numbers. It
same.
just feels like
We Pathfinder
they
fans
can tank through
definitely
all of
admire
it
you more
almost.
than others
Yeah, a little bit
outside
more
the
evenly
circle.
spread there, as you can see on the side of Tundra.
Pathfinder
part of that being
fans
that they have a
circle.
We
support
heard that you
person.
relied
Can't let
solely
Link
on the
stick in too much.
Pathfinder to
He's not
overcome
there
the
for the damage.
Heliobus
He's
possessing
throwing
the
out
Master
beams.
Diviner.
Absolutely. Link didn't stick for
That's
you.
definitely the highlight
Well,
of
we
the
did see the
Pathfinder
Monkey King
since its
before he had to
conception.
buy back, queue up the Scotty, but ended up having to go back for the Mjolnir instead,
President Ching said it was all down
which
to...
is obviously a pretty nice damage increase, but
Gosh, you
would
scared
love to be
me.
able to reduce
Not
that
every day
healing that's
we need
coming
a
out.
Pathfinder legend.
As you can see, Figure just standing
You have
there.
to play around.
Good old Spirit Link.
How many
40-minute
chinches
mark
do you
coming up now. A lot of these Lone
play
Druid games
around
have
with
been
her.
finished in 20, 30 minutes, somewhere in that neighborhood.
This is
You
such
ready
a good
to have a
telescope
match
here.
with me?
Thompson just doing it for the team, right?
Oh
Helps
yeah.
the nosedive, helps himself, helps his allies.
And with Falcons, knowing that if they get up to your high ground, it's going to be real hard to stop it. But likewise, you're seeing Tundra show a lot of respect, not wanting to head up high ground again and end up losing a fight. That is how you let the game swing back into the favor of Falcons. So they'll wait for the next Roche. Still 3 minutes till it's capable of responding. Oh, hero, or they're just gonna go.
They don't call you a legend for
I mean,
nothing,
there's a bit of
nameless
worry about
Pathfinder.
potential just pick off,
Once
right?
you
And
play,
they obviously
you'll
have
forget
that
about
in Heroes
hatred
inside of Falcon,
satisfied
so
now.
I think
Then
you've already
we'll
shown
be
that you have the
off.
Blink Hex.
Well,
You
hold
can stay
on.
together. You see how strong Pure is.
Recently, our Pathfinder Circle has
I wouldn't
also
be too
been
worried. You don't have to
organizing a major
overcommit, you
event,
know?
not just for
But,
those in the
you know,
Lafu.
Falcons, if they could
Many
just
of our
dangle a
like-minded
hero out
brethren
here,
on up.
throw
You
a
may
little
have seen
chump
our
in the
ad
water,
we put out in
maybe
the
they can start a
you
good fight
join
for
up.
themselves.
Our first
Again,
major
the
event.
buyback status, it's only Amar that has it right now. So if you pick off one
Who
hero,
would have thought?
this all falls apart except for Amar, who is gonna show.
We put out an ad in the newspaper.
But think about a Hurricane
They're
play
just gonna
here.
send the bear in.
The bear goes forward. They try and deal with it. Rooted.
Is this the friend that you mentioned?
The dispel.
Please define me.
Ramsey's still sitting there
I keep
pretty
seeing
as
you
they'll
in the
walk
news.
into the pit.
My name is Chincha.
Curious
A diviner from
to
Miss
fight him.
Lynx has told me everything.
It's really
She
hard.
also said she
You're gonna
found
throw
some
on the
rare
Defiant Shell,
antique
head
that she
in.
hopes I
And
can
now
have
they
first
move in.
glance.
That's the
I
tier
knew
3
it was a
tower
Jade
already
Alex.
again. Starts hitting,
And
but
an old model
have they
from
committed too
centuries
far? It
ago,
doesn't
too.
look like it yet. The nullifier's out. The
curiosity,
BKB
I
is there.
accepted the
They
job to
cookie
restore
and
the
they
data
run
inside.
away the main hero.
He is lying in wait here on the Samaras for that perfect opportunity.
And they might just do it again.
Oi.
If you're Falcons, you're thinking about having to go against Megan.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
A great arena catches on to three.
Ang laki ng
Meanwhile,
itlog ni
Malrino
Ramsey
jumps
din.
in with Skinner off to the side.
Kulang yung
Nobody's
arena.
died in that arena. But the jump away, tops in with the Hurricane Pike, gets a little bit of separation. Saksa walks forward. That is the Bristle dropping
Unat na
very
nito.
low. Ghoul on everybody. Ramses is dead off to the side.
Nagsuanton bomb na.
Still the Raptors put him out. Great boundless strike. The jump in
Oh
finds
shit, Malrin.
damage out from Wyvon. This Enchantress is hitting very hard. The buyback comes, but there's no buyback for Malrine. Skinner, they need to get more kills. They gotta take a couple more of these guys down. You're ready to hit right into him.
Si White Moon. Putang ina White Moon.
Oo, tayo na.
Let's go, Wilfredo Solomon.
GG.
Putang ina, GG.
Kinight ni Ramses yung ano eh. Kinight ng kite si Ramses sa gilid.
Pinagbabato sila ni ano. Solomon.
Isa na.
It's a good idea.
Grabe.
So many of these games, we've seen these Enchantresses get completely out of control, and another time where it ends up happening.
Hindi pinansin si White Moon eh. Puta.
First game of this
Yeah,
series.
3 na lang siya eh.
Unbelievable performance as we get
Grabe
ready to see
naman
what
yun.
they can bring in game number 2. Before that, though, back to the
frontier
fans.
planet to get into the final at Pier Point.
Yabang ni Pure, oh. Tagay yun, ating dito sa ano.
Just a plaything for their entertainment.
Pero sana makuha na ng Tundra next game. Huwag na mag-ano. Game 3.
Tok na rin ako eh.
Why?
With an IPC prosthetic.
Grabe naman si Nati.
Can my prize money buy me an army? If you want to buy
Naya
an
Dax.
army outfitted
He's
with
the highest
standard gear,
MMR
you'd have
Oh,
to defend
Naya
the
Dax.
champion's title at least 20
Layo.
times.
Wow.
Hindi alam. Medyo malapit eh.
No, last game mo, last game.
With 1,000 net worth, position 6 at like 20 minutes, and he's
Tanong mo doon sa pagod.
But it's really nice
Igor
to
left
see
his
with
home planet
how much
before the
farm he
Antimatter
got,
Legion
how much he was
invaded.
doing in those fights. It's
He
not that he
participated
can't
in
play
all
like
the
this.
fighting
It's that
tournaments across
his
the
team is so
cosmos.
greedy that
He would
a lot
Ba't
of
di
times
pa ba
when
mag-last
he
game
goes to
kasi?
play like this,
Naantok na rin ako, baka mag-out na ako.
Hoping that would raise
Okay,
the
isang
awareness
last game.
of
Bago
Antimatter
magana.
Legion and
Sige.
his planet.
Tapusin ko lang tong isang quest sa Pangkay.
Potentially laning phase as well.
Nagpapay event.
The cosmos is infinitely fast, usually drowning out one
all over the map here. I mean, we didn't even really have a mid
to be
lane.
able to hear
Yeah, I mean, that was
The
the
dub-
one person
May
most
week
of the map
lang.
was
Doesn't mention
Malrine
the
this mid
Cianjo
lane matchup.
Alliance
It's not
anyway.
good for
This is
multi-team
all the
by any
content that's been
means,
restored
and
so
at level
far.
3,
Perhaps
already
the
saw he
subsequent
just
data will be
tried
able to tell us
beefing
why he
Pure's
arrived
game
on
by
the
going
Cianjo.
bot lane over and over again,
I'll
which
stay at
gave
the divination
Thompson a
commission for
lane
now.
to be in. Top lane as
There are
well
some
to
other
support
matters I
Bristol
have
back.
to
Didn't
handle
seem like it was
before
missing a whole
restoring
lot
the
to help
Jade
this
Abbot. I'll try my
Dragonite have
best
a
to
good
restore
lane
the
on the
data
top
in the
lane
Jade
as
Abbot.
well. And so they decided
You
to
go
get a
back
little bit
first.
crazy in this game
I'm
for the
gonna-
Falcons. They were all over the place.
That
It was
doctor
actually
advised me to
working
walk
for some
around.
time.
I
We're
can
like,
walk
okay,
along
this
the
is
streets
actually
alone a
working.
few more
They're getting kills everywhere
After
on the
all,
map. Even Skeeter,
future
as your carry, is playing like
be
an
like,
off
can't keep
laner.
getting
He's going Blink
spooked and
Dagger.
hallucinating
He's
all the
buying
time.
Mage Slayer. None of these players are playing to play carry. They're playing to trying to make this game very chaotic and make it happen in the early game.
I'm
It begs the
lost.
question, why?
Again.
You know, going into this game, like
Streets
they
in this
don't really
big
need
city
to
all
play
look the
this type
same.
of style
Just
necessarily. Maybe they didn't
Isn't this a
expect
great
Thompson to play
opportunity to
Viper. That
that really threw them off here, I could understand that part. But this was like Falcons just feeling like they were pretty desperate on their mid lane and their carry to make things happen on the map. At the moment one or two of those things did not happen, it just felt like it was unrecoverable.
definitely
You're not
started
one of
from the draft,
long
you
life
know.
species.
I'm not sure
and I
if,
guess we're around the
trying
same
to
age.
build
Is
a
there
strategy
something you
around
need?
your opponents not being able to play
I'd
that
like to
hero
ask,
is a good way
how
to
can
go.
I
You know,
get-
this game just felt like
Go
for the
straight
draft, they
until
needed to
Star
make a lot
Watcher
of
at me.
adjustment. The Monkey
Keep to
King
the
needed
right,
to move,
and you'll
but
see a
he can't play the lane.
storyteller
They even
performing on your
started
way.
at level 1 of
That's
Bristleback,
what
just went behind and
Thanks,
got a
little
kill
bro.
for him and he got
Really
first, but he
sorry
still
for the
couldn't
trouble.
play the lane.
It's my
The
first
game
time.
just
It's
felt like
normal to feel a little
like a complete
uncomfortable when you're so far
chaotic
from
match,
home.
you know. It wasn't
If
even
you need any help,
particularly near
just
any of
ask.
the recent
So,
games that we
where are you from?
watched on the
I'm
main
from
stage. It was just
Bellabog.
chaos over chaos.
We've
Nobody
only
knew what was
recently
going on,
re-established
and at the end of
connections
the
with
day,
Cosmos.
Tundra
so
with the
you
lone
might-
dude, you know.
Hellabog.
Even the overall laughing
I've
vibe,
heard
I
of it
feel
from
like
others.
he did as much
No
as the
wonder your
lone
metal
dude.
arm looks so
Honestly, if
Master.
I had to predict what
Ah,
Ali was going to say
flatter
to
me.
his boys backstage, I would
My name's
say
Luca.
that
I'm here to compete.
one
in-
You
of the two,
wanna
Skeeter or
challenge the
Malrine, should
ringmaster
have
of the
gone
Wafu.
for a
You want to
carry
challenge?
style build.
You're also
I
here
think
to
they
compete in the
probably are
Wardance?
okay with how
also
the
here to
early
challenge-
game went, given that they gave Hobson a
I guess,
literally
as a
perfect
warrior,
Viper game,
I always have to
expecting
keep
it not to
challenging
come out.
myself.
I think all that
Yeah, I
chaos really played
agree.
into what Falcons
Warriors
probably
have to
wanted,
keep
and
challenging themselves.
maybe if
Strong
Skeeter
enemies.
just goes armlet and he
You
farms,
stop
he
moving
gets a
forward and get
huge
scared
amount of
by the
network
enemy
while
in front
all
of
that
you,
chaos is
all
going
past
on,
battle.
then the game looks a
be
lot
able
better.
to represent
Or
the
vice versa,
Xianzhou
like
Luofu.
Malrine had no points in Jingu at level 9.
This Yanqing
He
must
was
truly be a
support,
legendary
but then
fighter.
his DK carry is an offlaner.
I feel
Amar's
the
going
same as
green
you
spike.
whenever I stand in the ring.
Did I say any of these
Although
heroes
I
are
am
carries? Because
confident in the
I feel
skills
like
that
I
I've honed
didn't.
over
Nobody
the
carried
years
the
through
game.
my hard
Pure,
work.
on the other hand,
Honestly speaking,
I also don't
there's
think
always
that you
that
give him
nagging
one-third again.
uncertainty
He's
about
only
how
silver
good
tier,
my opponents
which
might be.
a lot of the time means
It's
that
like
people are
fear
just
sneaks
okay at
in
it,
and
good
messes
enough.
with my confidence.
But he's not just good enough. That was a flawless
got a
level
little-
performance.
I will say though
Find an
that
empty
the Lone
place,
Druid was struggling a
scream
little
the
bit
name of your
early,
opponent
and one of the key
until you
parts
truly
to
believe that you
pushing
can beat
them
the
into
enemy
a better
you
position on the side of Tundra
What an
was
interesting
Ramses
trick.
on this Mars.
Okay,
So many
I'll give
times
it a
we
go.
saw a clutch blink arena
Uy,
spear. It
mga
doesn't
magana
matter if
ako
you're
ah.
not the one that has the
Pet
damage.
Lord.
You just got to put your team in a position to be able to get
Pet
the
Lord,
kickoff
Pet
and get a
Lord.
great initiation. And that's exactly what Ramses did. That was what I felt was the start of everything for Tundra to be able to turn this chaotic early game into something more structured.
Yeah, and I think just Tundra played their Dota. They played Tundra Dota here. Everyone played the hero that they
Me
wanted.
too.
Pet Lord daw.
Yeah, sorry.
And the thing got crazy just because
Last game. Check ko na lang bukas yung ano. Nangyari.
Game, one for the road.
Tri-laning, right? He's level 3. They're tri-laning
Mid
bottom.
Monkey King, by the way,
Mid
not in
Monkey
position
King.
for Monkey King.
And then your carry is rushing Blink Dagger too. It's like Falcons made this game very chaotic. I'm just curious as why they're playing. They feel like they have to do this. Are they pressured by Tundra because they lost earlier? Does they have to adjust their strategies? I hope not. Hopefully it was just a one-off.
Although I haven't
Yeah, it
seen
could
much
be,
of
but
the world,
also maybe the
do
trend
have a
of
lot of
duos is going to
Thank you,
continue
Luca.
either way, though.
It's
We don't
late.
have
Oh,
our
my
game too
friend,
ready just
you
yet, but I
haven't
do
told me.
see this arena filling up. There is a quiet
Sa bagay, yung mga piligo naman ni,
jump on down there with
ni Whitemon, parang Pilipino.
In the
Uy, uy,
CNJ,
gago, si Berto nag-reply.
icy blade.
Everybody, I
May
am
fate bring-
loving the
Si ano?
energy right now because
Eman.
Si Em.
this is 2024. It's TI.
G daw, G daw. Yun, tangina, 5 man tayo.
Teka.
Is
And I
Luca
was
back
wondering
yet?
if I could maybe
Let's head
ask
back to
some
the
of the people in the crowd
Okay,
what
take a
their
look.
oldest Dota memory was. What was it that encouraged them and made me think, yo, I gotta go to a TI one day? And for you, it may have just been location convenience. But other than that, what got you into Dota and what was your earliest Dota memory?
Well, actually, I'm a league player myself.
All right, next question. We're going on. How about you?
Yun.
Introduce yourself and tell me what your
Na,
earliest
let's
Dota
go.
memory is.
5-star job.
Or Andrea.
Ano to, trial lang, trial SSR.
Could be anything from the esports, from your own playing experiences.
No, I know. It's TI Grand TI3.
Mag-ano ako mga pre?
Finals.
Pet Lord.
After that, I decided
TI3? Alliance yun, di ba?
join the esports.
Oh, Alliance nga.
So yeah, it's besides the 3 million dream coil, I have that memory
Mga
of
Pinoy itong
me
ini-interview ah.
May party na ba?
That's incredible! What an experience! I'm so glad you're able to join us here in
Yes!
Copenhagen. How
May
about you,
import
my
tayo
friend?
ulit.
Earliest Dota memory.
Import si Jobber.
Tangina, mukhang ring master yung ini-interview.
All right, what do you remember from TI1?
There was no live streaming.
Wala Napanood ba kayo na stream?
Layo naman si Ringmaster eh.
Yung buhok? Ayaw mo ka.
Random na lang nasabi ko mukha eh.
Vintage Southeast Asian Dota. How about you, my friend? Old.
Ito, yan, si Wingmaster, gago.
Yan o. Yan ka. Yan, ito.
Way how did Papi with Dandy
Yung buhok.
the map against Tong Fu on the international on 2030. This is the best memory from my side.
Yo, I love it. I love the energy. For me personally, if I had to think back, probably around TI2 era, I remember loading up Dota, seeing that blue loading screen every single time. That was really my first time watching Dota esports in general. It was a formative experience for me. It was how I got into following competitive video gaming, and I guess just in general, maybe enjoying the broadcast side of things.
Yan, diba? Yung host dati.
The entertainment value that
Yun na sa Dota TV.
I think it really had a strong impact
Kalimutan ko pangalan.
Uy, si Bugatti.
Si ano? Si Buerte, tsaka si James.
Sino ka mukha ni Jim Carrey, pe?
Si ano yun, diba? Si ano yun? Si 2G, diba? Yung James is a nas. Sabi ni Gabe.
An enigma. When you least expect it, he just pops up. This face recognizable anyway. Great to see him.
DK safe lane yan.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit speechless. I got to meet James for the first time last year. Not my earliest Dota memory, but again, one of those bright ones. Phil, what's your earliest Dota memory?
Earliest Dota memory?
I like the trick down.
Oh, you should have asked. Naku, maisip ko eh.
So back in 1950,
Viper,
Zeus,
OD,
Q.
Alien Dominator.
Oh, Zeus.
I like this, where this is going.
Yeah, he didn't have hook back then.
Ikaw, kung anong trip mo.
Wala sa puso mo, Jim.
Yeah, is yours as old as that one we're talking?
Okay, word.
Ako lang yung hard stand though.
May ano naman si ano, si Boyd.
I remember
Rona.
running around the map.
Tsaka
Time zone kinuha ni ano.
And I was just
Berta.
feeling like I'm a killer guy and then everybody else is the
Wala tayong
victim,
stance.
including my own team.
Nakapanibago, nag-carry si Berto.
Crystal Maiden and constantly getting hooked by Pudge.
Ay, may ring
Another
master.
universe.
I don't think so. No, yeah.
Another
I actually
multiverse.
love coming into the game. That is genuinely my oldest Dota memory. So I'm a bit more of a recency. Yeah, freshman.
Let's go.
Master stroke. But this Falcon.
Sabi ko na nga ba yung necklace yung mapapansin ng mga nanonood.
Babae.
Names that we've heard, names that we've seen on multiple
Bakit na sinasabi?
Necklace for the win.
Hindi sila nakatitig.
Face your fate. That the game won up. Pure was able to get the lone druid for himself, and I mean,
30 seconds to battle.
That is pretty simple. I think that is what you should go for. I feel like they just got surprised.
Nothing wasted.
As well. So it's like, okay, maybe he can't play the Viper.
Yung meron din, may isang memory, yung, ayun, may sense yun, yung wala pang category yung rank system. Yun na lahat, Larry. Oo, nangyari sa akin yung Spectre, tapos PA.
Ingat sa hook ah.
Two losses. I don't feel like it just favors him that safe lane there. He felt like he was in a position where he had to rush lane, play like an offlaner. And when you're mid, it feels like the support, and your carry feels like an offlaner. That's not the position you want to be in.
Yeah, they just need to keep it simple, you know, sometimes getting a simple strategy, getting a simple draft is just the way to go, you know. Don't
Magi-gribs ka dyan, ano, please.
Hindi.
Oh my god, diary.
Pero super late yung gribs.
As I will it. It sounds like Falcons just
Di ako na, baka ako mag-gribs.
Ah, sige.
What?
Kabay
Okay na ako ng mag-mana boots ka agad, kailangan ko. BP boys kami oh. Taka na, ba't nasa ka? Bot lane ka? O sa top pa, Centaur.
Ano? Nandito to.
Niligaw siya eh.
I'll do it. I feel like Falcon did way better than they showed up with the draft they had. I was actually impressed with how they came back, like given the state of the game. And even with an ugly draft, they're kind of showing why they're such a good team. There was a bunch like, wow, they kind of like, stage
Gago.
where this monkey had no lane,
Ina.
all of a sudden this DK
Dapat
they
dyan.
were very creative on how they were moving on the map, especially in the Monkey King. I think the Blink Dagger was the right choice.
Hindi ko in-expect yun ah.
There would be no
Nandito.
space on the map. They played a complete outdraft pretty well, but unfortunately,
chaotic bloodbath. That was going to be my follow-up point. Question is, was this a 90% grab? Maybe if you're Falcons, you're actually kind of okay with how that game went. Where you're like, okay, this is just one of those instances where even though we have some of the best drafters in the world, you're going to get out-drafted. I mean, they also have some of the best drafters in the world.
No.
So 9 to 10 drafts. Go next. This was a 60-20 round. Hell, this was a 70-30 round. We would have won.
Fred, Fred.
Almost isn't fine. Though they weren't able to close it out. They got another chance in game number 2. By the way, the
Lama Punch.
Yeah, dito.
Position 5 is what we're hoping for Falcons.
Pero ingat-ingat din minsan ano eh. Bigla na nag yung nagpupuno pati yung ano. Yung nakatambay lang sa puno.
A stable 5 potentially could give her a better game.
More than anything, Jenkins, what's really on the line for Falcons right now isn't about the top 3
with dripping brush.
It's the Hello Kitty tattoo 100% win rate on stage.
Your lifeline.
That's what's on the line.
Well, they still have the chance of having a 100% win rate in series. So I think if they would like to maintain that, I think that
Oh my
they can
God.
go back to
Talk
scrap
is missing.
and consider letting Pure start
Biya dyan. Pulang kaya.
People don't know how to solve
Steady grace.
Game. Ang ina mo ah. Ganti ng api. Wala ako.
The last time
Wala na.
they stopped that top would have secured Tundra to be able to make the main stage and it knocked Falcons down to the lower bracket. It was another gotcha pick, alright? They had the last pick of Night Stalker in game number 1 in their best of 3 over there. And I think Tundra just have more of that in them. I think there will always be more of that. We look towards the Lone Druid that you take out.
Steady
What are you letting back in?
May,
What else do they have?
may boots na ako. Pwede ka pwede mag-spam.
Another answer that we weren't looking at. That has been a massive oversight to other teams.
Tundra definitely have to look at this game.
As
Look at
expected,
what they
I lift my brush.
This wipe up again. They kind of were running out of some heroes. I think Falcons. What do they do next game? You know,
Run all you like. Yes, a coat. So we begin.
That's also something that
I don't think anything that is first.
Wala Pudge. Baka nang sa top.
As I will it.
This is it. The Lone Druid for Pure 11-3 and 6.
Dapat. Tingnan. Hindi natin kasama si ano.
No, he had two neutral items.
Before the ink set.
Ikan pa ako, bago na kamay ko din.
Pudge nasa ano, taas na yun.
Literally hit your piece of 3 items.
Ngayon.
Those 3 items are like 5 items, just based on how the hero works, right? So that's the timing in which a lot of teams are not able to get past. Sure, maybe as it gets later in the game, it gets weaker, but the
Wala layan.
air is still going to get dry. That's your recycling quite good.
What do you I know it came up beforehand when we were breaking it all down and everything, but it really does go to show how phenomenal he is on this Mars. We already brought it up before that you can't keep letting him have this. They will pick it up whenever they possibly can. That's also something that is a big question mark when you let them have it again. Do you even try and early pick it up for yourself?
On the way ako top. Surprise, motherfuckers! Why are you running? Why are you running? Oh.
Patay Lion.
Nice.
Willingly. Aether lens. Okay.
Tundra with that game at #1 win.
As I
A little bit of a
planned.
spoiler for Jenkins. They're also having themselves here.
Tangin na ba't ni Tentor?
This way.
Magawa mo dito, sir.
I paint my way. By my hand alone. With dripping brush.
Down to the sniper.
Ay, go ata. Support ata yung Dark Terror ko ya.
Ewan ko. Basta may XP gold kami.
Andiyan yung pad?
Kanina nag-hook pero wala na ngayon.
I set my brush.
Radiant structures have
Okay, dito na sila.
No matter what you do, they're gonna get something that looks scary. And this Tundra team is looking
Dito na Lion, saka Tentor.
Yes, yan na.
Oy, tangina mo!
Kaya ba?
Pagharap, pagharap, pagharap. Why are you running? Why are you running?
Nice one.
Nakaitos yan.
Ingat ah.
Tama na, tama na.
I can't believe we're on a patch.
Buhay pala yun.
Ako na takbo.
Nice one, Rick. Thank you.
Tapos ka. Wait lang.
Yung ano, so.
Tara. Pwede kang ano, bigyan kita ng Inkswell G. Mamaya.
Most teams, they don't even try and counter.
Nice mana.
With dripping brush.
Aray.
Aray!
Pati na.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Wag na, wag na, wag na.
Takbo na, takbo.
Takbo na, takbo.
Ano? Patay ako dyan.
Atas na. Pag ano ka man.
Nag-push naman si ano. Si Boyd.
Huwag na, G.
I think you can't really
Sino kapatay? Si Pudge.
I think you
Okay
pick
lang.
one or maybe maximum two. You don't go more than that. I think the objective is you want to have a hero that can go on him and kill him alone.
Pasin yung Pudge.
Top tower has been destroyed.
Kailangan mahal ko. Puno ko kami ng busa.
Naka-8 lang si Pudge. Malaki na rin siya. Papa na
Yun
ba?
lang.
Yun lang. Wala magagawa dito.
Okay, dito na.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Wala kang nangyari.
May master din. Tangin na, na-stop action ah.
Palag lang, palag. Naka ano yun, naka-lock.
Alag lang pre kasi mayroon akong static link eh. Wala siyang ginagawa sa akin.
Go, habol.
Push na. Ay, push na ba?
Push na yan. Yung mid nandun naman si Emma.
Sige, pahila.
Sige.
Pero mana pre.
Wait lang.
Yun. Sapa game mo. Yan na, huli oh.
Uy, yan. Masyado naman tayo ah. Advanced.
Mamaya ulit, may BKB na. Tsaka SS.
Kapit na magkano.
Mid.
I think he's gonna have to reach out of his comfort zone this particular game, which is good by Falcon. They're trying a different approach here. They're trying to shut down.
Go boy.
Really challenging to do, but Ramses is a veteran. He has been to many tournaments. He's won tournaments. He's no stranger to adapting.
It was
to the game.
always by my hand alone.
It's definitely gonna be a true test for his skill. What can allow the sniper to succeed in the
Radiant has fortified the structure.
Are they gonna answer the sniper?
The enemy's middle tower.
Invade natin jungle.
Decide what
I insist.
there's not many good matches.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know what the
Yes.
trying Zeus.
Oh, that was a great mad lib. So,
Wala.
what's happening
Dito
here?
yata. Triangle.
Triangle.
I don't think it's good. This is what
Likod natin.
that could be like
Wala tayong ano.
if this does, then it can work.
Wala tayong hard
Push
stone.
na lang to.
Gap, you're very tanky. So that can kind of deal with that as well. So
Pas
I
pa kami
the
nagsangyas.
idea now into most
Ayun.
likely just
As I
torture.
planned.
You know,
I left my brush.
Maggie.
Meant to be.
Now, Magnus, the sniper, is extremely bad because
The
he's
line is true.
but new Mag.
Thanks for telling us, and
Wow, that's
Most
awesome,
people,
bro.
most
Nothing
people are playing
wasted.
Mag not around the Empower. They're playing it around the
Aghanim's power is
So,
now in
maybe
the
it's
right
still
hands.
You're playing
Steady
Oo.
Bat Rider. Still not.
Okay, nag-SS yung Godwardin.
As expected. Well, our enemies deserve an audience. I set my
The enemy's bottom tower has been destroyed.
together. I would love a white protection for the sniper.
Kapag-time zone lang.
It's pretty good at kiting both the Mad and the Timber too, actually. I understand Underlord is a strength hero, and Timber loves playing against strength heroes. The percentage damage. Do not like playing into the hit, and also Underlord has percentage damage himself.
What hope have you?
Oh, I forgot this hero was in the pool. That's true.
This could fit his playstyle. He likes. I mean, it's a little different from what they used to. Career, he knows how to farm. He knows how to fight. It's more about how he serves the team. Sniper most likely going mid on Thompson. You have a Doom off lane.
I insist.
September in the game. I think Pure
Kaya
now
kabigay
has
yung sword yan.
plays a bit more active. So you're mid and off lane.
I'm definitely gonna need to.
Tara, push. Let's go.
Ay, di mago.
Okay, push na ako.
Okay.
Pahila.
Yeah, that's the Timber. I mean, especially when it's a Timber. He's a regen based hero.
Face your
The enemy's middle tower has been destroyed.
Doom him, nullify that completely, and a mid Timber is going to be doing a ton of damage in spellcasting the fight.
Before
So,
the
worst
ink
case, it's worth silencing him. But they pick Doom into Centaur, and he can ult away from the Doom target, or SD.
I see where this goes.
So it's not exactly free.
Si Jobert.
not on the
Jobber
hero
ka po.
that's running around. It's actually far. It looks like a different
Ano? Ina wala mama. Namatay ba si Bert? Di ako na. Nakita, buhay na buhay ako eh.
Yet again, it's
see
not
where this goes.
being here. What else really is left?
Under themselves took out the Luna.
Right.
That would have been.
When is L actually?
Trust me.
Can you like just fight the L, secure the lane?
You're in a coat of armor. Yes.
I mean, it could work, but it's very risky. I don't think that's what it's
There's nothing else that he needs to be to like buy that.
Kailangan tumatawid.
Ayos ka. Eh,
Bigyan ko na tayo. Just a hit.
Ayaw mo na atake. Kahit damage. Sino? Bagal atake niya. Yan, may contest.
Maganda tayo teleport dito. Nakita ko yung Medusa.
ikaw G o si Eman? Kaso wala si Eman. Ikaw na? Wala eh. Uy,
Gagong aga nung ano mo. Aga naman ng gate mo. Wala ka dyan.
Not enough lockdown. It has to be a glide creature or have a stun. Otherwise, it's really
si Aris ayok na ayok eh.
Oo nga eh.
and still, it is
Di man lang inantay magano. Mamatay si Rush eh.
something that I feel like puts
Kating-kati pumatay.
And they go for the alchemist, but he does have a stun.
Into Timber Bat.
Push na lang dito.
It's more about like
Meron naman. May Aegis naman.
they need a hero that could do something in the game.
Fine.
Bigay ko sa'yo yung ano, G.
You kind of can run around, kill.
Huli ka na naman.
Yeah, walang damage yan.
Ano, nipito sa clip wave.
Alam, may drop off.
The second time today.
I mean, there's a reason why Rocky is very good at touching. They probably are also down there.
Support ako, pre. Sinuport kita. Ikot.
Hello, Lion. Pasok, pasok, pasok. Boom! Chop, chop. Cow.
Yung pinakamagandang meso po ah.
Tangan ni AU. Nakita niya niyo ko. Hempas ko. Ayun o. Ang kulit eh.
Yes, sarap tulog.
Gago! Baka ano mo na si
Di pa nag-iinit si Eman, gago.
Di pa nag-iinit si Eman. Okay, thank you man.
Gago. End nyo na. End nyo na. Matali. Lunax.
Andiyan. Radiant pa nakapatay sa akin, ang malas naman.
$20 minutes?
Ancient falls before me.
Ito wala silang talon. Hindi ako mapatay.
Si Pudge lang. Yung ano nila, parang tagaan. Oo.
Ayun na, free ako.
Focus on pendant,
Free
please.
game ako.
Si Center hindi masyadong ano.
Kaya parang wala kang blink eh.
Taba. Ayun, nakala. Mamaya po makikita yun.
Okay na ba yan?
Sir, it's getting a little serious. Usually when I talk to you, you guys are a game up. You haven't played yet. It's the first time I talk to you since you're a game.
Ano isa pa? One for the road o okay na yun?
Wala.
Okay pa, sige.
May
Ikaw
delay
Riz.
daw sa, wait lang. May delay daw sa ano?
Sa?
Sa reward something?
Oo, may, hindi, ano lang yun.
Mamaya pa yan.
Mamaya lang.
Okay.
Dota 2 coordinator issue lang.
Kulit ng hits.
Probably Ramses, because I think he does a lot for this team. So the other bands, like, this team has a lot of good, like, unique heroes. So honestly, they're hard to draft against. So it's just like whatever we think gives us the best chance of winning. There's nothing specific.
Absolutely, playing your game. All right, well, I'm sorry to do this to you, but this might be the last time you get to address these guys. We have not had a Game 3 yet. Will we be having a Game 3 here today?
Of course.
All right, and will you call like a bird for the first time? Since this might be the last time I get to talk to you in ZI, will you call like a bird for this audience? Call! Falcons, baby! Let's go on Game 3, Howie! That's my boy!
Oh my god, the death crow, it tolls and it's loud right now, apparently. I swear, like, Owie just needs to get a hug after that one. I'm not exactly sure. Slack's a madman.
It's good, you know, you put him on pressure.
Absolutely. Well, we heard a lot of things in that one. Lone Druid, Broken Hero, go next game.
Undura.
It's a good mentality to have to go into it. Try and just take some of the pressure off, be like, we'll be able to deal with this in the next game. We'll see if it actually works out that way, though.
Yeah, it feels pretty accurate from what we saw, I gotta say. That Lone Druid was a big problem that they could not solve in that one, and so it also feels a little unfair that you come into the next game and suddenly, even though you weren't playing Lone Druid, you know, little Ramsey's there on his Mars, his hero pool got eviscerated during this draft. Owie mentioned it, but it was very clear that they were just really trying to target it down, trying to get him off these 100 heroes. And he winds up on the Doom, which is kind of funny, because back when he used to be a carry player, he actually used to bust out the carry Dooms and the carry Beastmasters at times. So, out of the offlaners, one of the two of these
Offlane.
But it's not as playmaking as these heroes that they've been using on him so far this tournament.
Right, and a lot of times this Doom has occasionally looked really bad in this tournament, and sometimes it's looked amazing. It's looked like it's the most important hero in the game. So we'll just have to see how Ramses is able to play it in this one. But of course, the other big switch up, which you talked about already, is going to be Pure playing on the Alchemist. The timing that this hero hits, becoming the most farmed hero in the game, and then just ending it, that's what Tundra are going to try and do in this one.
Yeah, I think it was a good for a lot of reasons there too. Like, not only just the timing it's going to hit, but this ability to give a little bit of space to the sniper in these fights. You look at it, like, you have the clock and the edge of the support duo, and the edge we've seen Whitemon sort of get in and scout, but it's
oh shit, Viper! Oh my god, ang kalabang ko, sana nagmedusa na lang ako.
That can really give the space here.
Malay mo naman.
Just keep away.
Hindi, kaya ko siyang labanan, wag lang ako mag-break. Doon, meron naman ako second skill.
Tayo ka lang saan? Sa poison shit.
Hindi pang one pa nga sa akin. Break. Pero may second skill ako, so walang problema. Problema lang, may slide.
Oh, mag-break na natin sa inyo, Heartstopper.
Heartstopper lang.
It's a hero that you had talked about at the beginning of the tournament as well, thinking that you might end up seeing it eventually, but
natural use builder ka naman din. Kaya mo ma-dispel yung break. Oops, dito.
It's one of these heroes where the top most carries get targeted with the bands, right? We started seeing the gyro start to come out a little bit. I mean, even Luna, believe it or not, at one point seemed to be one of those heroes. We're like, wow, Wind Ranger and Lena's banned. I guess we have to play Luna. That quickly went away. I'm just being a top tier hero almost immediately, but Clinkz is sort of next in line here, and some players like it more than others.
Comes out just in time. Skinner drawing that first blood.
Yeah, likes enough right now, that's for sure.
What?
It's an interesting hero though. It's one that we can often see players kind of get a little bit crazy on. You know, you might see these Clinkz players off on their own a lot on the map. Surely not, right?
Ramsey's forced all the way back. I mean, he is off the lane entirely. Clinkz has a super free game, but Sneyking did end up using a lot of his mana pool there for that. Here I come! Again, a little bit of all chat getting thrown around. Not sure exactly what
it's a Malrine. There doesn't have to be a reason. You know, sometimes you just kind of roll tattoo on the keyboard there. How it pops up. Yeah. You just place on the keyboard and get another one on his face. That's
Oh, do it.
Sakit makipagbanan man dyan. Buti single target na.
Wow. When you really dig deep.
He's ready for it.
First the bad lane always feels good. But he's having a hard game. He's having a hard lane, and then you have to, you know, the panel mentioned there. It's a problem. We already talked earlier, right? We had the workhorse we were doing that was saving some team fights before. We're gonna have the Shadow Demon to disrupt, so you have the single target initiation, but they're gonna have single target save. Even before the workhorse, just stampede. It's very hard to actually lock someone down in a fight. That means you're gonna need the synergy between Saksa and Ramses, which is what they've built a lot of this TI run on, is the synergy between these two. So we're gonna need Hookshot, we're gonna need some Cogs, we're gonna need a Doom on top to really make sure they get these kills. And oh, he lifts the stick, it came into play.
Just out of there in time, but Ramsey's still in trouble. That tree is not going to keep you alive, so they take down the Doom, and now also going to even bully back the Clockwork. This lane feels mighty rough for that Doom. Here I come! Should also note, you know, one of the other things that the panel was talking about was how dangerous the sniper ends up being. You can see already off to a really good start in the mid lane, 36-8 versus the 24-1. At the very least, if they can catch him out later on, you were talking about this, the Shadow Demon actually is kind of an interesting answer for him, too. Very fine. Okay.
Why are you trying to give me credit?
I don't know.
This was your idea.
The take aim, he just dispel it. And he doesn't get the 20 armor anymore. It's pretty cool.
That's a great idea, Lyrical. That makes a lot of sense. Sometimes he's a lot of armor, he's hard to kill, but Crit's gonna look to get rid of that.
And pushing him out of the cogs there, Sneyking trying to run away. They do get the Hurricane to try and keep some distance as they're diving underneath, but Thompson here to try and help out. They'll take down the Bat Rider. Now Skinner in trouble.
This is looking familiar. I saw a game like this once where the mid rotated down, even though it wasn't that way. Thompson obviously not having a bad time like Malrine was, but he's quickly trying to like give a little bit of assistance to that bottom lane since Ramsey's having a bad time.
Right, and while that was happening, we saw off-screen some stacks starting to be built, something that they can return back to if they need to for Malrine on this Timber Saw. But in the moment, you can see Saksa again catching now onto Sneyking. White Mob is here, they did not leave. Coming back into the lane, Skinner steps forward, wants to be a bodyguard, and now starts to go for the punches. So the mid rotates down towards bottom, but not quite able to get in range. Now they do. So they take down the clock, but the other two able to escape.
Yeah, perfect moment to have the Twisted Shock from there to make sure you can actually find them in that tree line. Don't get bogged down by the trees.
Here I come! We're getting close to the 7-minute mark now too, so Doom already heading off to the side to go and pick up. You can see another round of stacks being made by this Shadow.
Magnus.
Runs into the Alpha Wall, now goes back into the Twin Gate to the bottom lane.
They're actually leaving that with me, so they're now going to get that one on Saksa for the quick level 6 on clock.
Oh, it's going to work out. He actually waited long enough. They're going to catch Ramses.
If he gets caught right now, this is devastating.
It was a lot of time for Malrine to spend, but they weren't quite sure where he was, right? Like, he got spotted left. I was like, would he really Twin Gate back down and just, like, come right into my lane again? The answer is yes. But I don't blame Ramses for thinking that maybe that's not what's going to happen.
Bullying Ramses in both the drafting phase and now in-game itself as well. Trying to keep that Doom under control. Very fine. Seems to be a pretty good answer.
There's no doubt about that. His mid laner double his level, so you know, there is a cost to be paid for the great time. But if Malrine can grab these stacks, that Crit is again going to be building up for him here. Obviously shouting one of the best heroes at this. Thank you, Ogs.
Natong top.
Again, not sure if that one's gonna get on the HS. Does look like they weren't quite able to do it, but the bigger kill is right towards mid. Thompson starts to fall. Gets the kill on the Snake King, but they do manage to bring down the little dwarf man. They're making that rotation to help out, and now looking for the clock, gets the slow briefly, still looking for a chase down, and yeah, there's a stack. More damage. Moving in, Clockwork in trouble, done. Reed. They are not done with him yet. Now they get away, Reed looking for more. Hitting down the Enchantress, starting to find that finish. Getting a mana burn, but Snake King moves in too. Deciding to back away, Ramsey still moving in for more, and now the sniper
Game.
shot to get away on
Nice one. Nice one, Reggie. Ah, yung pala yung nag-game.
Are you running?
Yung sa ref pala.
Another one there. And now Malreed drops down low, they force out the Stampede. Snake King still brazenly running forward.
Push natin ta. Gawin na ulit pa yan.
Nice one. Di kaya sa Heartstopper.
Numbers, and this is only a tier 1 tower that's definitely gonna fall. But are you happy using all these resources for this?
Let's pulse G. Maybe see Ogre.
Level 6 though, so not super easy to create a turnaround play.
Ako man.
Power of get all together. Falcons respecting it. Stampede up and online. Deep wards placed into that dire jungle too, up on the top side of the map. This one is close to getting dewarded, but does look like, at least for now, they try to move up. They'll be able to take it down.
1 point reactive armor here. I've seen some Timbersaws dodge this versus Ench, right? That's not going to happen here, right?
Oh, is he going in too far? No, he just gets the kill. Thompson walks forward and just punches.
Wala ba ito?
Up top.
Good job.
Damn! Ganda ng blanco.
The first usage of the Doom does secure a kill on the opposing offlaner.
Dami nilang team fight.
Killed one of people. It's not Kings for 4. Space for Pure.
Ay! Di ko napindot, sorry.
AoE damage. Tell all your friends you're doing it on purpose now because the pro players do it. It's okay.
Okay lang yan, pagbalik ni Eman mamaya.
An
May mga gamit na yan.
at this point in the game is a really scary proposition. Only level 8, but a lot of CS, and now Whitemon starts to die. They're going to pop that Stampede hook shot in to try and interrupt this battle, but they've already got him. Thompson in trouble, no chance for a day game. He is going to die. Just like that, they lose 3 on Tundra for the 1.
Hey! Double big.
Habol lang, habol lang. Strike, strike.
Double big. Kasi Eman, kailangan tulong.
Jobert na yata yun eh.
Ay, nandahit yan.
Saan? Putang ina mo! Ito nga, Viper! Putang ina mo, nakasalo, bro. Ito lang.
Hindi man lang.
Teka.
Oh, ba't ano to si Jobert? Nangga. Eh, nice. Buti na.
Yun!
Nice.
Eman yan, si Eman.
Ngayon si Eman na.
Si Eman.
Gago yun, no?
Lapit na rin sa ano. Ayun, may ano na.
Ay, nako. Push naman tayo, bot!
Push na natin to.
Tara. Agleipnir na pala eh.
the gyrocopter defusal play.
Ito. Ano ka?
Sure. You think of, but there's a reason you buy team boots, right? Like
16 seconds.
Oh shit. Nah. Shit! Anong placement?
Kaya nga ako po. Kaya man, papunta na dito.
Ano? Diyan si Eman. Diyan na ako, boy.
Watch them while they do it.
Tara, tara, tara.
Takes it down here. Whitemon.
I'm here, bitches.
And yeah, he's good. This is gonna go. Nice pickup.
Ano yan?
Whitemon and G2.
Uy, saan pupunta? Tangina, non-stop action to.
Familiar lang eh.
Force this to a game 3.
Pwede KB. Ingat ah.
Tinatangkin yung need mo yung ano. Di ba heal ka? Oh shit.
Di pa namatay. Namatay Viper. Ayun, namatay Viper.
Namatay pala.
Namatay pala si Eman.
Si Jobert na yun, si Jobert na. Hala, samay ka.
This is a really big get if they can get it. Tundra, though, if you stick around too long, maybe you end up dying to all of this here.
They have this ward covering them. It's really
Kaka-item na rin naman.
Moving in, crit, they managed to come on forward and does take away a few of those ancients, but still, Tundra, a great play as they take down that Clinks and steal the stacks.
Yeah, great to start ward. It's probably going to get dewarded, but you gained a lot off there, right? So,
Hindi kayo dun si Eman.
grab somebody nearby.
Oh, tapos
and go
na.
for it.
Always an aggressive player. That would be a pretty bold move if he ends up going for it.
They'll just stand there.
Yeah.
Basta ma-ult lang namin ni Jigs yun. Diba na yun? Mahirapan yung mga yun.
Kaya mo si...
Well, Amara has his Blink Dagger now in the center wall runner. Nalreen's coming to join up. Force Staff as well on crit, and they have a smoke, so they'll probably clear this wave up. Yeah, use the jetpack, grab the catapult.
30 seconds pa.
Shot. They have a Force Staff
Away.
save.
They want to take him down with the disruptions already been used. Now Chakrams out pure. Jumps in, wants the stun, tries to find it, gets the kill. Now Amar in.
Hello!
Huwag yan.
Nakapunda!
Sa baba, sa baba.
Going in aggressively, trusting in the amplified damage rune.
Gotta be careful. Still playing on a nice set right here.
Here we go again!
Quite have enough damage. Out of mana. And just like that, the end the fight. Salvaging what could have been a really bad go for Falcon.
Oh, this is why you always say that low HP, folks. Great play
Buti
from
na lang di
Thompson.
aggressive.
I mean, to jump in aggressively
Ano,
like
Viper?
that with the Concussive Grenade, very much a Thompson play.
Great. Gusto natin yung mid. Hindi pa pala na ano yan.
Oo, ano, boy pa pala yung mid.
Big problem I'm seeing is this Alk still feels to
Let's
be
go.
completely untouched in a lot of ways. 1-0-1, 177 last hits at 17 minutes.
On this mirrored equivalent side. It felt like a big plate to the map. It felt like it was never some concern.
Saan ka pupunta, Clark?
This is a nice game. And sees we push back in. This
Saan? Kahit ano.
Yung gago na silent ka pa. Gago, kaya nga niya ako kalabanin yun, wala nang buhay.
Displays boys.
Saksa playing in a rut for the moment. He will eventually get brought down. Pure jumps forward, stun on it, clicks. They have enough. Can they get him out alive? No, they're not going to be able to. Whitemon, so often the answer that he can do it again. And now the Doom down finds Malrine. No answers. Undra feeling themselves, and Ramses gives them the smile.
You're allowed to, after getting targeted that hard at the start of the game and during the draft, you feel like you're just having a miserable time. I'm surprised he's still smiling at this point. Takes a fight like that from the team to get you back there. Falcons just going so deep right there for that engagement. You know, they drop a ward in behind, they're feeling kind of good about it, but not able to really figure a way out of that one. Just too deep and not enough damage on the targets they needed.
Right, and it sounds good in theory to, you know, find this kill onto Alchemist, but if Thompson is allowed to just free hit, you're gonna have a bad time.
It's really awkward too, because Thompson just like heading one, so now he can't really get back in.
Wala sila.
They can't get the force after the way. Dies the Impus.
Triangle.
Destroying everything basically. Now you've got a pretty sizable lead. Again, it is an Alk draft, so you sort of anticipate being ahead like this a little bit. But Alk drafts often end the game early. If you're not careful, you could just lose the whole map.
And right now, there's no vision here from the side of Falcons. And you're trying to move in with a Batrider draft. You don't have any forward vision, and it's you who's getting caught in the river.
Saksa again, right on point. They find both of them. Try to force tap, try and get out. Not going to happen. They will come close to losing the clock.
Okay, start.
Kailangan natin silent.
Kaya ba? Kaso,
Kanya.
Ayun lang.
lang wish. Ayan.
Yun! Nice 1 week, thank you.
They're trying to get out of this fight with these force taps. You just see the Impus chase down.
Buti na lang may ward dun. Dali ni Jay dun.
Any chance to try and break away and get a secondary fight going for yourselves from Falcon is just failing because these saves aren't working.
Sa'yo ko na lang.
Consistently getting the good targeting. And then again, Pure, right? Another concoction onto the Clinks. He has a single target in mind. He's getting it. Like, what can he do? He can't like go
What? What?
Ba't Kevin Ranger ko binigay, sorry.
Ayun lang na.
Push na.
once more here on Falcons. They feel like they have to. They don't want to just sit back and farm because they're
yeah, no black hole. Sunset sa atin.
You imagine the Thunder are thinking about roasting. Like they have a great lineup for it. They have Alchemist, they got the Sniper. You have this Connor to help cover you.
But at the same time, in the back of your mind, you got
Mamamatay na lang sila bigla.
LOL!
Tara, end na natin.
Gobert?
Paano siya di mamamatay bigla po? Ang dami natin AOE. Eh, ko lang na-realize. Siya lang pala may damage. Walang magic. Tama pag...
Not tayo magic.
Ayaw nga pala. Eh, kasi mayroon kasi siyang presence.
That's word din ako, pero hindi ko naman. Kailangan.
Stop gamitin Necro kapag ano, ahead. Wala ka ng loss.
Puta, 20 minutes na naman.
Wala pa nga pre, 19 minutes na. Take note, Viper pa katapat ko. Walang Viper, hindi ako inagay.
And on the other side for Falcons,
Wait,
they
it's me.
need to force this game 3. They want to be able to close out.
Kami nga rin stans.
Coming into this tournament as one of the favorites, and snaking. It's found
Side
for a moment.
instance.
Magugulat na siguro tong si Jobert na pa naglaro tayo. Magugulat na siya. May rampage akong record dito.
Barely able to get some separation.
Lamang tundra. Ay.
Ano, sa pa? Habang nanalo. Sarap pag nanalo eh, no?
Okay lang.
Last game.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Kaya
Panalo din tundra eh.
ang ina mga panalo eh. Kanina puro talo eh.
Tubusin natin tong ano. Trial kay
Trial.
5-star Jobert.
I think he's just afforded because he just needs the control.
Yeah.
Like this Clinks is
Sige
just,
lang.
you get on top, you get stunned, you're gonna have allies help get that damage. So make sure that you just don't get lassoed. If he were to get lassoed and die before Chemical Rage, then I could see a good fight actually happening for Falcons. He just wants to ensure that.
Kawayan na Slark ko.
And he's saying that like I'm in no rush to end this game. I just want to make sure that they're not going to be able to like even things back up.
Sa baba.
The one that's left behind while the rest of the
Sa
team
amin.
goes forward and they find this Timbersaw was not anticipating that he would be alone down bottom.
And getting this Doom kill, like, on the one hand, you can think for Falcons, okay, Doom is down, like now our Timber can have a good fight. Because they're going to have a hard time controlling him without that, but then you're fighting into the Aegis.
Yeah.
Kung sila ulit, mababawi sila.
Oo, ano? Bago sila ulit.
You're eyeing up the AC next as he will grab that cold creep wave and start heading together. And has turned into split push central for the side of the Falcons.
Yeah, trying to get gold everywhere on the map right now. You can see we got Crit and Skeeter way up top. We got Snaking inside the Radiant jungle. Amara's farming Radiant Ancients. Can they get out of here?
Oh! Skinner found push 2 times outside
Anong
of
kulang?
the base. It's gonna end up costing him his life, but
Stun.
can Skinner get out afterwards? I don't think so. They TP back multiple
Ano naman tayong
get
stun?
the clinks.
Happy trade there with Sox.
10 seconds left.
Draws them back, so maybe they're not
Ang
taking
dying,
their
pre.
objectives, I guess. At the very least for
5 seconds
Falcons.
remaining.
Still very happy about that on Thunder.
Ako naman din mag-build ako sa Sting.
Because it is a lot of hope to peg on this Clinks.
Lalakit ako
So many
mamaya.
issues at this point that they need to contend with.
Oo, Nix.
You know, we talked
Oh,
about his
buti.
range is gonna keep scaling.
Gago, isang
There's
palo ka.
definitely
Isang palo ka
some
lang dyan pag
options
nagano ka.
in terms of net worth.
Ako, oo.
Tsaka kanina si Yaris kung mag-disruptor.
Of course, the Batrider great at being able to isolate
Uy,
that single
tangina.
target.
Win pala ako ng last match sa
Obviously,
Anday.
want to do that against Sniper with Aegis at this
Putang
point.
ina. Tiltuan mo
Pamper
na.
ng kayo.
Yan o, ano.
Nilabas agad
Pamper
yan
ng
si Ike.
KJ, gago.
May tapos na ng ano. Specialty.
Mar trying to get towards the Crimson Guard itself.
Flare from Soxa.
That sees everything.
Everyone ready to win?
Inside the Dire Ancients. Amara running towards their base. Keep them alive. Find the courier.
Then the TP.
Babawi talaga sila, pre.
Oo. Sineryoso eh.
Top tower.
I mean, it just
Hindi
goes to
nakapalag
show
sa
how
akin.
confident they are in their play right now. Sasha is waiting right
30
off
seconds
to
to
the side. I mean, this is a
Disadvantage lang nito, mabagal lang talaga. Kaya offlane talaga itong si Vibe.
look like that's what they're interested in. Going over, Pure suns himself underneath the tower. Wait a minute, this could be an opportunity
Walang
for
ward,
them.
pre.
Already dead
Walang
on
ward ka
one.
pala.
Mallory needs to back away from the sniper. And trying to hunt,
isolated.
trying to find. Crit gets him. They drop down the ulti immediately onto this sniper, dropping lower, lower, and dead. Can they do it a second time now? Clockwork has shown
Make the
back
best
up. They got
team
back
win.
out on Crit. Crit is in trouble. Stampede on board. The first man lights out. Thompson hitting himself, doing a lot of deeps. They run in with Malrine. Can do the damage they can, but there it is. Already onto him through the BKB. They will find and kill Malrine.
Tundra taking control there of the outpost, allowing him to get back on Ramses, drop the Doom once more, and keep the push alive. Next tier 2 to fall here. And we're approaching 28 minutes. And they are near the Wisdom Rune if they would like. They're also on your high ground. We're still 30 seconds without Timbersaw.
It's dangerous. Tundra, the party moving. Buyback stat is not
Ikaw ba tong
available
Marty?
for that Timbersaw because of gold. Tundra, I don't know if they're going to be stopped off of there, but they jump in immediately. No Doom available, but still get the counterplay.
I mean, they just have nothing right now.
At my command.
Away.
That hook shot nearly hitting Zaza.
That would have been a death for sure. But Tundra, they will be stopped in the cracks, it looks like.
They're going to get back for the Wisdom Rune, though. Snaking not able to get over there and steal it. So it's going to be double again here for Tundra in 28 minutes. Further widening the gap. Aegis. There's no Doom for over a minute right now. If you are Falcons, you've got to be thinking about getting out here, but you know, they look out, they got one good ward up here, but it's expiring soon. They're on the move.
They got to make a play.
Stampede in 12.
The only option. They run towards it, and actually, Pure is getting over that direction too.
Show as well to take the tower, maybe kind of bait them in here.
An opportunity.
There goes that ward though. They've lost their forward vision. Snaking's got one arms.
Game.
Wala pa ako, no?
Sige lang.
Sige.
Sige lang, habang lang.
Patayin na.
Go get him, buddy.
Facing the song of death.
And a full AC done now for the Alchemist.
They're running up problems already with the hookup. More armor. More tactics.
Snaking still smoked, about to wear out though. I'm under attack. In his inventory. Do they want to play around this vision here? Down and then for a fight that doesn't look like it. I mean, you've got to be super careful with your wards and make sure you're getting something out of the map. The other thing is that they know that Roche is going to respawn on daytime side, so they're trying to get stuff set up over here too. Jump in, find him, Doom, caught, down to half HP, dead.
That's the clinks. That is what you want. You look to farm up to get to this point. Actually, a single target, they just get blown up immediately.
He's dead for 70. That was a dieback. They know that too.
It's not. Had his little vengeful play there on the Malrine, but afterwards.
Avantado ka eh.
There needs to be a play made while Doom is dead. Whether that's just trying to secure vision around the map or whatever else, but you're not going to get a better opportunity with Doom dead for another 50 seconds.
Yeah, it feels like just farming would feel great, right? Because they know they're not going to group up with and go for anything right now.
May tombstone ka.
Doom is pretty pivotal.
Wala pa. Ay, meron. Pagbaba nila, pagbaba.
The fight is just harder and harder.
Banda rito.
So it just feels like an unnecessary risk to try and push something here. And if you can just farm as many camps as possible right now to get these next items, that's a win in itself. I mean, you just got the Shiva Star finish from Malrine. That's very helpful, not just for obviously the benefits of the item, but in terms of like damage, it slows us up with the vision, right? Trying to find these annoying heroes. They're going to end up getting some pressure on this tier 2 mid.
Push time is a little bit less than a minute. As Falcons take down this tier 2 tower.
They could, in theory, start a fight here.
Pure goes in. Stun. Amar. Force staff away. Pure very strong. Got Linken's in tow. And they're not going to get a free tower. But the Linken's here for the Colts now also.
Okay, and it's 30 seconds until road.
Siyempre, pababayin mo lang.
Not yet. They want to try and move towards this one. Imagine they're going to stay pretty tight here inside of Falcons. The saves have been improved. There's now a engagement. Moving in there, the grab and the save. And just like Stampede, and then of course just helping out with Snaking with the Blink and the Force Staff there. Like you might see crit like Blink and Force Staff that again or something to create even further isolation on the target they're going for.
Cool.
But it is Tundra who have the flare available here, so they can move down towards the Roche Pit, keep sending out these flares, and spawning these heroes. He saw where Crit was moving inside the Radiant Ancients. They know that they're playing far away from Roche right now. It's going to send them into the pit. They're going to begin very slowly here with Pure and Soxa.
It's going to drop pretty quick though, if they can get there. I mean, Skidder, they're heading that direction, now they know.
May Ranan dito.
Oy, may Ranan, dami. Putang na, wait lang. May tombstone na, oh. Shit.
Wag na. Wag tayo, huwag na muna.
Okay, kalabang ko yun.
I don't know.
Okay.
This direction. Now seeing what could happen. Snaking walking forward. I mean, they're flaring right on top of them.
Assist mid. Mid.
Their ground is Tundra.
Mid lang. Hindi si Reggie.
Kalubong ka sa.
Doesn't feel like going into many favors.
Titipi na, oh. Go! Palag. Go.
I mean, again,
Nick muna.
for everything here. Playing the last day of TI, looking for top 3 at the very least.
Yan pa ba, oh?
Dito.
Gotta also imagine
Ah.
at this point in time in the game, 100, you feel like you've got a really good about it. You lose this one, how do you go
Ano nangyari dun?
Ba't nawawala yung TK? Paano nangyari yun?
Hindi, yung Lachado.
Sino ba yun?
Moonlight.
Moonlight?
Oo, may Mirana.
Mirana pa. Sanay tayo may ano. Color flare.
Oo nga eh.
Just no hope for them on this one. Whitemon even chasing a little bit further here, trying to find something. He's gonna see Snake King going for the midway. Snake King's holding a gem right now.
Yung ano mo, X, golem mo, pampush mo.
Can't get
out. Amplified damage. The slow is there. You can see pretty good accuracy, but it's
May mag-grids na ba? Kasi kung wala, ako na lang.
Okay na ako.
Fuck man.
Daming tanner, puta. Tatlo yan, pre ah. Wala na akong tunto.
8,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
Why are you running? Why are you
Stun mo, Is.
Saan? Ay, wasted ba ako?
Ay, gago.
Flare that does connect on the Snake King, so no jump.
Back ako sa mid.
Ready for this one. And you can see them still
Jay, may tombstone ako.
Clanks respawns, they back away on Tundra.
Lord sila dito.
Has a level 20 there.
Mas muna. Marami dito.
Level 22 right now, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Beast in this game. Another Lincoln Spear picked up here. Rams is going to grab one on the Doom, making life even harder for Snake King.
Snake King has been the one that's been finding these clutch moments here. Does have a 4 staff, so you can play your way through it if you need to. They're also queuing up more Lincoln Spears on more heroes.
That is the goal, I think.
Yeah.
May meron ata dito.
Mitigate the Doom, maybe there's an opportunity there. But in towards the Tormentor they will go. So runes picked up for Skitter as well as Hobson. Getting that level 29, 30% shrapnel damage.
Gotta play that up top.
Above the net.
Okay, kaya ko.
Diyan ka lang.
Nice one.
There is a point in time in this game when eventually you start to fall
Tombstone.
a little bit when you get,
Hindi makatakbo si Bara, no?
But like, I mean,
Oo.
I'm really grasping at straws there.
Dyer's fortified.
My inventory's full. My hero's so bad.
You can buy people bags too. He'll start getting that for himself if he needs to.
There's a little
Jax, pa-check na.
grow here.
Why, kumaya.
9 minutes pa, 9 minutes.
Skeeter, he knows the goal.
9 minutes.
Sige, sa'yo na.
He's that big damage if they can get the control. It's so hard to lock it down.
Ang bagal nito, kala mo buhat.
Has be talent at that 20. And as of yet, still no racks have been taken.
Wala Nix ha.
Yeah, that is a big reason.
Wala tap,
why
wala
this
tap.
game is so big as well.
Wala Mirana, wala Nix.
Like economy damage to
Wala
Falcons,
CK.
all the creeps.
CK ba nasa?
Good amount of gold for
Nether
them.
toxin yung nakuha sa akin.
Makes life pretty good.
Yung bali wala.
You're still stuck in their base. You're still getting some farm out there on the map. Amar trying
Wala kay
to...
TP ba? Feeling ko gagamp yung bot
Ward out
natin.
here. It's actually looking great at Whitemon right now.
Oh, old school nga. Nagano siya, ma-level.
Orchid.
Right there. The banner.
Okay lang,
Aywan.
para kay...
Kaya 1v5 ni Joby.
Mid.
Tang ina ka!
Push natin.
Para may tombstone ako.
Too good. He's ready for it there. Now Pure's high ground hitting your buildings.
Oh, and it could all come crumbling down so quickly.
15 seconds on the Aegis though.
And they do it. And they whittle him down and then try and get that perfect timing on Thompson. He's still not a full HP window. They take what they got for him.
Why are you running?
Maray. What?
enemy's middle tower is giving up on mine.
Wala akong smoke.
It's a tough one. Tough call.
May ano ako.
Decide to go in for
Oh,
more.
offering.
Waiting up
Give-
front.
Take
He's
niya.
low on mana, but he still wants the grab.
They don't have the...
Ay, may yan bara. Bako na. Alangan nyo natin. Pwesto.
The
Huwag
Aegis
tayo
is
dyan,
still
huwag tayo dyan.
such a hard hold. Sniper can just hit you from the side of the base of Pure.
Ano, nakuha na ako.
Going to town, and there it is. Already caught.
Sa likod ang dami ah.
Dito sa...
See if he's able to live through this.
Takbo na. Alangan na yan. Talubungin niya si DK.
Soxa and Pure are just in sync right now. The control coming in there with the hook shot as well to catch the clinch with the gem. They're giving them no chance to fight back on Falcon.
What an unbelievable performance on this clockwork. How many stand-ins can you stay come in and perform like this on the biggest stage? Soxa has had a fabulous game. Malrine, the young gun, hoping to get something done here, trying to stop it. Ramses, he won't stop all chat. Malrine is brought lower and lower. He wants that kill into Ramses, does get it. Buyback now comes from the Timber. How much more do you have left in the tank? It's 5 seconds until the back up. They still need a little before they get the rest of their heroes.
It's 2 heroes. It's a scary sight.
Walang ward, sayang.
Uy! Lagay ako sa ano.
Pero dito.
Tundra na.
Tundra? Yan. Si ano na lang, si Thompson Saxon lang yung ano.
Gilid.
Saktan loob niya ito.
Lansay.
Ito matlakas loob, gago.
Moonlight sila.
Back. Gosh. Si Jobert layo eh.
May tabawi.
Meron. Kasi ako ko lang kung kaya.
Walang moonlight sila.
May decay naman ako. Kaya.
Kasi na lang G, ikaw yung prod.
Drop mo yung 1 minute.
May papuntang Mirana. Para makita lang.
Sige. Problem
na. Ay na, si Jobert.
Lagay kay Bert, lagay niya. Patay neutral item. Jeep.
Dito, kinuha na naman. SSR Jobert.
Triangle.
Ingat ah.
Go. May tombstone ako.
Okay.
It was free. It's just so bothered so much of it. The Enchantress? We can't do that.
Unbelievable performance. We're gonna get this.
Puno ako. Talikad niya, CK. Na-stuck si Eman.
I'm stuck set, bro!
Yun lang.
Si Eman sa build.
Nagano kayo.
Naiwalay kayo.
Tipin.
Wala akong tipin dala.
Layo mo. Wait. Nakanino ba yung Aegis?
Na kay Eman. Tulungan mo, Riz.
Antay mo yung guardian ribs mo. TP ako dyan.
Nice.
Go.
Tatlo na yan.
Ito.
May BKB ba yung wala? Ay, pala kung ano, Viper.
You get to play against Galen Gladiators.
Now's not a good time to attack.
Orchid na yung ano. Chaos.
Are you ready for some
Chaos, Manta. Dami na rin yan. Pero
May naka-pipe na ba sa inyo? Wala pa naman, no?
Wala pa.
Your confidence
Ako na.
certainly sounds like it.
Fairness kay Eman ha, mauna mag-toggle ha.
si Eman yan, si Jobert yan.
Tama pala si SS na yun.
Bottom tower is gone.
Next time.
Yan na.
The enemy's bottom barracks is gone.
Okay, dito.
The enemy's bottom racks decided to call it quits.
Yeah.
Yung totoo, nasa kaliwa. Bandang gitna.
Yan. Nag-push up yun.
Ulit mo, nanggigigil ako sa'yo. Hindi ka nga rito.
Yeah, I mean the lineup like it was better this time.
Hindi TV pa yun si Eman.
It was still very strong. I think we go back to like this before that Hunter is
Bago lang
right
ako,
now.
man.
What can you
Takbo na, takbo na.
The sniper
Oh shit!
Takbo, takbo na, takbo na.
Oh shit!
Iwan yan si Arms.
So there's quite a
Okay na.
to deal with this team right now because they just have too many good heroes.
Hey, on Falcon's side, you can kind of only be a little bit disappointed if you're Falcon's side. I saw you
Sige, yun disc na ako.
I mean, it's not the best hero in the meta, but it definitely has a lot of room.
Ako lagi tinatarget niya. No?
Around the hero, there were a lot
Oo,
of
isang
like,
palo. Isang palo ka lang. Kahit ako rin, nagpalambot din ako.
shouldn't be happening with the lineup.
Uy, wala tayong neutral items. Parang naman din tayo ng
Si Jobert, pinaperm, heroes eh.
Tama.
Absolutely amazing. It would be incredible if the stand-in could win a TI. And it actually looks like it's in the card, which is even insane to say.
Yeah, it's possible to get down to the lower bracket. It feels like it doesn't change anything. Finish it out here for themselves. It has been a fantastic floor for them. In fact, all the way back to the down to the lower bracket. Unfortunately, on the
Badal lang ako dun.
Tumatrak si Jobert.
everything else we're doing. I guess there were just some weird things in game number 1.
Tanginang.
That's bittersweet. It's great. We got to see a lot of different action winter, but
Tapusin na nga natin.
saying for the side of the Falcons fans, it just wasn't really that.
TK sa likod.
Nice dive. Okay pala tong nose dive.
Dire buildings are fortified.
We don't have a battle out there.
The enemy's middle rack is up.
And I guess outside of the sniper pick, they were able to do it.
The enemy's middle tower is gone.
Said during the first game that they kind of screwed up the draft a little bit.
The enemy's middle tower just got destroyed.
Play, but we are going to go to an exit interview with Tundra. Not Tundra.
Yes.
Uy, pa ako dun, gaga.
Nose dive. Ayos nitong nose dive.
GG 2-0. Gago, parang 20 minutes lang ulit yun ah.
and he's very thankful for that.
Tapos na yung TI yan eh. Playoffs eh.
Lakas ni
With
Berto.
that said, obviously,
Tundra na.
our expectations are high coming into TI.
Eh di bukas pala no, GG Tundra na agad.
Performance of the year so far.
Rematch.
As sad as that sounds, it's still fourth place. You know, we'll be sad for a little bit, and we'll come back and be stronger.
Tulog na.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we look forward to that next season. Talking of next season,
Teka, paalam lang tayo kay
expecting
Berto.
y'all to continue another dominant
May
run,
tank
because as
party.
you said, this was a fantastic year for you.
Ina mo, alien.
Ano?
Ina mo, alien. Eko. Eko.
Ano ba sabi nung ano?
Okay, well, I know you guys
Hindi
have
ko maintindihan eh.
this arena alone. If you've got any words for
Kiko,
them,
Kiko.
I want to thank you guys for the amazing crowd, and you guys are really amazing. You guys make Dota what it is.
Ang yang batong to, 210 ka, hayop ka. Susubuhin mo ko, tatakbo ka pa sa ano. Tatakbo ka sa harap ko, bobo.
Buti nag-initiate sila kay Eman sa mid.
Tsaka ang ano, helpful din ang nose dive.
Oh,
Hindi
design.
lang kita naabutan eh, hindi kita naabutan.
Hindi, okay lang. Talaga nag-tunnel vision yung CK sa akin eh.
Oo.
Kung siya lang kaya, kita yun. Ako.
Actually, kaya tayo nun, si DK lang hindi eh. Nag-shake lang kasi pag nagbaba ng golem, wala, disarm lahat.
Hindi, pero si Jigs talaga isang palo lang.
Isang palo lang yun, kasi
Buti
nga hindi
naganda
nakano eh.
Nag-AO
Ano ba tong-
kaya tumagal lang.
Buti naganda si Aris.
Oo.
Tsaka buti hindi ano yun yung Silver Edge, Silver Edge. Buti isang palo ka na talaga.
Palo na si Jigs. Kahit na.
Historically, one of
Kanina tutungtong ko dapat si Diego, puta sumabog bigla eh. Yung reality rate.
Ako kami sinusugod, bigla ako nawala sa mapa. Sabi, putang ina, nasaan ako? Inugot ako ng tombstone.
Wow.
Ako yung tao ka.
Tago.
You save.
Sabi ko, nasaan ako? Nasaan ako sa mapa?
Kanina rin naka-unleash ako puta kaya nag-ano. Payak ako.
Buti na lang di si Boyd yung gamit natin na pagka-corona, napunta ka sa napunta ka sa tombstone. Ayos tulog pre, after natin matalo ng 4, nanalo tayo.
Ano no, bawirin yung mga talo kanina. Kahit pa paano.
The competition, being able to watch those games, you know, unfortunately.
Ilang games kasama sa Eman? Tatlo? Dalawa?
Tatlo, apat.
Dalawa.
Tatlo.
Parang tatlo.
Oo, tatlo.
Una
Ako nga
yung
pala, yung Razor, oh.
Tapos yung una yung
Uy!
Enchantress.
Nalapit dito.
Looking forward to it tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very hit or miss when it comes to like these.
Ay, mag-reroll pa lang ako ng ano, kay
really
MD.
good at stock.
Ba't pa ako nag-out?
Unfortunately, Klings came out.
Paling
Didn't look
gagawin
so
ko.
good, knocking the sticks.
Baka may arka ng gantong oras eh.
Strategies are starting to come into fold.
Putang
We're
ina.
starting to see the teams
May depende pala sa oras.
Di oras ang puta.
right now. We have 3 teams left, and it's going to be exciting to see which one's going to hold the Aegis at the end.
That's right. It's insane to think that 2 weeks of TI has gone by.
Pero parang
so
close din yung
fast,
laban,
but this
ah.
is that game
Sinip
number
ko
2
yan.
scoreboard right there.
Almost yung
Pure
ano.
having a fantastic
Tundra.
game on the Alchemist.
Oo.
And remember, this
Game 2?
was a last picked Alch into what you guys
Yung bandang
said
uli,
were
hindi
2
na close.
counters that had already
Oo.
been picked on
Hindi,
the
pero
side of
ano pa din.
Falcons.
Hindi yung talagang ano.
Use the make or break, but
Yung
the
sa
fact that
Nouns
we
tsaka
can have
GG
a
ba yun?
deathless game on a hero that
Yung
Buko
50
na lang.
plus.
already counted in
Yung 50
what
plus
has
K
been
ano.
up, that's true testament
Network.
to how Pure plays.
Super wipe out ng
Played excellent.
50.
There are pretty high expectations on
Hanggang next
Pure
game yung
in
ano.
general and a last pick
Ang discrepancy.
and in every single fight, he was the bane of Falcon's existence. He was jumping in, he was stunning crit when he was trying to hit the lassos, he was jumping on the Clinks when Clinks was doing a ton of damage. Like, Pure looks like one of the best carry players in the world right now. And I am interested to see
Uy.
how the teams
Putang ina mo!
will solve his
Oh, nakakuha ka.
carry pool.
Yeah, well,
Gago,
let's keep the
seryoso.
conversation
Teka lang,
going about
screenshot
this
ko.
game. Let's head on
Mga
down to
swerte
Perth
yan,
and
ah.
hear what he has to say.
Kakasabi ko lang, putang ina eh.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, but I think the most interesting thing about the Alchemist pick was it kind of picked Tundra into bad lanes. Now, when pro players are drafting, they kind of...
Paano ka ba makakuha dito ng Arcana sa ano pang
But in this case, they'd already shown
Gotcha.
Tambahan lang eh. Kakapiklik ko lang reroll eh.
almost all the best range carries had been banned out prior to this.
Saan yung reroll?
May immortal pang kasama.
he's leaning against
Ah,
two ranged
Terror
heroes,
Blade.
and that results in snaking the Batrider as well as the Clinks just bullying the crap out of both of them. Consistently getting zoned, getting super
Kulang pa kay
harassed
Andy.
down. There's even a double kill moment
Hindi,
here
ano,
where they
nasa
get
bug
kind of
lang yung
grouped
iba.
up. They can't really right click back. All they can do is kind of cast their
May
spells.
Immortal
and they
pa
both get ran
2019.
down. That really hurts Ramsey's net worth, but ultimately it's
Dazzle,
for the greater good,
Timbersaw.
right? Pure's supposed to have a carry game, the carry that's supposed to collect
Ah, yung kay
and then use that
Luna.
gold in a game-defining way. And Pure really did that. He did a great job jungling at some point in the game. He hadn't participated in any kills, which is a little bit weird for this tournament so far. But as long as you get used to the net worth in a good way, it's worth it. Look at this TP. The second that his Blink Dagger was delivered, he instantly TP's top to make something happen. This is the sign of a carry that wants to win the tournament. He blinks in, he stuns the Centaur, and then he gets the support dive. We're going to ignore that one. But the one afterwards, he finally found some core kills. He jumps in, they find the Clinks, and the space gets made on the map. Once
Ginagawa
again,
ng
willing to
Storkoy.
leverage someone's life in the middle of the lane
Ano?
for the benefit of his
Crownfall
team.
Storkoy.
Sansa gets the follow-up
Pang
stun,
discount.
and who comes again?
Ah,
It's going to be
discount.
Alchemist. He jumps in
Oh,
from
pag
the
may gusto
side.
kang bilhin
He's
ng
going to
ano.
land a nice stun. He's just pressuring the Clinks because he knows that he needs to offset that advantage that he got and make sure that everything goes well for his team. He's not afraid to tank in this game, and that is so important because if he doesn't take the damage, somebody like Sniper does instead, their damage goes down, completely different game outcome.
Puta, chinichir si
incredible
Thompson.
game by Pure. The fact that he died 0 times in that game length against one of the best, arguably the best team of the year was an incredible performance, and he just might win TI.
We had to hear from Bert. You just might win TI. And I mean, this has always been a tournament, a patch about how active can your carry be in this early game. How many kills can you get onto him? And how can you make sure that you choke out your opponent's map?
Okay.
Pure, he goes for a completely different strategy in that game number 2. And it's
GG
still
mga pre.
Bukas load na ano.
Oo,
Grand finals.
Okay
Magat
naman.
ng start eh, alas 4 rin yata eh. Kaya lang mahaba yung break yata.
Mahaba yan, may mga cosplay. Sana may all-star.
Cosplay pa. Saka alam ko may release yata ng ano eh. May release ng bagong hero daw.
Tangina. Teaser.
Trailer. Oh, teaser pala, teaser.
Gago magagamit mo ba yan? Nagte-Terror Blade ka ba?
Nagte-terror kaya ni Aris.
Kaya ni Aris yan.
Yung Dagon build, pre.
Dagon ano?
Yung
Ano yung sa 4-stack?
Armlet. Armlet Dagon. Armlet hanggang sa low health. Tapos Thunder into Dagon.
Gago, biglang nag-Dota 2 game coordinator being updated ang puta.
We're actually having this
Nandyan lang naman yan. Di mo mawala yan.
look the best? Is it that clear, precise comes?
May nakuha ko eh, wait lang.
Elevates your team and somehow Thunder have hit both.
Ano to? Kailangan ko ba mag-ano?
Yeah, they had a little bit of
Lag out
they're
ulit?
having fun. Obviously, they probably
Bukas mo na lang.
secured at that point. Shopping oyoyoys, but I think in the most part, like Tundra, they're pretty calm and collected. They wouldn't be able to get to the top 3 without it. They're a good team. The communication's good, and they figured it out.
Well, let's have a look at our bracket. We're going to see
Okay,
exactly the journey that our top 3
Crush talaga yung yung mga team na sobrang dominating sa
back to that lower bracket
Majors.
round 2. That's
Mga majors ESL.
unfortunately just got eliminated in our
Tsaka yung
final series here. But with Tundra
playoffs.
having lost that upper bracket,
Hindi, di ba yung madalas pag yung mga
last
yung
year,
dati yung mga gaming. Ngayon, pare ko. Dati yung OG. Yung yung unang OG.
Gaming Gladiators who fell to Team Liquid just
Pati
before.
pa si Seb
And I
tsaka
guess
si...
on the flip side of that is
Ano,
a big
pati pa si
congrats to
Notel
Team
tsaka
Liquid
si...
for making it to the
Fly.
grand finals. And as
Fly.
Bugsy said, the first time ever winter from the upper bracket.
Yeah, it's first time
Yung
in the upper bracket.
Yung secret din di ba TI? Din lang last nila nun.
To win TI, yeah.
Oh, dream team
It's
yun.
gonna be a really big accomplishment for their players, and it's also good to get the second place curse off the bat.
Yeah, that would be
May
nice
sumpa
for
eh.
them, but this stack
Yung
on
parang mga
Liquid,
first
they've
2
had a
years
lot of
ata.
trials and tribulations. Jenkins
Ano,
around to
nag-second
making
place or third
TIs
place ba?
altogether, their results at TI, and
Parang
now
yung
that
last
the grand
year,
finals, they just have to wait
nag-fourth.
between Gaming
Tapos yung
Gladiators
sumunod
and Tundra
third.
as to who their opponent's going to be.
Ah,
Yeah, and I think that this Liquid often looks the best when they can
Ito ba yung nakuha ko?
make a pivot, and then that pivot looks good. Like this team will pivot no matter what, right? If they lose a game, they're going to completely change the strategy in game 2, or they'll say like, okay, this hero that we thought was good is now bad, or we'll do the same thing. And then they pivot, and then this time around they're actually winning when they do said pivots, because clearly it worked against Gaming Gladiators. If I'm Tundra, I am opening up those replays, and I'm not closing them until the match tomorrow, because Liquid completely decimated game, and nobody expected it, especially in the way that they did, because they were able to slow down the game, and that is exactly what Topson said that they wanted to do. They want to slow down the game, so that's their study material for tonight.
Well, look, there's a lot of hours between now and when you're saying they have to close those replays. Let's have a look at what our schedule is tomorrow, so you know exactly when Jacobs is expecting them to close those replays. And that's 10 a.m. Okay, they're going to be ready for